Chapter 76. Hold position. Good morning, Colonel. We are ready to go. Karl greeted her at the door, then winced as she patted him on the shoulder in greeting. Dana was awake, but in a daze, not in any shape to be vocal, so Karl was doing the speaking for the both of them. Colonel Valerie seemed to recognize that, and she didn't push for more speech out of them as she led them to the car and back to the same training warehouse from a week ago. The teams all smiled as they saw the two bedraggled students stumble in, leaning on each other to remain upright. Karl, because he could barely walk, and Dana because she was half asleep. Well, they made it through Hell Week, but I'm not sure if they're in any shape to make it through one more day of training to make it to the day off. One of the mages laughed. Alice, the dark-haired mage that watched Karl's training every day, smirked at him and gestured toward the pair. Try them. I think you will find that they're in better shape than they look, she suggested. The teams moved closer to begin an attack routine, and the two students responded in unison. Dana summoned a golem, and Karl called Hawk out, letting the giant bird fly freely around the warehouse. Colonel Valerie gave a rueful chuckle, and the team members backed away with a smile. Well, that might not be the ingrained response we were hoping for, but it works, I guess. One of the warriors agreed. I can still fight, just not as energetically as usual, unless you've got some painkillers. I swear that my bruises have bruises right now. Karl replied. Good thing that you can fight a ranged battle, then. Should we wake Dana up and get this started? The man asked. Dana didn't open her eyes as she answered. I'm awake. What's our first activity? This week is not as bad as last week. We want to see how the two of you work together to defend a spot in the middle of the warehouse against multiple attackers. But we will have to call Hawk back, because there isn't enough terrain set up to sneak up with him hanging out in the rafters. One of the warriors explained as he began to equip a set of training armor. The helmet had a face shield and a neck protector, giving the attacking team full coverage as well as the shielding from their mages, so they shouldn't get hurt no matter what Karl and Dana did to them. But in the eyes of the attacking team, there wasn't much they were likely to do in that state. This was an essential part of the first week's training, learning to function on limited sleep and while exhausted. It wasn't as severe as the military put the regular soldiers through, at least not in the physical sense. But the students were also younger, and the mental exhaustion was undoubtedly just as great. Alice led Karl and Dana to the center of the impromptu maze, while a group of the warriors scattered through the crates that made up an approximation of either narrow alleys or an office building's maze of walls. Karl wasn't sure which it was meant to be, as he hadn't personally seen either, but it was going to make it easy for them to get close before they were detected. Karl's eyes were much better than human, but his hearing hadn't changed much, nor had his other senses, but his eyes could only see for a few meters around them. Set the golem to guard this spot, and I will set up traps. Then you start spreading fog, but in random banks around us, it doesn't have to encompass our position. Karl whispered. The random fog banks might confuse the attackers, and Karl would set traps using rend, as they had taught him last week. They didn't have much time, as the warehouse was not a huge place, but Karl worked quickly to get traps set up on most of the routes into the center by putting them just into his line of sight. There were a few routes behind him that he couldn't keep visible, so the golem would guard those approaches, and that would have to be enough warning for them. The team approached silently, for the most part. The sound of someone bumping into a wall in the fog alerted Karl to their approach, but he couldn't be certain if it was an accident or a deliberate distraction. Then there was another from off to his left, and a sharp intake of breath, as the warrior stopped short just before he would have run into the trap. Karl carefully added one more trap, down by the ankles and a half step further than the first, which was at chest height in the fog. There was a full second of silence, as the warrior checked the trap in the dense fog, and then a crash as he ducked under it and hit the second line, falling out into the open only a few steps from the central area Karl was guarding. Karl sent a shred attack his way, and the warrior raised his hands as the attack slammed into his helmet. That should be the signal for out, because after that he lay on the ground and played dead. There was another footstep and a soft chuckle from behind him, as the next man in line assumed that Karl had gotten the drop on him, then a loud cuss as he stepped on the trap line and retreated around the corner. That made the others much more careful, and Karl nearly missed the next one until the golem surged forward to attack down a corridor. It was going to pursue the target, but Dana called it back to them, waiting to see what the warriors would do, and smart enough not to let the golem out of her sight where they could trick the simple reactions of the automaton. A few seconds later they came all at once, making Karl and Dana both lash out with spells as fast as they could for the next few seconds as the warriors dodged and parried, until they found blades at their necks, marking the end of the defense. Not bad. We have one chased off by the golem, 3 down by traps, and 4 more downed in the final rush. Now grab an energy drink and something to eat. We're going to go over some more effective defensive measures using the skills that you both have. Colonel Valerie congratulated them with a nod of appreciation for their effort. That was the best praise that they had managed to get out of her yet, and Karl was sure that it was a good sign that she was warming up to them a little bit. Chapter 77, Pet Suggestions. Karl sat down with the warriors, one of whom was still nursing a sore foot with his boot off. As you can see, the most effective strategy against many targets is actually the feet and legs. They're not as protected, and while the target will be careful what they step on, that also means they will be hesitant to approach you. Daniel explained, taking on the role of the spokesman after having watched Karl in his regular classes for a week. That makes sense. The boot has to have some feeling, or you won't be able to walk as smoothly, but that also means that the armor is limited. I wasn't expecting someone to actually step on the tripwire, though. Karl agreed. That made the other warriors chuckle. Thin wires in the fog is a great combination technique, and it was what we were initially planning to suggest. There are only so many different ways to use rend, but if you treat it like wire, then you should be able to make a number of quality traps, as well as set up ambushes. Our discussion today will be less about new ways to use your technique, and what we should be finding you for a second pet attempt. If you had someone who could fight at your side in that situation, like the golem, you would have increased your potential defenses by a lot, and it might have been enough to deal with all the attackers. The official position is that we should have you try with more newborns or eggs, as that was how Hawk started. If you try to bond a larger, aggressive monster, there is a strong possibility that it would remain hostile to you and waste your talent until it is put down. There is also the chance that a lost pet might not be able to be replaced. The classes that can summon a familiar or helper pet are like that. Once it's gone, it is gone, and they can't do it again. Your class is unique, and you can bond with actual monsters, not use magic to summon a mouse or cat-level common animal. Plus you can bring them into that space in your mind that nobody knows the limitations of. But that is why we are being cautious. There's a lot of potential there, and we don't want to make a fatal error. Daniel explained. Karl nodded slowly. The explanation made sense, but the space felt more like it was a nest, a home for whatever lived there. It didn't stop existing when Hawk was outside, and the second space was just sitting empty, waiting for Karl to build a nest for something else. All right. What did you have in mind? Is there like some strategic reserve of monster babies for study or something? Karl asked. The team laughed and shook their heads. No, what we're going to do is go for a little adventure. There are a few tame species of monsters that the scientists study, but those aren't what we need for an elite that cultivates combat pets. Instead, we are going to head to the southern plains and go find you a proper monster. The place is infested with them, and they're all brutal killers. They have to be to survive there among their own kind. So, the initial plan is to drive around until you find one that feels promising to your class. Then hunt it. We have surveillance, and we've marked nearly 100 nests and infant monsters, so there is a good chance that we can find what you need. Look at the hawk. He started out as an egg in the kitchen, and now he's one of the largest birds of prey that I have ever seen. Most birds his size, even the monstrous ones, are flightless, but his body is light and powerful despite his size. If another pet went through a similar advancement, we could be looking at a whole new strain of monster that is more deadly than any other on its level. Daniel was clearly excited as he finished his speech, and the others were preparing to bring out the maps to show Karl the possible matches that they had found. We've got everything from snakes to badgers, to a crystalline mammoth cub tract. So whatever you think would be best can be available. Daniel added. A crystalline mammoth would be a nightmare for anyone to fight against. They were supposed to have incredible magical powers according to folklore, but the book said that it was a result of their hide reflecting and changing any attack sent against them. Plus they stood over 5 meters tall, and could crush armored cars with just their feet. Having one would be cool, but feeding one could be much more difficult than keeping Hawk happy. One of the others gestured to spots on a map they unrolled. We have also prepared for the possibility that your skills only allow you to bond with birds, so there are 6 different powerful potential avian partners who have eggs in their nests. Now, actually getting the eggs won't be easy, but that's why we're here. We will send 2 teams with you to gather the new pet, and then we will impose a full blackout on the information so that it doesn't leak out until you are ready for others to know. If it is a baby, you will need time to help it grow. And nobody wants everyone to know their true power if they have the chance to hold a secret skill back for emergencies. Daniel smiled at Karl's hesitation. We're all on the same team, but we're all competing for the best jobs, the next promotion, that special chance that will give us something that we want. Having a little something in reserve can help impress people at just the right moment. Karl smiled at the warriors as he understood the logic. All right, when do we leave? Now? I will go get Alice, and we will take Jody and Ennis as well, so that Dave and Jill can stay to watch over Dana as she recovers. They will likely spend the night here, resting and practicing through the off day. The academy is too loud to really focus, so having a night to just sit in silence should be appreciated. Daniel explained. Chapter 78, Begin the Search. Jody was the stereotypical blonde, handsome ladies' man, while Ennis was a short but muscular ginger woman, and both were among the military half of the Bureau of Elite Development. Agents. That seemed to be a deliberate choice by Daniel, as he led them all to a military vehicle which was far better suited to off-road use than the car that they had taken from the academy. "How long will it take us to get there?" Karl asked as they got in the truck. "Not long. We're close to the region that we want to start the search in, so we will drive a few hours and stop at a way station for the night. It would be better to search for the targets when we're all fresh and rested. Mistakes happen in the dark, and I despise writing incident reports." Daniel replied with a teasing smile. They didn't wait for any long goodbyes. They just headed out and followed the highway south, intending to make their destination in time for dinner. That was still going to be difficult, Karl realized as the sun set, and they were still driving, but a few hours after that, they were pulling up to a walled town that opened the gates for them and let them in to park next to a small motel, with a row of units in 2 levels, and gun turrets on each end of the roof. "I take it that this place is a bit more dangerous than it is at home," Karl commented with a gesture toward the guns and the spotlights that were mounted on every building near the wall. "A little bit, but mostly it is a precaution against larger predators trying to break into the city. Nobody wants to run to the wall for every emergency, so they build turrets on their workplace instead," Alice explained. Daniel checked them in, and Karl found himself alone in a small room with a single bed and a television. It wasn't anything special as far as hotels went, but it was quiet, so he spent the next few hours meditating and working on the new beast space to prepare it for occupancy. "Get something cool," Hawk demanded. "And what do you think would be good? If you say a messy eater so you can steal the scraps, I will have to remind you that you mostly eat in separate spaces," Karl replied. "Something that will scare targets. Maybe a huge snake." "Everything is afraid of snakes, even if they're easy to chop with rend," Karl thought for a second. "I think that it would be best to get another smart species. We work well together because we can communicate easily. If they can't follow the same instructions, it will just make it harder to fight. That rules out snake monsters. They're dangerous, but not intelligent." "What about a warbear? They're smart. We should get a warbear." They were also 7 meters tall when standing on all 4 feet, covered in heavy natural armor and infamously ill-tempered peak overlord rank monsters. A warbear would take on anything without fear, from a juvenile dragon to a main battle tank. "I don't think we will be in a mood to celebrate if Mama Warbear finds us trying to steal her cub," Karl reminded Hawk. The Windspeed Hawk and the warbear actually got along well, as the hawks liked to chirp for assistance when they wanted a partner to take down prey, and the warbear would happily kill anything that walked on its territory. But it didn't consider birds a threat, as they stayed off the ground unless they were hunting, and they were smart enough not to hunt anything that the warbear liked to eat. Karl drifted off to sleep a few hours later, and woke up to the sound of a warning siren. He quickly threw on his uniform and got up to see what was going on. As an elite at the awakened rank, it was part of his duty to respond to these sorts of emergencies, even if the town was prepared. They had the 4 escorts from the Bureau as well, so he wouldn't be in any real danger. But if it was a monster attack, there was a chance that it might lead him to an opportunity to find his second partner. As soon as he stepped out the door, there was a man in a police officer's uniform pointing at him. "You're an elite, right? Ranged or melee?" the policeman shouted. "Either. Where do you need me?" Karl asked. "On the wall. It's a locust swarm." The officer was obviously panicking, and Karl wondered why a bunch of tiny insects were causing so much panic to people other than the farmers. Jody and Daniel were outside a few seconds behind him, while Alice and Anise were up in the tower on top of the hotel, and were already preparing to start casting spells. "Hawk, stay inside. They're shooting at anything that moves," Karl warned his partner, then ran to the wall a few meters from the hotel. The swarm was hundreds of meters wide, and behind them, there was nothing. Not branches or grass. Nothing but bare dirt and locust droppings. That explained why the villagers were terrified of these things, and they were much larger than Karl had read about in the book. These were a common grade monster species, and larger than his forearm, instead of the size of his finger. Nothing was trying to eat the locusts, as Karl had expected of this insect buffet, and he quickly realized why. Everyone that the local shot was instantly devoured by those around it, leaving nothing behind. With that sort of cannibalistic instinct, not even Hawk would want to attack and have most of his food stolen before he could retrieve it. Karl shook himself out of his reverie and sent a constantly widening set of rend attacks into the front of the locust swarm, tearing dozens apart with each of the 4 attacks. That wasn't even close to enough firepower to slow the tide, but the power consumption was low, and Karl was throwing them out twice per second. The mages were the ones that made the first real change in the tightly packed ranks of the swarm, by using fireballs to burn huge holes in the pack that quickly filled with other locusts, eating the bodies, and caused the front line to waver, as the insects were distracted by the prospect of food left behind. That made for an even more densely packed group, and Karl changed to creating a net with 2 rend attacks, and stretched it into a thin wire, which took a bit more power, but which tore apart a large patch of the locusts. The more of them that were destroyed at once, the slower their progress got, buying time for the locals and their guns to get in position and begin defending their homes. The buildings would likely hold up against the swarm, Karl assumed, but the gardens and everything else would not. The land would be left completely barren after the swarm passed, and they would have to start over from nothing. Welcome to the South. A man with a rifle and a cart full of equipment greeted Karl as he made it up the ramp. Quite the morning. What do you have there? Karl replied as he continued to attack. Automated flamethrower turret. If we have to retreat to the bunkers, they will burn most. Everything that tries to get into the town. Bloody locusts will even eat the metal when they get close. Not much else you can do. Chapter 79, Locusts. Karl kept up the low-power attacks as the locust swarm began to dwindle under the combined firepower of the town and the efforts of the elites. Jody and Daniel were currently using rifles, as they were close combatants, but they were highly skilled with them, and every shot counted against the pure numbers of locusts. How long can you keep that up? The man beside Karl asked as another fence of 4 rend attacks tore apart the front lines of the swarm. Long enough. They're going to be here before I'm worn out, Karl replied. Perhaps not, lad. Just wait. Once they're close enough, we will start with the explosives, and that should thin them out quick, fast, and in a hurry. The man informed him with a smile. The first explosives were a line of landmines that the swarm set off, tearing apart the entire front line of insects, and then the one behind it as they reached the second row of mines. That was over a quarter of the insects in a few seconds, but they were leaping into the air now, flying over the minefield. That made them easier targets for rend, as now they were right at Karl's eye level, and the attack would tear through multiple ranks of them before dissipating. Then the city's police force began firing grenade launchers into the swarm, hitting some in the air, and others on the ground. The rifles were having a harder time against the flying insects, but Karl and the mages were not. The exploding magical fireballs and crimson streaks of energy were stopping everything that the grenades didn't, and the flying portion of the swarm began to descend to in order to eat the bodies. That set off more of the landmines, and the number of attackers began to fall to the point that they hardly seemed like a threat anymore. But even a few could run amok through the town, and each of them could kill a human, then use the body as nutrients for more locust eggs. Karl began to sweat with exertion, and Hawk was pushing to come out and assist, even if he was standing beside Karl on the wall. It's all right, buddy. We're almost done here. 1 more minute, and they'll be all gone. Then whatever cleanup the town does can start, Karl replied, placating the bird for a moment, as he slowed his attacks to avoid overtaxing his stamina. The locusts made a field of green blood and body bits in the distance when the alarm finally sounded again, marking the official end of the battle and the start of the cleanup effort, which would ensure there were no survivors or viable eggs left behind. Thank you, Elite. Might I know your name? The man beside Karl asked politely. Karl, awakened rank student at the academy, he replied, and the man chuckled. I must say I'm a bit jealous. You did an impressive job here today. Your skills are well suited to town defense against the swarms of weaker monsters. Come back again sometime and drinks will be on us. Daniel laughed as he came over to the pair. No getting the students drunk so young, he reprimanded the local. Bah, you city folk are too uptight. Out here in the sticks we start drinking beer with breakfast as soon as we can walk. Karl chuckled. That was because the water was no good, so you had to filter it, and beer came ready to drink. His own family had done the same thing, though they thinned the cheap beer with the more expensive drinking water for the kids. Still, we're headed out into the long grass, so no drinking this morning, even if the beer is free with breakfast. Daniel cautioned Karl with a frown. Got it, boss. No drinking before we go monster hunting. It took a few minutes before things had calmed down enough that the staff returned to the restaurant next to the motel, but there was hot coffee in the pots, and the 4 agents were happy with that until the cook returned to take their orders. Alice was the first to address their plans for the day. As we've all been vividly reminded, the South is not a safe area, and it belongs more to the monsters than the people. So, we will have to watch every move that we make as we travel further from civilization. The first spot that I want to stop is here, by the river. I don't know if Karl gets some sort of calling to his potential partners, or if it will be a conscious decision every time, but there should be a wide variety of options along the riverbank. Most monsters need to drink, so they will have to go there eventually. The optimal targets would seem to be the stone-skin rhino, the golden dire bear, the giant crocolisk, and the armored ape. They were definitely aiming to get Karl a tank for the next pet, but they were right, those would all be great options. The stone-skin rhino could spread its armor over nearby targets. Golden dire bear had an extremely impressive strengthening ability. The armored ape also had armor magic, and the crocolisk was basically a living tank. Karl would put it at the bottom of his list as it didn't have innate magic that he would be likely to learn, but as far as combat power, it was certainly near the top of the list. Since I gained Hawk's Ren skill, I think that another innate skill would most likely be passed on as well, so it might be just as important to pick a good skill as it is to pick the toughest of monsters. Karl suggested. We could go a bit further and try to find him a giant Saro? Daniel suggested. You think that a giant armored lizard with rhino horns is what anyone would want as a pet? Alice asked. The warrior shrugged. It's a herbivore, so easy to feed. It's huge, armored, and it has the rapid regeneration innate skill. When it activates that ability, it will heal from the most egregious wounds in seconds. How would that not be useful? Jody smiled. I just think it will be amusing to see someone try to fight an ancient lizard the size of a small elephant. Karl had never heard of such a creature, but it sounded terrifying. Chapter 80. Down by the river. Their drive took them out of the grassland, and down a road that led through a marshy area, where the crocolisk could be found. There were other magical beasts in the area, ones that hadn't been flagged as the most likely ones to build a strong team with Hawk, and some of them were not shy about being around the roadway when they passed. For example, a large antlered animal roughly the size of their truck, with long legs, and a thick neck that promised those broad antlers weren't just for show. What exactly is that? Karl muttered as they passed it by. Southern moose. They're not a magical beast, but most of the common grade beasts won't mess with them, Alice replied. That was understandable, the beast was massive. Up ahead they spotted a few smaller magical creatures, and the others watched Karl carefully to see if he had any sort of response to them, but Karl was just in wonder at all the scenery, unlike anything he had ever seen before. First up, there should be a stone-skin rhino nest around here somewhere. It is further back off the road, so we will have to walk in to find it. One team will come with you, the other will stay to guard the truck so we don't have to walk home. Daniel informed him seriously. All right, let's go see what we can find. Karl agreed. According to the map, they would have to pass by a bit of the marsh. Then they would be back at the river, and that was where they were likely to find the rhino nest, as well as many other predators. Stop! Don't leave the truck. It looks like we found one of our options early, Alice ordered, and Daniel abruptly but silently pulled his door closed again. Off in the trees, there was an enormous furry creature with a mottled pattern of golden spots through jet black fur. That should be the golden dire bear that they had informed him of, and it had a small cub with it. The problem was that they were together, and the mother was paying close attention to her young cub, which meant they wouldn't be able to sneak up on it and see if Karl could bond it. The mother is commander rank, and she doesn't look impressed to see us here. How about we go a little further along? Jody suggested. Karl considered the options for a moment. The golden dire bear would be a good team member, especially as they grew so naturally powerful, but getting into a fight with one on the off chance that the cub would forgive him and work together seemed risky. We know where they are now, we can come back later, perhaps with some meat, and see if that puts her in a better mood. Daniel agreed, while Jody began to slowly drive until the bear decided that they were no longer a threat and went back to watching her cub. It's a bit further from the river, but up ahead here there are some survivors of the giant lizard breeds. There aren't many of them left, at least not outside the breeding farms in the west, but any of them should be a viable option. They're not dragons, but there are some dracs among them, and almost every species has some sort of innate skill, Jody explained as he turned down a dirt path. They drove for another 10 minutes, when Jody stopped the truck and pointed to the far side of a clearing where there was a large group of animals, roughly the same 2 meters tall as the golden dire bear had been on all 4 feet, but with thick scales and 3 horns on their wide heads as the Sero were described. They were happily munching plants with beaked mouths, which made Hawk happy, and they seemed to be non-aggressive unless threatened. Those are a subset of the Sero. They're less than half the size of the ones we were looking for, and they lack the full extent of the healing ability. But they have a rather unique racial skill that you might like. These beasts can coat themselves in magical lightning. They use it both as armor and as a weapon when they charge, Jody explained. There are eggs in the nests, and they're closer to us than to the beasts. Do you think that we should take a little trip out and see if we can get one to test? Daniel asked. Karl agreed that they looked like they would be a suitable option, and they had heavy scales all over their body that looked impenetrable, as well as the 3 long horns and the armored head. I will be in and out in seconds, Hawk suggested. I will send Hawk. Karl informed the others, then opened the door a crack to call the bird out into the open. Hawk streaked through the trees, and as soon as he grabbed an egg, alerting the herd to a predator in their midst, Karl called him back into the beast space. He could feel the egg, the life form inside of it, and it had been pushed to the other space when Hawk entered his home, but it was not ready to hatch. There was something missing for Karl to form a bond with it. I think it's a possibility, but I need to do something, and I'm not sure what. Karl informed the others, as Jody began driving again. Slowly, as if the bird had nothing to do with him. Then we will keep looking. Place the egg here in the padded bag, and we will hold on to it in case it's the best option, Alice explained. In the taming space, Hawk shook his feathers, and something else moved to the secondary space. Did you get something on you? Karl asked curiously. Not sure. What happened? Hawk asked, unable to see the other space or its contents. There's a tiny egg, like minuscule, Karl explained as he examined the egg. There's another tiny egg there as well, I think that it was on Hawk when he came back. I'm not sure what it is yet. Karl informed the others. Can you bring it out? Or is it too fragile to move easily? Alice asked. It looks very soft, not like a bird egg, but there is something alive in there for certain. I can feel it. Karl explained, then moved the egg to one of the padded bags. The others looked at it in horror, and Alice opened the door. Get that thing out of here. That's a bloodbath spider egg. Chapter 81, Bloodbath Spider. Karl looked down at the egg. The bloodbath spider was an urban legend. They were an invasive predator from a nation to the east and survived entirely on blood, like a mosquito. But unlike the common mosquito, they grew to the size of a small car and had mandibles that could tear through steel to get to what they wanted. They were supposed to have been hunted to extinction, but it seemed that there was still some hiding out here in the wilderness. Karl was still admiring the soft egg when the truck made an abrupt turn, circling back the way that they had arrived from, and Jody increased his speed. You know that it is an egg, right? It's not hatched, Karl reminded the playboy. Yeah, you say that now, but where is Mother Bloodbath? They lay their eggs on the strands of their web. If Hawk came back with a spider egg on him, he broke a strand of the web as he flew over to get the other egg. They don't lay many eggs at a time because it would overpopulate an area too quickly, so they're probably going to be very protective, he replied, beginning to panic. The mother can bite through the armored roof of this truck. Daniel whispered to Karl, explaining the situation more clearly. They had 4 fully trained and high-ranking elites, but precisely 0 who fancied walking home after their car was demolished by a giant spider. Karl moved the egg back into the secondary B space. If they didn't find another option, this bloodbath spider hatchling would do very well. It looked like the spider and the lightning Sarrow might be his only options if they were picking today because Jody was headed straight back to town. And he wasn't even slowing down when they got near the river, where the other options on the original list should be. Well, it appears that I've got 2 choices. How about I hold them both and see which one I can get to hatch and bond first? Karl offered as the town walls came back into sight. 2 is enough. Jody agreed. Alice looked ready to disagree with him, but the other 2 looked like they were on his side with a plan to not spend any more time in the wilderness after the day that they had. They'd only run into a few predators, but they were the worst possible ones to anger. At the very least, they would wait one night before going back out again. The academy had given permission for the trip, and they didn't have a set schedule, so they could stay out here for a week if they needed it. As long as the answer of whether Karl could bond another monster was clear, they could take all the time that they needed. Once they were both safely set in the secondary B space, the 2 eggs seemed to be coexisting without any issues, but they couldn't be moved to Hawk space anymore, which made Karl wonder if he was going to have to move one of them out the minute that the other one hatched and bonded. There was one easy way to find out. Karl began to meditate and pour energy into the space, which flooded into the eggs. They were both immature eggs, though of more powerful monsters than the Windspeed Hawk, and the change was immediately noticeable. The embryos in the eggs began to develop at a massively increased rate as the space increased in size to accommodate them. He should probably pick one or the other well before they hatched, but both were growing so well that Karl didn't want to change anything yet. There was always the possibility that he could have multiple beasts in the space once they were bonded. Perhaps this second space was for unbonded pets in waiting? The first to hatch was the Sarrow, with small horns smashing through the eggshell, and a sense of mingled joy and relief flooding Karl's mind as the small reptile bonded with him. As Hawk had done, the beast began to grow rapidly out of its awkward newborn phase, but the Sarrow wasn't as helpless as a baby bird, and he was screaming for food already. Karl focused, and found that he could move the creature to Hawk space, but he felt like a visitor there. It wasn't his space, but the small prehistoric-looking beast began to happily graze on the imaginary grass that Karl had made, and its body fleshed out with the influx of energy. So Karl kept adding more energy to the second space with the bloodbath spider egg, which was still growing and maturing. What are you up to? We're here, Alice asked. I need to focus. I think that the eggs can both be hatched and bonded, Karl muttered, not opening his eyes. All right, just follow me to a hotel room and you can finish your work, Alice instructed as Jody parked the truck. The others went to talk to the staff, while Alice led Karl to a room, then closed and bolted the door while she waited there with him. If that spider hatches and you can't bond it, you will need one of us here to keep you safe. It will be weaker than you, but they're fast, and they can dig inside the skin, which makes victims panic, she explained. Karl hadn't considered that possibility. If he couldn't bond it, he likely couldn't keep it in that space either, but he wasn't sure that either he or Hawk could handle it running wild in the hotel room. A tiny spider running loose would be a nightmare to catch, but Alice was a mage, so she likely had some way to deal with it. Karl forged ahead and kept the progress going on the spider egg in the secondary space, growing it to the size of a baseball, with a transparent membrane that held a large black spider. Inside, it was almost ready to hatch, and the space had been expanded by quite a bit, though the quality of it still seemed very low compared to the first space. In retrospect, that was the wrong course of action. But Karl had no way of knowing that until the egg hatched, and the pain hit his mind. Chapter 82. Mistakes were made. The moment that the spider egg hatched, the two beast spaces in his mind were nearly torn apart, with a third trying to form, and the imbalance between the complete space and the incomplete one was not allowing them to find a common distribution rate to form the third space. I need high-energy food, whatever you can get, Karl informed Alice with a pained wince, feeling like his head was going to explode. What is happening? The mage asked as she sent a message on her phone to the others. Both of them hatched too close together for me to equalize their living spaces. It is trying to create a third space in my mind, but the second is not ready to be split, and the first can't give up the energy that it already has. I need that energy, Karl demanded. It's on its way, just hold on for a few more seconds, and we will get you something, Alice explained. The reserves for Hawk were almost all raw meat, which Karl would have a horrible time digesting, but there was some roasted chicken in there, which Karl pulled out as a stopgap measure until he could get something with more energy. Does it have to be meat? Alice asked frantically. Anything with an awakened energy level or better, Karl replied as the energy influx from the chicken flowed through his body. Jody rushed in with a bag from the truck and began pulling out supplies until he got to the prepackaged meals. These are all ascended rank meat for the main course, and the other dishes should be decent. They're made for commander rank elites on energy-intensive missions, he explained as he tore the first pack open and handed it to Karl with a spoon. A cold ration pack was not exactly fine dining, but it was edible enough, and the energy flow was enough that the immediate pain was fading, while a sense of mental stress was settling in as a third space began to form. Both of the hatchlings were drawing immense amounts of energy from him, and even after Karl did his best to feed them what power he could absorb, it wasn't enough. I need monster blood and large amounts of magical plants for the new beasts. I think that things will stabilize once they are fed and not drawing energy straight from me, Karl explained, while otherwise completely focused on feeding himself and keeping his focus well enough to stabilize the newly formed space. Magical plants were something that they had plenty of, since the plants didn't have to be edible to humans. Daniel brought back what appeared to be an entire hay bale, while a few minutes after that, Jody returned with a 5-gallon pail full of blood. The shrub was put into the newest area, as the baby Sero seemed to be the more placid of the two, while the bloodbath spider took its name literally, and accidentally fell off the rim of the bucket into the blood before climbing back out to drink more carefully. You need to keep eating, Alice advised him as Karl began to relax. That made him open his eyes and look at his hand as he reached out for more food. What the hell? What happened to me? He gasped as he looked at the skeletal thin arm in front of him. You tell us. You suddenly started to wither, and it's still ongoing, though not as fast as it was at first. You look like hell, Alice replied. Karl dug into what looked like a set of plates from the buffet, piled high with whatever could be grabbed, and tried to form his thoughts. The monsters don't share a space the way that I expected them to, or rather, they can't. I didn't realize that until the third one hatched and bonded. It needed to form another mental space, and I wasn't prepared. It drew the energy it needed from me, and it looks like I barely managed to keep up. If the beasts hadn't been hatchlings, they would have needed more energy to stabilize a space at their power level, and I would most likely be dead right now, or one of them would have. Broken free. There is a cap on the size, but not on the power density of the first space that I have reached. But there is a minimum requirement to properly bond a new pet. I know that now. One separate mental space, with as much or more stored energy than the creature being bonded has. In the future, it would be best to keep going with hatchlings, unless I have time to form a space for them in advance and to stock it with massive amounts of energy. But right now, I need a lot of food for growing beasts, and to try to recover what was spent. I don't even know how long that will take. Have any of you ever seen anything like this before? Karl explained. Jody frowned. I have, but it was the result of a hostile spell, not backlash from an ability. It looks like there are dangers to overextending yourself in this way. But are the two new beasts really stable? Karl inspected the beast spaces. Yes, they are stable, at least for now. They are going to need some time before they're ready to actually begin training, but they are stabilized. Then our priority is to get you back into functional shape. We will help you eat and try to regain energy tonight. And then in the morning we will determine if you need to be hospitalized until you can regain enough of the lost mass to be safely moved back to the academy. Alice informed him with a pitying look on her face. I guess I had better get to work on my recovery then. What do we have for higher rank foods? I will let you know when it's too much for me to digest efficiently. Karl sighed. Start with this salad. It might taste awful, but it's the most potent in the group. It was prepared for us to recover quickly from injuries, so it has healing properties and a commander rank base, Alice offered. Karl took the first bite, and energy flooded his system at a rate faster than anything he had ever experienced, then began to drain into all three of the beast spaces as fast as he could eat.
So, to keep some of that for his own body.
But after a few bites, he was getting the hang of splitting the energy 4 ways. The mental strain of the new spaces was diminishing, as the energy influx became greater than the beast's need to draw from him in order to stabilize their early growth. but the pounding headache that Karl had was only getting worse. It felt like someone was kicking him in the skull from the inside, but he had no idea what he should do about it. Then, after a few minutes and 3 of the 4 salads, Karl found the reason. A new voice broke through the pain and whispered in his mind. This food is good. Is there more? Chapter 83 Thor. The placid voice was coming from the newest of the spaces in his mind, which was currently occupied by the Sero, who was happily munching away on the plants as his body grew from its hatchling state. I will get you more before that runs out, Karl agreed. That was enough to reassure the creature, and with it the pressure on Karl's mind, at least some of the pressure on his mind. The bond with the bloodbath spider was still not strong enough, and while the creature seemed happy with the situation that it was in, the bond between them still needed work, until Karl could speak to it mentally and ensure that it wasn't going to escape and run rampant through the town. Hawk had a habit of wandering out of the space any time that he wanted, but Karl was fairly certain that he could keep the beast in the space if he wanted to. Once the bond was formed, they would obey his orders without too many questions, and asking that they stay inside was a simple enough request. The singular goal of stopping the pain in his head, Karl kept adding energy to the spaces, with working to strengthen them, while he rebuilt that was done to his body, as well as he could with the excess energy that he could spare from the process. A few minutes later, a man in a white coat came into the room, carrying a large box full of various potions and assorted tools that Karl vaguely recognized as medical devices in his distracted state. He's stable, according to my skill, but he's got a long way to go. I will give him a regrowth potion, and I hope that your overseer will cover the cost. These things aren't cheap. The doctor informed the other elites in the room. Daniel laughed. We were sent here directly by the Bureau of Elite Development. We can put it on the expense account, no need for a reimbursement filing. That was the best news that the doctor had heard all day, and with that magic promise of a direct billing to the expense account, he was eager to break out all the best treatments to get the young student fully recovered from whatever mishap he had sustained. Might I ask what caused this? If I know, I might be able to treat it more effectively. The doctor asked. That's a fine question, and we really don't know the answer. He's a strange class marking, and he bonded a windspeed hawk-type magical beast to him in order to gain power. On this outing, we wanted to see if he could add more monsters and expand his powers. Well, it worked, and he added 2. But there was some sort of backlash. It was too much mental strain, but then it started siphoning off his body as well. Alice explained. What 2 monsters? The doctor asked. A Sero, probably one of the smaller lightning adept varieties, and a bloodbath spider, both hatchlings. She explained. It is possible that the bloodbath spider was not getting what it needed, and it fed from the elite's body instead. Did you find some food for it? Hatchlings are born hungry, he asked. We did. There's a lot of awakened quality blood for it, and a smaller amount of ascended because we weren't sure what it would be able to digest. Alice explained. The doctor pulled another set of potions out, and began to set up in 4 drip for Karl, to make it easier to keep feeding him potions until he recovered. I suspect that a lot of the issue will be blood loss, and extreme dehydration. Did you say that the Sero has lightning or regeneration as its primary racial skill? The doctor requested, with a notepad in his hands. We would assume lightning, as they were the smaller variety at the nest, but it's freshly hatched, and we haven't seen the bonded animal's ability yet. That was good enough for the doctor, and he added more rapid healing medication to the bag, and an electrical insulator on the stand. One thing that he didn't want was for his expensive treatment to get shocked into uselessness if the monster broke free during treatment. He needn't have worried so much about that particular pet. It was perfectly happy eating in the beast space, with little to no motivation to do anything else right now. The bloodbath spider, on the other hand, was glutted on monster blood and bored, looking for something to do, while it was stuck in a featureless space, with barely enough energy to be comfortable. I will add more features later, so that you can start making yourself comfortable, Karl placated the spider. At least a tree to build my web in something. The spider complained, not understanding the intricacies of building the contents of the space. Karl took a branch from the pile of food that they had brought into the room for him to feed his pets, and moved it into the fist-sized spider's area, near the bucket of blood. That's a start. It sighed with relief, then set about making a nest in the branch, with stringers that ran to the bucket, so it didn't have to walk across the unnerving nothingness to get there. An hour later, the doctor switched the medicines in the 4 bag, and Karl's body began filling back out to something closer to his natural state. It wasn't a full recovery, but the elites in the room were feeling a lot better about his chances of not only surviving this mishap, but coming out better for it. The 2 monsters that Karl had bonded would both grow up to be extremely powerful without any additional help, but the evidence showed that simply being bonded to Karl would help them grow to be smarter and stronger than usual in a much shorter time. Between the hawk, the armored body of the Sero, and the bloodbath spider, they would form a combination that very few elites would be able to take down once they were fully grown. Chapter 84, Physical Recovery begins. The bond grew as Karl stabilized the spaces all through the next day, and after a few glasses of straight monster blood, they were beginning to make progress on returning his body to its normal state. Currently, the feedback from the two new monsters wasn't great, and mostly it was them drawing from Karl and Hawk, who was also eating heavily to sustain the burden of their two rapidly growing hatchlings. But already Karl could feel that the demand was decreasing as they grew in power, and soon it would reverse, with them beginning to strengthen his awakened grade physique. The bloodbath spider in particular. It was born on the strong side of awakened rank, going by its physique, but nobody in the room really knew what its innate skill was. It could tear apart an armored car with its mandibles, and smoothly cut through monster flesh with the claws at the end of its legs, but pure power wasn't enough to explain its deadly reputation at its level. Just after lunch, the best sign that the bonds were normalizing appeared. The Cerro, who insisted its name was Thor, after someone in the room had mentioned the mythical god of lightning, had settled in to sleep off a heavy meal, and Karl received a mental impression of a new power. Refreshing lightning. Create a lightning barrier around the caster that damages enemies and increases healing speed. Thor's lightning isn't just lightning. It is a magical effect that also slightly increases healing speed. I just gained access to it, but I don't dare use it in bed and hooked up to the fourth, at least not the first time. Karl informed the others. Whoops of joy filled the small hotel room, and the weary elites began to celebrate the fact that there didn't seem to be any lingering damage to Karl's body from the mishap. Now, we just need to find out what the ability of the bloodbath spider is, and we're set. Alice cheered. Karl checked on the spider in his mind. It had gone from the size of a baseball to the size of a volleyball overnight, and it had consumed nearly a third of the bucket of blood that they had provided for it. But it was happily sleeping in the hammock it had made in the small branch it had been given, and wasn't ready to answer questions yet. Give it a bit longer. They're both sleeping it off, and I need to do some more strengthening of the spaces before they grow any more powerful. The incredible body growth speed is great in theory, but I wasn't prepared to contain them, and I'm still worried that they will grow faster than I can keep providing a home for them. Hawk was good that way. His initial power level started low, and he grew with practice, but these two are growing powerful quickly without any training at all. He explained. That's fine. Take all the time that you need. Should we get you more of the monster blood to drink? Jody asked, concern clear on his face. It's fine. I think that the initial lack was due to the spider, and once we got a bucket of blood in there for it, I just needed to replenish what I lost. Karl sighed. That was completely unexpected, but they had gained valuable insights into the bonding process, and the possible side effects of bonding to something beyond your level. The spider still hadn't made direct contact with his mind yet, though he could feel its curiosity about where it was and what Karl was. They were lone predators by nature, and had only recently taken to protecting their young as their numbers dwindled. Before that they were nomadic, and once they mated, the females would lay single eggs every few days as they traveled, spreading their clutch far and wide. For most of the day they all rested, moving past the excitement of the night before, and just before dinner, the doctor came to remove the IV stand and the needles from Karl's arm. It looks like you're healed well enough to be in the clear now. Not all elites heal faster than normal, but you should be alright on your own, and you will just need some training to rebuild the muscle mass that you lost. The doctor informed Karl with a professional gaze. Thanks, Doc. I will get to that as soon as the headaches are gone and I'm feeling less dizzy. I think it should be within a day or so. Possibly right after dinner. Karl replied. The doctor got back to tending to the rest of the frontier town, which Karl had learned was as much a military outpost as a town. They might not dress like it, but most of the townsfolk were low-level elites, people who never made it past common grade, and who signed up to work for the defense department. Like the doctor, who could make various medicines, but nothing amazingly powerful by magical standards, they were still elites, but doing the most dangerous sort of job by keeping the wild monsters restricted to the south, and not moving into the more populated areas. Let me stand up, and I will see if this lightning is enough to help me recover. Karl suggested. Outside. Try the first time outside in case you can't control it properly. Daniel reminded him. The first few attempts to stand up were shaky, but Karl was feeling better by the step, and once they were out in the parking lot, he was ready to give the refreshing lightning a try. Slick crackled over his body, and Karl felt his body strengthening, while the sleeping Thor woke up for a moment to see who was under attack. Once it realized that it was just Karl healing himself, the newborn beast went back to sleep, secure in its small home, and tired from the effort of growing so much. Impressive. The muscle mass is growing back at a notable rate, recovering from the damaged and dehydrated tissues. Your skin is clearing up, and your pores are getting cleansed. You even smell faintly of ozone. It's a healing effect, and a spa treatment in one. Jody noted with glee. Unfortunately, I can't put it on anyone else, but I think it's going to be a fairly reliable defensive technique, Karl agreed. Chapter 85. Physical Examination. The last thing that they needed to do to determine the usefulness of the ability was to test it. Alice raised the barrier in between them, and gestured toward it with her fist. With just the lightning up, Give that a punch as hard as you can. It will tell us how your muscles are recovering, as well as if the lightning can already stand up to an awakened rank impact. If it can't, it will break around your fist when you hit the barrier," she explained. Karl snapped a fast punch at the barrier, and frowned. His strength wasn't fully recovered, and the physical strength wasn't as high as he would have preferred, but the lightning crackled against the barrier, making it glow bright blue, and held firm. Well, it's an awakened rank ability for certain. Karl will need to keep the lightning up as much as possible for a while, but the barrier is as good or better than that awakened rank training armor. Alice informed the others. "Is it safe to touch? As in, can you sit down in a chair without scorching it?" Daniel asked. Karl took a step back and saw the faint scorch marks where he was standing. "I'm going with no. Even through my shoes it's burning the ground, but it's not burning off my uniform, which is a big win for my dignity." Karl replied with a shrug. "Yeah, best not to tempt fate. You aren't recovering as fast as the big Sero or the Trice with their indestructible, innate ability, but it's still much faster than I'd expected." Daniel agreed. "I feel well enough to sit for a proper dinner now, so how about we go eat?" Karl suggested as he released the refreshing lightning ability. "Eat?" A soft feminine voice hissed in his mind. "Are you hungry for something different?" Karl asked delicately, hoping to make a good first impression on the spider. "No. Blood is life. Life is power. I need a bigger nest before I lure prey," she replied. The spider reminded Karl of when Hawk was a baby, all about food, always with the mice. Requests. Of course, if he hadn't had a massive growth spurt, those requests might not have stopped, but the focus on making the beast situation right for comfortable eating was the same. The group sat down to a proper dinner at a restaurant down the street, while the spider peered out of Karl's mind, content in its small nest, but intrigued by the world around them. They killed it and burned it. "Why do they do that to the food?" the spider asked. "For humans, it tastes better this way, and we can digest it more easily," Karl informed her. "Interesting. I will try some." Karl put a bit of steak in the beast's face, and the spider happily tore it apart before eating it in delicate bites that directly contrasted with the ferocity used to portion it. Not bad, it simulates the warmth of living food. Humans are strange, but smart. It is very tender, and they put something on it for flavor as well. "I approve." Karl smiled at the response, and Alice gestured for him to share with the group. "My new spider friend gives her compliments to the chef. She approves of making the meat hot and tender, as well as the seasoning." Karl explained. "Does she have a name?" Alice asked. Karl knew she was listening, so he waited while she came up with an answer. "Even if you don't, that is fine. I can help you come up with what you would like to be called later." He soothed the spider. "What should I be called? For I am the bringer of death, the one that all are fearful to speak of, the shadow that stalks the night and haunts the dreams of prey. I am power and stealth. What name could suit such a mighty being?" Karl could sense the immense pride, but it was for her speech, and not for herself. She was very proud that she had come up with something good, and she had no concept of what an edgy emo teen was, so she had no idea how much she sounded like one. "She hasn't yet picked a suitable name. If I come up with one, we will decide on it later." Karl informed the others. "We will come up with something suitably impressive for you. But maybe it will be simple. Thor named himself after the god of lightning, so perhaps you would like to be named after the spider goddess Arachne," Karl suggested. There was a pause as she considered it. The spider didn't know anything about human gods. "Is she a cool god?" she asked. "Very cool, and the most talented of gods at weaving," Karl agreed. "That name is too coarse. I will be Ray, short for Arachne," she decided. Change of plans. She will be called Ray, short for Arachne, the spider goddess. Karl explained to the group, who were all waiting, while he had a silent conversation in his mind. Hawk, Thor, and Ray, all superb names. Daniel complimented the beast before continuing to eat. "Please let us know when we can meet her." Alice replied with a smile, and Karl felt the spider looking out of his mind. "Later, not now. It is too bright and too far from my nest. Maybe tonight." "She isn't fond of bright places while she's still growing," Karl explained. "Oh, that makes sense. We will meet tonight if she is up for it, and then after we have done some basic tests tomorrow, we will head back to the academy. I'm sure they're concerned about you, and Sergeant Rita is probably going to murder me for ruining her lesson plans again." Alice laughed. Karl gave her a questioning look, and the mage continued. "Well, you've got 3 pets now, right? Hawk is well versed in working with you, but he's never worked with the others, and they haven't done any survival training at all. Once they are back at the academy, the sergeant will want them all trained to work in a team for safety, and to enhance their power," she explained. That got Thor's attention. There is safety and power in numbers. Together is much better than alone. Chapter 86, Hyper Sero. On the way back to the hotel, Karl called out to Thor, who immediately began to run in a circle, sniffing the other team members so that he would recognize them as friends later. Then he came to stand by Karl's feet and looked around for something to eat. There isn't much food out here, but there are more friends. When we get back to the academy, I will introduce you to other trustworthy people as well, Karl explained. The lightning Sparrow was the size of a large dog already, up from the ostrich egg size that he started from, and his horns were already beginning to grow, one on his nose, above the thick-beaked mouth, and two more on the armored frill that looked strangely like jade stone slightly. Shiny, with wavy white lines through it in a pattern that spread down all its scales and thickened to pure white on its belly. The tail ended in a large armored ball with small studs all over it, like a living wrecking ball, but Thor was careful not to smash people with his tail as he ran around. The townspeople looked at them like they were crazy, wandering around with a baby lightning Sparrow, but the creature was happy like a puppy and not attacking anyone, so they didn't voice their complaints about the danger of bringing monsters into town. Humans don't get big, do they? Just wait, I will be big enough to take care of you soon, Thor informed him with certainty that made Hawk laugh. Karl hadn't realized that the beasts could hear each other when they talked to him, but Hawk certainly could hear Thor. Thor wasn't worried about Hawk, though. His scales were so hard that the average windspeed Hawk would only pose a minimal threat to him, and they would be unable to drag him away into the sky with his size. Hawk still might not be able to lift him easily, but with Rend and Shred, the winner of a fight between them was unlikely to be Thor until he grew up. Humans don't have to be huge. They're smart. Haven't you been looking at all the strange things they have made? This place is like one huge web for hundreds of them, Ray added in her gentle voice. Thor didn't understand. Webs weren't a danger, they were just silk strings, but there were plenty of humans here, a whole herd of them that stayed in one spot, so they must be strong somehow. Thor took in everything that there was to see, and relayed the information to the others. Ray didn't want to come out in the light, and Hawk knew that they were likely to shoot at him if he flew around town. Jody led them to an open field near the edge of town, a sport field for the local school, and then stopped the group. Let's get everyone out now. I know that Ray isn't comfortable in the light, but we're all friends here, so it should be all right, he announced, using his tone to imply that it was more of an order than a suggestion. Hawk happily went to stand by Thor, but Ray hesitated, still uncomfortable being in the open and around anyone in the light. Karl went over to stand in the shade of some trees at the edge of the field, and Ray relented, exiting the beast space to hide in the branches. If there is a threat, I will pull you right back into the space if you don't notice it first. Just focus on the space, and you can return to it when you are close to me, Karl informed the skittish spider. Isn't she coming out? Jody asked, and Karl sensed Ray's smug smile even without looking at her. She's a bloodbath spider. Her body adapts coloration to her surroundings. She's in the tree, you idiot. Anise reprimanded him, speaking for the first time all day and startling everyone. She was normally quiet and let the boisterous blonde man do all the talking, but when she did speak, her reprimand brought him to an instant stop. Oh, right, yes, there she is, Jody stammered while Alice openly laughed at him. I like your friends. They're funny, Ray giggled. Miss Ray, would you mind attacking a barrier spell for me, so we can see how your abilities are growing? Alice asked politely, before making the barrier in the branches of the tree, so the spider didn't have to come out. Ray inspected it for a moment, then her body surged with power, and she descended upon the barrier in a frenzy of violence. As soon as she attacked, Karl understood the brilliance of the bloodbath spider's evolution. The energy on her front claws and mandibles adapted as soon as she first touched the barrier, and insight flowed into Karl's mind. Offensive adaptation. Passive ability that allows attacks to take on a more efficient form based on the target. Alice whistled in appreciation as the blows rained down on the barrier until the spider exhausted herself and backed up to the trunk of the tree, annoyed that the barrier didn't break. That is impressive. Just on attack power, you would certainly be ranked as Ascended, though the actual energy level is much lower and at the bottom end of Awakened, Alice informed her. Then the mage turned to Thor. Would you like to try as well? She set up the barrier on the ground, standing as tall as herself, and Thor ran off into the distance, then coated himself in lightning before charging forward. The beast hit the magical barrier with a bang, and rebounded, lifting himself up off the ground, and hurling himself back 1/2 meter. Then he laughed, ran off, and came at it again. This is awesome, Thor cheered as he slammed into the spell again at a full run. Be careful, or you're going to break a horn. Karl laughed as the lightning Sparrow made for a third pass. Horns are hard. They will be fine. The lightning isn't breaking, Thor replied, then slammed into the barrier again, lighting it up and flinging himself into the air. How his neck is fine after that, I have no idea. I've never seen an animal seriously injure themselves in a charge, but it's not normally that violent, Daniel joked. Thor roared in pride and slammed into the barrier again before laughing and panting. We will have to work on your cardio if you're going to play with the barrier all day long, Karl informed him. I don't know what a cardio is, but I trust you, Thor replied as he caught his breath and prepared to go again. Chapter 87, divulging secrets. The group sat in the grass and watched Thor charge the barrier over and over, while Ray laughed at him, and Hawk lazily circled in the air over the field. Once they had realized that the monsters were with the elites in the field, the local citizens' panic had subsided. The elites had seen stranger things in their time than a few tame beasts, so although they were deadly, the townsfolk quickly realized that they weren't a threat. Once it started to get dark, Ray finally came down from the tree, blending into the grass as well as she could, until she was hidden behind Karl's back where he sat at the edge of the field. That let her observe the humans from much closer, while Hawk and Thor returned to their spaces to rest. We now know what allows the bloodbath spider to be so deadly. Lovely Miss Ray here can adapt her attacks to whatever she is targeting, so it's the most efficient option for destroying it. Karl was explaining to the others. "Hey, why are you telling them that?" she protested. "So they can come up with a way to help you make it even stronger," Karl replied. She had to think about that for a while, as did the other elites. "Can you do it since you're bonded with her?" Alice asked. "I can, but not as well as she can," Karl agreed. He couldn't modify his gloves, or even his fingernails with the ability like she could her claws and mandibles, but the energy from Ren could be altered to some degree when it was held in a layer over them. Alice brought up another barrier, and Karl focused for a second before throwing a full-strength shred at it. The spell changed from red to golden as it hit the barrier, and the field filled with golden light as the spell was dissipated. Pain lanced through Karl's skull, and he cradled his head in his hands. "It looks like I'm not quite at full recovery yet. The energy draw still makes my head hurt after a single attack. Once the spaces are in better shape, I think that it should be fine. A week, maybe 2. He explained. The others sighed in resignation. They would have to explain that he was injured during a training mishap if he wouldn't be healed before they returned, and they really didn't want to have to fill out the paperwork involved in returning an injured student to the academy. "Why don't we give it another day here? And you can meditate with the lightning barrier up the entire time except for meals. Then we can judge whether it will take the full 2 weeks to completely recover," Daniel suggested. "That's not a bad idea. I will start as soon as we get back. I understand now how to hold the barrier tight to my body so it doesn't burn things through my clothes," Karl agreed. Daniel gestured for him to try, and then grabbed Karl's shirt and nodded in satisfaction when he didn't get shocked. "That works for me. I will go buy a good cushion or a beanbag chair for you. If you're going to meditate that long, comfort is important." The warrior informed the group. Karl ushered everyone into the space, against Thor's protests. He was tired, but he wasn't done with the barrier game yet. "You can play again later. There are more mages at the academy who can create them, and Miss Alice will be at most of my classes to make them while I work," Karl explained. Thor was excited, but Ray wasn't much less eager to test that barrier again. She would take some time to figure out how it worked, and grow a little more. Then she was certain she could find a way to destroy it. If it existed, she could eventually find a way to tear it apart to get to the good bits inside. Maybe that was it. She might just be lacking motivation. She would ask Karl to put food inside the barrier when she was ready to try again. That should help. Or she could practice on Thor's barrier and try to break it right before he could ram it. That would be fun too. The fact that Alice was a commander-rank mage made no difference to Ray. It was just a matter of time in her mind before she would be able to smash that barrier with a single strike. Karl had 2 goals that night. First, he would create a nice shady set of low trees for Ray to rest and make her web in, and he would make a training field for Thor to run around. That Karl had 2 goals that night. First, he would create a nice shady set of low trees for Ray to rest and make her web in, and would be enough to keep the 2 of them happy for a little while. And the standard of having decent plant life corresponded to the level of bee-space development that Hawk needed when he first advanced to awakened rank power. Karl was assuming that the development of the space that was needed would be the same for all beasts at the same power level, and he would just have to keep up while they went through their initial growth phase. So the space didn't fall behind and cause him this same mental pain again. Being unable to use the abilities that he had was a huge step backward for his personal power, even bigger than the degradation of his body that had yet to recover. Jody returned not long after they reached the hotel with a large beanbag chair and a smile on his face. "This one is perfect. It is filled with glass beads. They're an electrical insulator, so the shock shouldn't travel anywhere even if it leaks from Karl," he announced. That wasn't quite how magical lightning worked. It would melt the beads, but nobody bothered to mention that, as a beanbag chair was precisely what they needed, and even if the lightning leaked and melted the beads, it should form a more comfortable seat for Karl tonight. Once the recovery process was complete, Karl wouldn't have to split his energy into healing himself, and the development of the beast spaces would improve. But for now, the teens were more worried about avoiding a lingering injury report and light-duty training modification appeal to go with the incident report that they were already going to have to do. Chapter 88. Life is about balance. Karl started with the easier parts, the increase in the quality of the 2 spaces, and the addition of simple grass to the ground. Instead of the short grass that Hawk liked, It was longer grass. Ray liked to hide in the long grass, and Thor liked the way that it tickled his belly scales. No judgment. Then Karl left Thor's mostly empty, as all the other plants in the space were going to be food products. The power density of both was increased evenly at the start, but after a few hours, Karl began to experiment, and found that Ray actually required much more power in her space to relieve the strain on his mind. Her species was the more powerful of the two, and her power was growing more rapidly as well. The side effects of that could be problematic later, but the short-term benefits would be huge. By the time that the sun came up in the morning, Karl was no longer feeling the drain of the two monsters on his mind, and he was beginning to feel an influx of energy instead. Each of the three had a different feeling to it. It was difficult to describe, but Karl likened it to the feeling of wind in his hair, grass under his feet, and a comfortable blanket. He briefly stopped for breakfast in the restaurant downstairs, which had amassed a huge amount of meat, blood, and magical plants to restock his pets, then returned to his meditation. If he ever returned here, he would owe them a huge favor for helping him out with the feeding duties, as he now had weeks' worth of food stored for everyone, and someone had even found him another strength stone to mix with the blood for Ray. That was a winning combination, according to the bloodbath spider. The extra energy in the blood was helping her body form, which was improving the feedback, which in turn was restoring Karl's body and increasing the quality of her home. It might not look like they were getting much done, but the three monsters were undergoing was getting in on it now that the other two stabilized. Massive strengthening even Hawk had. The three spaces seemed to feed off each other and the monsters within. That helped the others grow as much as it did Karl, and hour by hour, they were actually getting further ahead of him on the strength scale. It didn't feel like a problem. As long as the strength of the B-space held up, it didn't matter how strong his own body was. It was improving, though. He was stronger than before he had arrived, if not by much. That news was a massive relief to the others at dinner that evening. Seeing Karl recovered and glowing with power assured them that they had made the right choice in bringing him here and letting him bond to both monsters. There was a short-term setback, but now they were ahead and still gaining. "Do you think that there will be any long-term damage?" Alice asked as Karl finished his dinner and prepared to go back to meditation. "Not really. There will be a definite reduction in maximum growth speed, with 3 spaces to enhance instead of 2. I will be spending most of my spare time in meditation, with little time for anything else until they are full grown. But after that, the extra space means what I can provide will be split 3 ways, and it will be up to the feedback from the monsters to progress. Until I reach the higher side of commander rank, that shouldn't be a big issue, as their natural growth will provide a significant portion of the strength growth we need. But after that, it's going to be a hard grind, and then I will either have to find another way to keep us growing, or find a 4th partner with even higher potential to pull us all up. I'm not even sure that will be realistic, though. You saw what happened this time. Even if I prepare, how much strain will an overlord or royal rank monster cub put on my mind? They're even more intelligent than these 3, or so I have heard, and their energy requirements have got to be immense. So you're saying that your class will have a minimal impact on the growth of the monsters beyond their adult peak?" Alice asked. "Not quite. It will have a much larger impact on the ones with lower innate potential. And then after that bonus from the early growth phase ends, we will be looking at years and not weeks or months to move up a rank. I can't guarantee that it will hold true forever, but with the scaling once Hawk was full grown, and the power difference between the levels that is described in the textbooks, I would say that making commander would be relatively easy, but it might be pushing it to make royal before graduation, and then monarch by age 25. Of course, a new pet, a new technique, or even just a better understanding of how to leverage resources for growth could shorten that considerably." Alice laughed out loud, drawing the attention of the others in the restaurant. "Don't let the others hear you call royal before 18 years old a slow progression rate. Even I'm more than a little jealous, and I'm still a young maiden," she reminded him quietly. Karl was fairly sure that neither of those words applied to Alice anymore, at least not from his perspective. But who was he to argue with her self-assessment? Daniel tapped the table to get everyone's attention. "We will be heading out in the morning. Karl has recovered enough to return to his regularly scheduled classes, and the pets are both bonded and growing smoothly. That completes the conditions of our outing, and the Colonel will not be happy if she finds out we decided to take a little vacation after the job was done." There was no doubt about that. Colonel Valerie had a bit of a human side, but it was hidden deep under her adherence to rules and regulations. Chapter 89, Ray Meets Dana. To say that Ray was excited about the car ride was an understatement. The bloodbath spider naturally wanted to travel to spread their brood and find a mate, and as they gained intelligence, that instinct turned into a form of wanderlust. Being able to cover this much ground in one day was wonderful for the young spider, who watched everything from the safety of her growing nest within the low trees and bushes that Karl was creating in the space for her. On the other hand, Thor had no interest at all in the scenery. He was content to munch all day long, as long he was certain that he wasn't being left behind. Even compared to Ray, he still had a lot of growing to do. Most of her size would come from her long legs, with a comparatively small body, so she was going to reach full maturity before he would, but he also had a solid and durable body to form with armored plates that needed time to solidify. Hawk was more eager to get back and show Dana their new friends. She had 2 golems now, but Karl had 3 pets. They weren't outnumbered anymore, and with the amount that Thor was growing, they wouldn't even be the physically smaller team for long. It was a good thing that the lightning Sarah was content to remain within his safe space, because he wouldn't be able to wander around the balcony for long. Karl was more worried about Dana's response to Ray. The bloodbath spider was a sensitive soul, and having someone be terrified of her at first sight would be a heavy blow. Not everyone was terrified of spiders, but monstrous spiders the size of a small table might be a different story. They drove through the day, and classes were long over by the time that they made it back to the academy. From the direction that they arrived, Karl realized that they had actually detoured around to the far side of the area by nearly 50 kilometers, because there was only one road leading in and out of the academy, and it ran alongside the railroad tracks. Keeping the academy isolated was best for both safety and security, but he hadn't realized how remote this region was until he was paying attention to the trip during the daytime. All right, everyone will need to fill out a mission report for the morning, and this one is going to be significantly longer than usual, with the progress that was made. I will let you all rest for now, and see you all later. Alice instructed the others while looking at Karl to ensure he knew that meant him as well. The academy and the government would naturally want to know all about the new pets, as well as the backlash from bonding too when his mind was only ready for one weaker pet. Normally, he would omit the speculative parts when he made a report, but this time it seemed important enough not to skip, so he added it to his report, along with a note about how trying to bond a fully grown monster might be a disaster if it was significantly more powerful than he was. Not to mention that fact that if it wasn't significantly stronger than him, as an adult, then bonding it would be a mistake, as it would hinder his growth. A brisk knock at his door after dinner alerted him to a visitor, and Karl let Dana in, noticing how he looked a bit panicked and exhausted. "What happened? Did they come up with new training for you as well?" Karl asked as she flopped down on the bed. "You could say that. The choreography and singing teachers have decided that we're not paying enough attention to them with all the cutbacks in their allotted time. They have to split the afternoons now, and they have been prohibited from issuing homework, as Jill decided my magic is more important than their department's plans. So they're going crazy every day to pack everything they want me to learn into the time that they have," Dana explained, staring at the ceiling. "Have you eaten? I can grab something and bring it to the room. I have some new friends after this trip, and they could use a bit more variety in their diet," Karl suggested. "I did. Jill brought something to the end of choreography class, and I ate before coming over. I think that she's trying to pull me out of the classes entirely, but someone senior to her isn't going for it." Karl smiled. "In that case, would you like to meet someone? She is a lovely fuzzy bloodbath spider, and she likes meeting people but not in the bright sunlight." Dana smiled. "You bonded a spider?" He nodded. "And a lightning Sarah, but he's sleeping right now. Ray is growing more smoothly, and she wants out to explore the room." Dana nodded, and Karl brought the spider out to sit on the bed next to her. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Then Dana smiled, and Ray moved closer, as if to get a better look at her. "So, this is a juvenile female human. She's cuter than the other ones. Tell her that I say hello," Ray instructed. "Ray says hello. I'm not sure if you can shake hands safely given her claws, but she's very friendly," Karl explained. "Do you know about magic? I need to study some spells, and it was too loud in my dorm for that. It was great for focus training, with the random explosions from the neighbors' rooms making it harder to keep the spell stable, but for reading, it is just distracting." Dana asked the spider. "I know about magic. Lots of animals use magic. What is reading?" Karl briefly explained the concept of books, written language, and learning from recorded information, which shocked the young spider. "That is great. You don't even need them to be nearby to learn from them. Books are good. I will watch her technique," Karl laughed. "She's still quite young, and hasn't seen enough books to learn to read yet, but she wants to watch you. I need to meditate to improve the power level in her mental space, but you two are free to work." Ray ran out onto the balcony and disappeared into the foliage, then followed Dana to the gazebo and began admiring the hammock before creating one of her own from webbing. Bloodbath spiderweb was very versatile. It could either be flimsy enough that the smallest of disturbances would break it and alert the spider in its web, or it could be strong enough to hold a 100-kilogram monster in place despite attempts to escape. What she used this time was the stronger kind, but without the stickiness, so that she could more easily move about and watch the reading process below her. Karl settled in to meditate, listening to Ray's reactions as she admired the pictures in the book and contemplated what the runes would mean. Dana was narrating things to her, thinking out loud, as she worked on the assignment to improve her spell formation speed. Ray wasn't much help, as she only knew one ability, but the moral support seemed to be helping the two of them bond. With Ray outside, it also reduced the strain on his mind a little, as she was burning her energy and not using his to actively grow. Karl realized that this would be a great advantage to him, and he worked much harder on her space, getting it further ahead of Thor's space, in balance with the progression speed of the two species. Chapter Not Morning People. The next morning, Karl completely forgot to warn Jill about the spider on the balcony, but when she failed to return with Dana after a minute, he went in to check on them and found her, wrapped up like a cocoon, and glowing with power from her hastily raised magical barrier. "Thanks for finally coming to check on me. Now would you kindly ask this young lady to let me go so that I can get my charge to class on time?" Jill requested. Karl considered the look of restrained rage at being attacked for a second time by Karl's pets when she went to wake Dana up, and for a moment he contemplated whether it might not be safer to leave her there. But she could break out easily enough. She was just waiting for him to do it so that she didn't have to fight with the bloodbath spider. "Ray, you can let her out. She is Dana's teacher. She won't hurt her. Just wake her up for early morning instructions before breakfast," Karl instructed. "That sounds like torture to me." The spider replied suspiciously, then vanished into the bee space, which was now becoming much more comfortable after another night of work by Karl. "She's definitely not a morning person, but she won't attack any more today," Karl informed the teacher, who gave him a pointed look. "Right, the web." Karl activated the enhanced rend on his index finger and cut the surprisingly durable webbing down the front, releasing Jill to shake Dana awake. "See, she's not even just vibrating the web, she's shaking her like some animal," Ray informed Karl in an insulted tone. "5 more minutes." The young mage complained, and Karl smiled. It was the same thing every day, but her schedule was so packed that she couldn't waste any time in the morning. Karl walked over and gently rocked the hammock, then plucked a string by Dana's head, which he should hear vibrating next to her ear. "Fine, I will get up." She mumbled and opened her eyes. "How did you do that?" Jill asked in shock. "Wise advice from the bloodbath spider. She knows all the best ways to operate a web," Karl explained. Jill looked down at the massive spider web on the ground, then picked it up, expecting a mass of loose strands now that it had been cut open, but the strands were stuck to each other and interwoven, creating a form of blanket. "You know, this is actually pretty well made, all things considered," Jill noted as she admired the soft white silk. "Karl brought me a silk blanket. That looks comfy." Dana agreed, while Karl tried not to laugh. "No. A certain someone thought it was appropriate to wrap me in webbing when I tried to wake you up the first time. Now we need to go, or we will be late." "Karl, we will be borrowing your shower. There isn't time to make a detour across the floor," Jill insisted. "You cut the times awfully close. Go ahead, I will head down and eat first while I go over my day with Sergeant Rita. I'm sure she has a few questions about my mission report anyhow." But Rita didn't lead him to the cafeteria. She led him to the staff lounge, where they could talk without the curious student ears listening in. The teachers were all privy to the official reports, so there was no point in hiding it from them. Karl and Dana had been the talk of the staff for a while now, and once the new pet was spotted, everyone would be gossiping about it. "Start at the beginning. There was a lot in that report, and I want it play-by-play from the time that you left the academy," she instructed. Karl went over the trip, the early morning locust attack, and then got into the sighting of the golden dire bear. "So the other pet, the one named Thor in your report, is a golden dire bear?" Rita asked. "No, we left it alone. Picking a fight with it and stealing its cub seemed like a monumentally bad idea when it was ready to charge our truck, so we left and went looking for something less hostile," Karl explained. He realized his mistake. In his report, Karl had only briefly mentioned the species of the pets, and had been referring to them by name for the rest of the document, so a cursory scan would be confusing. "We were headed further into the trees, and away from the river, when we came across a clutch of lightning sarrow eggs, while the herd was on the far side of the clearing. I sent Hawk to recover an egg, then brought them both back into my mental space. But it wasn't just the one egg. There was a bloodbath spider egg stuck in his feathers as well. So I set about hatching them both," Karl explained. "And of course nobody realized that would be a terrible idea until after you were injured," she replied with an eye roll. "Exactly. I didn't expect them to hatch that close together, and I was unprepared for the requirements that each of them must have a separate space, even though they can move to the other beast's space. So I had to mentally form the third one in a hurry when the bloodbath spider hatched, and that put a lot of strain on my mind and body. The extra mission time was to recover enough to stabilize the bonds, and now I'm back to as good as new, or something close to it," Karl agreed. "Can we see?" one of the teachers at the next table asked. "Of course. Ray, do you want to come see people? Thor, if you come out to say hello, they will rub your head for you," Karl instructed. Thor bounded out, nearly knocking one of the teachers out of his chair before stopping himself, while Ray appeared, but hid under the table on Karl's thighs. "Oh, she's shy. All right, we will admire her from a distance," the older mage who taught his morning accuracy training class said softly, with a gesture for the others not to scare the spider. Thor had no such restrictions, and the large dog-sized animal happily bumped against people, asking to be patted, nearly spearing a dozen people, before realizing that his horns were going to be in the way if he kept charging at them headfirst for attention. "Is this the lightning Sero variety, the smaller ones?" one of the teachers asked. "Yeah, he will get about 2 meters tall if he's the size of his parents, so he will be big but not elephant-sized," Karl agreed. The teacher happily rubbed at the scales on Thor's side. "He's going to be beautiful with these deep green and white scales. Have you decided what sort of training he will undergo?" "Not yet. That's what Rita is glaring at me for, I think. And maybe the fact that there is a giant spider climbing up her leg." That made the teachers burst into laughter, but Ray was intrigued by the sergeant's uniform, and she wanted to find out what the buttons were made of. Chapter 91. They Need Exercise. The button, as it turned out, was made of blackened brass, and after poking at it for a few seconds, and then rubbing her mandible against it to see what it felt like, Ray gave up on the button, and returned to her space to avoid the attention that she was getting while out in the open. Once she's fully grown, I think that she will be more open about being outside, but for now, she is much more comfortable in places where she can camouflage herself, especially dark places. Karl explained. "We won't force her out where she's uncomfortable then." The leader of the mage training agreed, while he rubbed Thor's head. One new and friendly pet was good enough for the teachers, but Rita had brought Karl here for an actual reason, and not just to talk about how his weekend went. "Are you healed well enough to begin full training schedules again?" The note said that there had been some mental damage, and there is no good way to quantify that. She asked very seriously. "I feel better, but the only way to know for sure is to actually start training again and see if the pain returns. The 2 new spaces have advanced enough now that I'm getting feedback from the pets, and not needing to constantly feed the spaces to keep them contained, so it should be alright. I'm not sure how much training I will be up for, though. I'm going to need a lot of time to work on mental strength just to keep ahead of their growth rate," Karl explained. "Alright, then we can go to the morning classes as scheduled. The afternoon classes will be changed starting today, as a decision has been made that there is not enough training for your pets now that there are 3 of them. Sending Thor out to get his head rubbed is not officially training, no matter what the other professors tell you," Rita reminded him. What exactly they were going to teach Thor was a mystery to Karl, but as they finished their breakfast and headed for the training field for Hawk to practice, Rita got a much better idea. "Thor is a growing boy, and he needs his exercise, so what we're going to do today is to have you sit and meditate while Hawk blocks the attacks, and I will bring some mages from the early ascended class who are working on barriers to help Thor practice his skills." As soon as he heard the word barrier, Thor's head perked up in the beast space. He loved the barrier game, and it would be even better with more barriers. "Won't that be a waste for the other students?" Karl asked. A few of the nearby mages laughed and Rita shook her head. "Taking full force awaken rank attacks repeatedly will burn through their mana faster than you might suspect. The goal is for them to keep the barriers up as long as possible, while Thor rampages through the field building up his muscles. Normally, they have the students from the awaken rank warrior classes smash at the barriers all afternoon. Setting them up for Thor won't be any different, but who is that? A new pet, I take it." The mage student beside Karl asked. "Yeah, a lightning Sero that I just bonded. The teachers are all in love with him, and he adores the barrier game. Once you see him play, you will feel thankful that you got Hawk instead," Karl joked. The students got set up, and Hawk took to the sky for his daily training. It only took a few seconds for Rita to grab 4 of the students who were working on barriers, and to instruct them to set them up at different angles around the field, making a cube of sorts. "Go, have fun," Karl instructed, and Thor ran out of the space at his best stumbling run, still a bit uncoordinated, in the way of newborn animals everywhere. But when his horns hit the first barrier, and it wavered slightly as he bounced away, the mages knew that this training would not be easy on them. There was no rhyme or reason to the attacks. He charged at whatever one he saw, as long as it wasn't the one beside him. That was too close to get a run at, and he wanted to run as much as possible. In actual combat, that would rarely be the case. They would sweep and spear with the horns to tear apart their enemies, but there was just something satisfying about charging at the glowing magical walls. The mages that were attacking the moving targets below Hawk had to work hard to pay attention, and not laugh as Thor trumpeted happily, a long warbling note like a military war horn, and continued to charge at whatever barrier managed to come back up first. It had only taken him 20 minutes to smash them all, and the first break wasn't scheduled until the half-hour mark, but if they weren't up, he would wait until one was. So they weren't up. Disappointment when he had to wait, and that silent judgment, that they weren't good enough to even be a long-term play toy to a monster like him, was wearing on them. They had thought that the barriers they had made were exceptionally impressive, and they were a rank above him. But when there was no offensive power to deal with the threat, it didn't take long for him to smash through their mana reserves. The lightning barrier only stabilized his body and prevented him from breaking his horns. It had collapsed multiple times already, but even without it, A lightning Sero had incredible raw power. Thor laid down in the grass when the break was called, and a few of the warriors from the group of warriors that was training on the ascended barriers came over to get a better look. You know that technique has some merits. We use skills and swing our weapons, but he's basically throwing a 100-kilo dinosaur coated in lightning at them. I bet if I grabbed John and swung him at the barrier, we could do even more damage. One of the boys laughed. Don't even think about it. Just be glad that they didn't send him to us to test our guard ability because someone would have gotten seriously injured. The other boy laughed, while Thor panted in the grass, replenishing energy for the next round. He has to be tired, right? He's been running wild for half an hour. One of the ascended mage students asked. You would think so, but no. His natural recovery means that by the time the break is up, he will be ready for another round of the barrier game, and you had better be ready to play, or he will be very disappointed. Karl informed them. Thor perked up at the mention of play, and the mages all groaned to themselves as they realized that trying to contain a monster was not as simple of a task as they had expected it to be. If it were an attack, they would have to keep the barrier up and attack at the same time, without letting the barrier fail, or they would be in trouble long before reinforcements could arrive. Chapter 92. Teamwork makes the dream work. Thor was almost tired when the morning classes ended, and he returned to his space for lunch, but Hawk was having a glorious time. Without Karl there to take up half the work, he got to just freely attack anything that he wanted, and according to the students, he had an uncanny talent for picking off the ones that were actually going to hit the moving targets, while ignoring the ones that would miss. Even when they sent out a cluster of attacks, he would just knock a portion of them out and let the others fly past the target. It was incredibly energy efficient on his part, and it wouldn't have been possible with the stationary targets, as the mages would rarely miss those. Take note of who Hawk seemed to totally ignore because their aim was so bad. Those mages were going to have to improve quickly because the rest of the class wouldn't let a giant bird make a mockery of them forever without joining in on the fun. It was after lunch when things took a drastic change. Sergeant Rita, as well as the duo from the Bureau of Elite Development, had decided that martial arts training, now that he had sufficient proficiency to deal with minor threats without resorting to skills usage, was no longer the most efficient use of his time. Instead, the afternoon would be a group training exercise for Karl with the pets. Coaxing Ray to come out and play might be difficult, but today's practice was on the basics of working together against a target that was stronger than they were. It was a situation that would inevitably happen in the future, and with 3 of them in the team, they could now easily work on group tactics. We have enlisted a small group of volunteers, and they will be your targets today. The goal is to intercept the 3 infiltrators and disable them without seriously harming them. These are all guards, so they know how to fight, but they are all at the ascended rank, so you can't just go all out with the attacks like you did against Tank and the barriers. Alice was explaining. That got Hawk's attention, but Thor was disappointed. If he couldn't just smash them, it would be much less fun. But Hawk's explanation that these exercises were practice for being an adult was enough to get the growing young Sero on board. Ray considered the situation for a few moments, and then came out to climb up Karl's back and look at the battleground from relative safety. All right, everyone is on board. The targets are instructed to take it easy on you, but they will be attacking in your direction with actual attacks. They are wearing training armor, but they are not going to be magically shielded so that you can take them down naturally. I will step in if someone looks like they will be seriously injured. The mage instructed, while the volunteers smiled at the sight of Thor prancing around in the grass, eager to play. They got into position, out of sight around the corner of a building, with Karl as their target. They would try to grab him, as abductions by foreign agents were a real threat, while he and the beast would work to prevent that. The idea was to give them limited response time, in as realistic of a scenario as they could concoct within the school grounds, which meant the volunteers were close, so that Karl didn't have large amounts of time to prepare. It didn't make much difference, though. The 3 beasts could communicate with each other, and since Hawk could see the attackers, as soon as the practice team was given the order to begin and charged, the beasts were right on them. Thor held back on the full force charge, and instead shielded himself with lightning against the lead warriors, Slash, and then threw him into the air with a horn between the legs that had Alice bringing up a barrier to soften his fall. Thor turned on the other 2, who had raised their guard to deal with Hawk's rend, while Ray had launched herself off Karl and hit the barrier at a tremendous speed, which allowed her clawed legs to tear right through it. She landed on one of the men's legs, and he panicked as he realized that she was a bloodbath spider, which let Hawk's attack hit him without resistance, pummeling him unconscious through his helmet. The last man didn't fare much better, as he could only parry Thor's attacks for the next second as the Sero flailed its horns at him, and then Ray was there on his back, tearing into the armored coat with gleeful abandon. Break! That's a victory for the defense team. You know, you don't have to take down the strength of your defensive abilities, just the attacks, Alice announced. We didn't. The Hawk and the Spider combined tore through them faster than we could bring them back up. I've never seen a rending attack shatter a guard barrier like that, the winded man who had been pummeled on the back by Ray announced. The training that Hawk has gone through so far has done wonders for his attack strength, but Ray is a very fast learner, and her offensive adaptation innate ability makes deleting barriers a breeze. Just wait until she's fully grown. Barriers a rank above her won't even slow her down. Karl praised his shy teammate. Can we test that, so we can make a better strategy? The one who had been thrown into the air asked as he limped over, nursing an injury to the groin from Thor's horn, despite the armor. He stabbed his sword into the ground in front of him, and activated guard, which Ray took. Down almost instantly with a strike from her mandibles and both front legs in unison. The pure smugness of her attitude was clear to everyone, and Karl couldn't help but smile. Do you have a stronger defensive ability? He asked. No, we trained as covert bodyguards. We don't usually use powerful defensive abilities, but parries and sudden strikes. Maybe we should try the next one without the pets already deployed. It will be good training for everyone, he suggested. Also, that would give them a few more steps before they were noticed. And perhaps his testicles wouldn't have to meet the horn of a lightning Cerro again today. Chapter 93, Ambush Practice. The team came at Karl again, spread out and sneaking up on him through the dorm building, with one even leaping out of the window. Now. Karl ordered the beasts, sending them into the battlefield. Hawk moved to intercept the flying target, while Ray spit out a large mass of web to trip another. And Thor went with his signature charge, throwing another man high into the air with a flick of his thick neck. The three of them crashed to the ground at the same second, and Rita blew her whistle. Karl, how did you know that they were coming? She demanded. A side effect of bonding Hawk. I have fantastic peripheral vision, and I can focus on any spot I can see without moving my head. I had all three of them located before they attacked. Karl explained. Then was it necessary to throw me again? One of the men wheezed, climbing to his knees. Thor had gotten the same target twice in a row. Although he didn't spear the man between the legs this time, the two upper horns made for an excellent tossing platform, and he had peaked well over 5 meters in the air. He didn't injure you this time. I mean, with the hit. The sudden stop at the end looks like it wasn't much fun. Karl amended. Are they aware of what is happening around you before you call them out? One of the men asked. Probably more than I am. I don't know how much they can actually see, but they do have a solid awareness of their surroundings. Karl explained. All right, so it's not easy to sneak up on you either. We should check on Agent A, he looks a bit rough. The wheezing man replied, referring to the one that Hawk had intercepted. Alice rushed over, and noticed that the man was conscious, but having a deep moment of personal introspection as he stared at the sky, and began to question his life choices. Is anything broken? I have healing potions from the witches. Alice offered. Just my pride. Can you fix that? He asked, and Alice noticed that there were 6 deep scratches in his training armor. Not only had Hawk knocked him out of the air, his attack had broken the man's guard, and Hawk's claws tore up his armor before dropping him on the ground. It feels like we were the ones who got ambushed. The third man agreed, nursing a twisted ankle. Rita and Alice both sighed, but it was Rita who spoke first. I can already see that this will not be a viable training method in the long term. They already understand basic strategies, and their response time is fast enough that it will be very challenging to actually ambush Karl, even if they are resting. We will have to come up with another method of preparing them for combat. Ray gave her a pointed look, which the sergeant returned for a moment before shaking her head. Even I can tell what that look means. The only way to truly train for combat is to be in combat. Karl knows enough martial arts that he should be alright in a fight, but the academy wouldn't approve of putting you all in danger just to get better training results. She reminded the spider. Hawk would agree to let us go outside. Ray pouted. Hawk's mind became curious, and the spider beamed the mental version of a smile at him. If we were hunting outside, you could eat them after you killed them, she announced. This is not a democracy. Majority rules don't win here, Karl informed them in his best stern tone. Ray had already found Hawk's weak point. As soon as she mentioned food, the Windspeed Hawk would be on board with whatever she wanted to do, and Thor would go along simply because that's where everyone else was going. You look like you're having an intense discussion, Alice noted as Karl talked to the beasts. They all want to go outside to train. I don't necessarily disagree with them, as our training options are limited here, but it is safe here, and safety in numbers is a good thing, Karl replied. Thor bobbed his head happily as he heard those reassuring words from the boss, and the instructors did their best not to laugh. They had been brutally bested by the lightning Cerro twice in as many hours. But still, it didn't feel like the creature was a threat. He was just too friendly. Let us discuss that for a few minutes. There are groups of students looking to go outside on missions, and we might allow you to lead one of them, as long as there is a second awaken rank or higher member, as you are still a first-year student and untested in the field. Alice explained, earning herself a glare from Rita. Daniel wisely sat at the back of the field, as he had been doing all day, and avoided drawing attention to himself as the two argued over the appropriate course of action. The student training missions were normally not dangerous, certainly no worse than the Goblin tribe had been, and Karl was much stronger now than he had been even that recently. With the addition of the 2 new pets, he alone would rampage through a goblin tribe. Nothing that they could do would significantly injure a lightning Sarrow unless they managed to swarm it and pin it down. That seemed unlikely with Hawk and Ray both in the fight, even if you didn't count Karl himself as a combat asset, as he would be mostly watching out for the other students. The outcome seemed inevitable, and after 20 minutes of discussion and a few tersely worded phone calls, the ladies returned with a smile on both of their faces. You will be allowed to lead an away mission. Student Dana will be going with you, along with 8 of the common grade first years. It is a herbal resource gathering mission in a lightly monitored area, and there will be emergency assistance available on a 10-minute helicopter ride, should you activate the emergency beacons. Sergeant Rita informed Karl. Understood, Sergeant. Thank you for this opportunity. Karl replied as seriously as he could while trying to ignore the excitement of his beasts. They were finally getting to somewhere that there might be mice, and Hawk was overjoyed at the prospect. Chapter 94, Student-Led Mission. The mission was to start the next morning, and they would be delivered by train to the location. There was no road near where they were going, but the train tracks ran only 20 kilometers from the location of the suspected magical resources. That would be close enough for them to hike in, and it would be up to Karl and Dana to make sure that the team didn't get lost. With Hawk on duty, that should be a simple matter, as he could see where they were going from above, so Karl didn't have too many concerns about the situation. There were also no reports of major beasts in the area, only some of the ever-present wild boars and a few small monsters that like to live in the forest. That could become an issue for most teams, but it would be a great test for them, Karl thought. The small monsters were all common grade, and he could deal with them in a matter of seconds, but they would be a good opponent for the students who were still struggling with their early growth. Also, having Dana along with her pair of golems would be enough security against the larger creatures that very few things would dare to attack them. The golems didn't take much upkeep, and by now she should be able to get them to follow complex orders without much distraction from her other casting, which would make them excellent guards. They all called it an early day, as the supply train arrived at 3 in the morning, so that supplies would be sorted and ready for pickup by the time that everyone started to wake up. But that also meant that if you wanted to catch the train out, you had to be at the tracks by 3:30 in the morning, or 4 at the very latest if they were slow unloading. The train didn't wait for groups to come to them, unless it was an urgent mission, so being on time was a major part of your responsibility. That was how Karl found himself waking Dana up at 2 in the morning, much to the protest of both herself and Ray, who was sleeping above her in the rafters of the gazebo. It's time to go. I'm going to water the plants quickly, and then we need to grab breakfast and get on the train. Karl reminded her. Ray disappeared back into the web in her space, while Dana got up and ready. They both met their team at the cafeteria, with a lone night shift worker on staff for occasions such as this. But there weren't enough of them. They were still missing 2 people, and it was getting close to 3 in the morning. Does anyone know what rooms the other 2 are in? We should go wake them up, Karl insisted. I do. They're just a few doors down from me. One of the others agreed with a vicious smile that said she would enjoy waking them up much more than most. 3 students came back down 10 minutes later, and the girl who went to fetch them settled back down with her breakfast, while the 2 boys looked rather lost and half asleep. Cook, can we get some food for them, and some lunches to go? We've got ration packs in the gear that the school provided, but I think a nice fresh sandwich would be better, Karl asked as he finished eating and got the last 2 stragglers settled. I will get them something to go. The train is already here, so you should be going if you want to make it before they're unloaded. She reminded him with a smile, then handed over a tray full of brown bags, 2 of which were much larger. Dana worked to usher everyone out as they finished their meal, for the kilometer walk from the school grounds to the train stop on the ring around the academy. Did anyone bring a light? I can't see a thing. One of the warriors complained as they left the academy grounds and began to walk down the road. Everyone looked to Karl, who was leading the group, and he shrugged. Sorry, I forgot for a moment that I'm the only one who can see in the dark. I've got a flashlight in my pack, and there should be one in everyone else's as well. The packs were issued to them by the supply room, dropped off in their dorm after they were approved for the mission. So, they should have everything that the academy thought the student needed for the trip, as they weren't expected to plan out their whole gear set during their first year. One by one, the students brought out their flashlights and spun the cranks to charge the batteries. The academy knew that they would forget to bring spare batteries, so even the camping lantern that was in Karl's pack as team leader was powered by a hand crank charger. The lantern also had enough battery storage to charge the emergency phone, which served as their lifeline to civilization. 10 of you, then? The train's usher asked with a gesture toward the passenger car. Yes, sir, I've got the mission order right here, Karl replied. The man looked it over, then picked up a phone mounted to the wall and confirmed the drop-off location with the engineer. All right, climb aboard and stow your bags in the overhead compartments. We have a few more stops before yours, so you won't be there until lunchtime. Karl settled into a seat at the front of the train car, where Dana promptly fell asleep on his arm, and the rest of the team did their best to get a few more hours of rest while they traveled the morning away. They napped, meditated, and played games, until the conductor gave them the warning that they had 1 more hour before drop-off. That was when Karl decided it was time to get them all ready to move. All right, everyone. Have your lunch early, use the washroom, double-check your gear, and make sure that you have your weapons ready. Not in your bag, but on your hip and available for use at a moment's notice. While it isn't likely that there will be monsters next to the stop, we will get off in the wilderness, and there won't be anyone there to clear the area. He warned them. Got it. The team agreed, while the conductor nodded in satisfaction to see that the team leader of this first-year mission was taking things seriously. Not all of them did, especially an easy mission like this one was supposed to be. But it always made his life easier if there were no injured students when the train stopped to pick them up again. So no injured student. The train pulled to a stop in the middle of nowhere, and the students rose to their feet. Good luck, young elites. Just flag down any train you see passing by in the other direction, and it will take you back to the academy, or close enough for you to walk in. The conductor explained. Got it. We will see you soon. Karl agreed, and led the others out the door. Dana brought up the rear of the group, making sure they were all off the train, and when Karl called out Hawk to scout for them, she called her pair of golems to guard the back of the pack. It was quiet out here, other than the sound of the train beginning to move again, but that didn't necessarily mean safe, just that they hadn't noticed any threats yet. The students were all incredibly nervous, flinching at every sound of their teammates moving in the long grass. But as Karl led them into the trees toward where they should find the magical plants they needed, they became almost petrified with fear. That couldn't be natural. They'd been so excited a moment ago, but when Karl searched the area, he couldn't find a reason for it. The feeling seemed to fade quickly as they walked, until finally, one of them pointed out a small weed growing near the tree trunks. Terror weed. The pollen causes a mild reaction that causes a fear response. It's the plant's natural defense mechanism. Someone must have stepped on one in the grass. He explained. The students all felt a little foolish when that was mentioned. The first thing that the warriors learned was to watch where they put their feet. They needed a solid footing for their sword skills, so the ground under them was as important as the enemy. But someone had still stepped on a common toxic plant. Everyone, put your masks on. Who knows if there are other dangers like that in the area, and we don't need anyone poisoned on the first day of the trip. Do we have a healing class with us? He asked, while mentally going through the students' descriptions he was given. I can do a minor heal and a poison cleanse, the lone druid in the group mentioned. And I have healing potions, but we're here to get materials for more. One of the two witches added. Perfect. We will save the potions for as long as possible, as the warriors will mostly heal pretty quickly. As I discussed on the train, if we are attacked, fall back to form a ring, with the casters in the middle. No, that's not because they're weaker, but because they're squishy. The warriors are the shield, while the casters are the primary damage. The golems will back you up, and my beasts and I will range outside the defensive circle. Karl reminded them. He would have liked to actually practice the maneuver, but according to Hawk, the first plants that they were searching for should be only a few hundred meters away. There was another spot marked on the map many kilometers away, but Hawk was certain that he had found them just up ahead. Once they got the first target, the mission could be considered a partial success, and everything that came afterwards would just bring them closer to completion. Definitely found it. Bright blue flowers shaped like shoes, Hawk informed Karl, with a mental impression of where they were. Keep an eye out for threats. I don't want you getting ambushed as you fly over. Hawk laughed a little at Karl's concern, as he was hundreds of meters above the trees, but he appreciated that his human cared enough to make sure he was safe. Karl adjusted their course, pretending to follow the map, and within minutes they were standing next to a field full of beautiful blue flowers. These are the ones, right? He asked. Yes, but everyone, please stay out of the clearing. Only 1 in 10 blossoms has the magical properties of the plant, the rest are all decoys. If someone breaks the wrong one, we will have come here for nothing. The witch pleaded. You heard her. Stay here while the witches gather their ingredients. Hawk will be watching from above, and I will be right here at the edge of the clearing in case something is hiding in the flowers. The two witches moved delicately through the field, avoiding stepping on any of the flowers as they picked the ones they wanted. The plants weren't going without a fight, though. Multiple times, the witches stopped right as they were about to pluck and grabbed a different one, then continued on their way. Once they had a few dozen in total, they returned to the others with careful steps. That's enough. You can't pick too many, or you will kill the patch, and we hope to come back here again soon. The plants are smart, and when they sense that they're going to be damaged, they will pull their essence back to their roots, which renders the flowers worthless for potions. That's why we had to be so careful. The more outgoing of the two witches explained. All right, on to the next one. Karl agreed. It's not far, 100 meters south, Hawk informed him. The next should also have been much further, but if Hawk had found some that weren't on the map, that was even better, as their collection wouldn't remove a listed herb from the directory for the other students who wanted to do a mission near here. Hawk thinks that he has found another of our goals already, Move as silently as possible so that we don't disturb the wildlife. Karl reminded the others in a stage whisper. The students began to move, but a whistle from Hawk drew Karl's attention. He had seen something dangerous, and it was close. Everyone hold position, Hawk sees something. Karl whispered as he raised his hand in a gesture to stop. White cloth, 2 figures, running your direction. Possibly human, but maybe not, Hawk warned him. Humanoid monsters were rare, but poachers, aggressive hill folk, and foreign soldiers might not be. They didn't have enough information about the area's human population in the data to be certain. Chapter 96. White Robes. Karl's keen vision caught sight of the white cloth moving toward them at a run through the forest, a full second before he managed to associate the clothing with its most likely owner. Those are clergy robes. No more than 150 centimeters tall. I think that they're students from one of the seminary academies. Karl informed the others, then moved to intercept the 2 running figures. If he was wrong, he had all the advantages, and if they didn't want to stop, he could just have Ray tie them up until they calmed down. The 2 came barreling through the trees, then paused when they saw the academy uniforms, and began to gesture wildly. You have to get out of here. There is a giant monster in the sky, one of them shouted. 3-meter wingspan, kind of brown with a creamy belly and red streaks on its legs. That one is trained, he's with us. Karl informed them, and the 2 clerics simply stared at him as if he had grown another head. A what now? That sounds terrifying, but no, there's a giant beetle flying this way. It killed our lesson proctor, and he was an ascended high priest. The young boy exclaimed. How far have you been running? We are all elites, and we are hunting for magical plants in the area. There are 10 of us, with 2 strong awakened rank leaders. Karl tried to calm the pair. Clerics weren't known for their combat power. They would empower the weapons of warriors, and their healing magic was remarkable, but as far as actual fighting abilities, they were just humans with swords if they were even carrying them. These 2 weren't. That might be enough. Can you fight an ascended rank beast? The boy asked hopefully, while the girl beside him did her best to hide her face. I can confidently say yes. We can fight a lone ascended rank monster. If there were a bunch of them, we would lead you away with us, but one is something that we can defeat. Karl replied with a gentle smile. Hawk was getting excited as well. Most beetles didn't fly well, they only flew a short distance and then landed. His genetic memories told him that beetles were crunchy and nutritious, though he wasn't sure that this one was a species that could be eaten. Ray was likewise excited about the prospect. To the bloodbath spider, all insects were prey. The sound of crashing through the trees brought another trill from Hawk, who had spotted a large black figure headed their way, covered in blood and reeking of death. That had to be the beetle, and it was tracking the 2 humans. Everyone in position, get the clerics to the middle of the circle. Karl ordered, doing his best imitation of Sergeant Rita. He did it so well that even Dana responded, ushering everyone into position, while her golems remained outside, ready to face whatever threat Karl had noticed. The crashing through the trees was hard to miss as the beetle chased after the escaped prey, so Karl called out the other pets in time for the students to get used to their presence. These 2 are Thor and Ray. Do not attack them. He warned the others. Stared in confusion at the sudden appearance of the lightning Sarah, who was already the size of a small bear or huge dog, but it took them a few seconds to find Ray, who had appeared in a tree and instantly hidden herself. The beetle came in sight, and lightning flashed around Thor's body. That caught its attention, and the creature began to charge, keening in a way that made Karl feel like the creature was starving and desperate for food. Wait for my signal. Thor, block the initial charge, then move out of the way for the students to retaliate. Karl called. The beetle flapped its wings to fly at Thor, then crashed to the ground as Ray tied them together above its back with a spurt of spider silk. The muscles that moved the wings weren't particularly strong, and it couldn't break free as Thor charged into it, flipping the creature on its back with a jab of his horns. Now! Karl ordered as Thor moved away, sending his own attack to join the combined spells of the mages. They wouldn't actually do much damage to the ascended rank beast, but as his shred tore apart the chitin, and the wings were held up, exposing its vulnerable sides, even the common rank magical attacks proved relatively effective. With a screech, the beetle tore its wings free of their confinement, and charged at Thor again, drawn to the largest threat. The students paused their attacks, waiting for an opening, while Karl moved in for the kill. Thor's lightning wavered and flickered out of existence for an instant as the 2 beasts clashed, and the beetle began to celebrate its impending victory. A split second before Ray landed on its head, and began to stab its eyes out with her clawed feet before tearing into the chitin of the beetle's skull. Karl helped that along with a condensed ren to the back of the creature's neck, and the bloodbath spider moved in for the kill, tearing through the hole to sever the muscles. The giant beetle fell to the ground with one last desperate flail of its wings trying to dislodge Ray, but it was far too late. The strength left its body, and the spider began to tear the shell open to get at the good bits inside. Don't go getting yourself covered in bug guts, there's no river nearby to clean off in. Karl warned her, just as Ray was about to take a dive directly into the carcass. She grumbled out a complaint and pulled the head into her beast space, while Thor gave it one last kick for good luck. Problem solved, everyone. We will keep an eye out for more dangers, but the beetle threat is gone. Where are the cleric students? How far did you run, and how many more were in your group? Karl asked. They both just shook their heads. There was just us and the high priest out gathering herbs. I don't know how far we ran, we just ran. Karl nodded. I will have my hawk go look for the scene of the battle. I know that the church has some formal burial rituals and such, right? The two young clerics nodded numbly, not quite sure how to process what was going on. Well, then we will get it all sorted out so that the high priest is taken care of. Don't worry. We won't just leave the body here in the wilderness. Karl informed them. There likely wouldn't be a body to leave in the wilderness, but a little white lie wouldn't hurt anything. And if there was a blood-soaked keepsake that the beetle didn't eat, it should be enough for their purposes. It would make both the cleric students and the other elite students feel a bit better about the situation, Karl decided, then wondered when he got so casual about death. Meat is meat, Hawk replied, unconcerned. Ray wholeheartedly agreed, but Thor just shook his head. Fragrant leaves were better than meat any day. Chapter 97, Clean Up a Tree 3. With the responses of his pets, Karl began to realize how much their way of thinking was influencing his own. He should be horrified by the situation. But the calmness of his pets affected him, just as much as their excitement did, and he just couldn't bring himself to be suitably agitated about the situation as Hawk searched for the site of the original battle by following the beetle's trail through the woods. I have found it. It didn't finish eating, it just took the good bits, and then chased the others. I think I can fit it all in this bag they brought, Hawk informed him helpfully. That was a disturbing thought. Pack him up and bring him to the beast space. We will make sure that he makes it to a proper burial. No, wait. I will ask the clerics if he should be buried right there first, Karl replied. What is the burial ritual for high priests? Should I have Hawk preserve the remains of the body, or should he be buried on the land? Karl asked. The older of the two clerics took out a small book and began to flip through it. I'm not sure, that isn't supposed to happen. I mean, this is a safe zone. There shouldn't be anything stronger than a weak awakened beast here, he mumbled as he flipped through the pages. Oh, here it is. Yes, he should be brought back to the church for a burial in state, thanks to his high station. There will be 3 days of mourning for the clergy surrounding the funeral, and some other things that don't really involve you, but please preserve the remains, the student replied. Karl relayed the message, and Hawk did his best to get all the bits into the large herb gathering bag that they had brought, and began the flight back to Karl. Once he was close, Hawk shifted the bag into his beast space, while Ray claimed the beetle body, leaving the area strangely empty. What just happened? One of the elite class students asked. My beasts have a separate space where they can store food for later. Ray put the beetle away, and we will strip the good parts of chitin for trade to the academy. They pay for monster parts, since they can be used in armor and weapons, as well as some magical items, Karl explained. Oh, that's right. Will you ask Ray if I can have one of the horns? Beetle horn is on my list of ingredients, but I never thought about keeping it from the giant beetle. Ray broke the horn off with some effort, and ejected it from her space. It was just a solid lump of chitin, and completely inedible. Therefore, it was worthless to her. The student stared at the horn in reverence. You know, it died so fast that it never really sunk in. That was an ascended rank beast, wasn't it? I can feel the power in the chitin, but it died so easily. Karl smiled. That's partially thanks to Ray's specialty. She's excellent at finding ways through chitin. Plus, my attack power is high, and with its wings lifted, the less armored sides were exposed. The students were making mental notes, in case they had to fight something like that again. The shell that covered the wings was the strongest part of the giant beetle's body, so normally you wouldn't attack its back. But with the wings lifted by the spider silk, that left it vulnerable to attack, and Karl's ability had left an open wound for them to target. Now we're near the next herb that we came here for, so let's keep going. My apologies to our new friends, but we still have a mission to complete. I will make sure that you make it back safely, though if your pickup point is further afield than we're going, I will bring you back to the train tracks instead. Karl added. That's good enough for us. I don't know where we were supposed to be picked up. The high priest was responsible for that. But there are other groups from the seminary school out here, somewhere. The train dropped us all off only a few minutes apart, so we might find one of them before you go, the young cleric replied. One of the warriors smiled at the boy. But in the meantime, we're counting on you and your holy magic. The boy nodded, and the shy girl gave them a thumbs up. Holy magic was the one thing that they were confident in. They had been out with the high priest mostly to serve as pack mules as he picked herbs, and not as much for training as the warriors of the elite academy were. To the church, obedience and subservience were more important than combat skills, and serving the high priest on his mission was good training for their future works of service to the community. What is next? Didn't Hawk say that there was something nearby before the emergency happened? Dana asked. Just this way. Hawk is already back up in the air looking for more threats, so we will just follow his path toward the next set of herbs, and then we will move on to the third marked location. Karl agreed. Technically, he would be skipping the third location marked on the map, since it was either at or very close to the battle site. But if they couldn't find that resource elsewhere, he might lead them there at the end of the trip. The way that he had planned to bring them would go right past the battle, but with Hawk's discovery, he could change the route to make a big loop around it and end up back near the tracks as they finished. If that covered everything that the group needed, then they could skip a few potential resources and head back satisfied. Though if the clerics needed some of the others, he would gladly bring them around to help gather. They had enough trauma for one trip, so putting a good memory on top might help. Karl seemed to recall hearing that somewhere as a kid, perhaps from the school counselor after one of the many incidents down below in the pit. Chapter 98, Tree Apes. If anyone had felt relaxed about this easy mission when they arrived, they didn't feel relaxed anymore. The whole group was on high alert, searching the woods for anything that might be a danger. Karl let Thor lead the group on the ground, following Hawk's guidance, while Ray hid in the beast space with the remains of the giant beetle that she was carefully dissecting to improve her understanding of exoskeletal species for offensive adaptation. Minutes after they started moving again, an angry grunt caught Karl's attention, and the crashing of a large animal through undergrowth drew the attention of everyone else. 3 tree apes. Common grade. They don't look tasty, Hawk reported as the creatures approached. We have a small pack of apes in the trees incoming. Group, you know what to do. It is up to you if you want to attack them or let them pass. Karl informed the others, which made Dana smile at him. They could attack anything that moved, but that would anger everything else. So, if it wasn't hostile, she would prefer not to make it hostile. One of the mages shook his head. They normally don't attack people, they just like to shout at them from the trees. If they don't attack, we should keep moving, since they will scare off any other small monsters with the noise they make. The group patiently waited, and moved in a triple column, putting the warriors on the outside with the mages and clerics between them and the golems at the back. But the tree apes behaved just as the mage had anticipated, and they remained in the upper branches of the trees, screaming at the humans, and occasionally throwing nuts and berries at them. The monkeys thought that the whole thing was hilarious, and they laughed as the warriors swatted aside the projectiles. But they didn't come any closer, and they didn't do anything that would provoke an all-out attack. The spot is just ahead. Should I scare the monkeys away? Hawk asked with a hopeful tone in Karl's mind. Sure, go ahead and get your snack, Karl replied, likening the monkeys to junk food. I told you they don't look tasty. Hawk replied indignantly as he folded his wings and dove out of the sky. He hit the monkey at well over 100 kilometers an hour, nearly shredding its body as he pulled it away from the branch in his claws and returned to the sky. That was what a normal bird of prey would do, as they had all the advantages when they were flying. Some of the students didn't realize that was Hawk at first, and they began to panic at the presence of another powerful attacker, but that only helped the tree apes make their decision. The humans were afraid of that thing too, so it would likely attack them next if the ape tribe left. Hawk peeled the ape apart, and took one tentative bite before discarding the body, which bounced down through the branches as the rest of the tribe scattered. Good work. They're still running. Karl congratulated Hawk, just as the bird speared down to get another of the tree apes and bring it into the sky to use as a projectile. But this time, it wasn't on the apes. Instead, he found a lone black mane bear, and circled up to an altitude of 500 meters before diving hard and releasing the corpse. A flap of his wings sent him on a glide path over the forest, and the bear roared in anger as the body smashed down right where it had been standing a second earlier. Why are you angering the bears? Karl asked as he heard the noise. Why would I not anger the bears? You should have seen it, it was hilarious, Hawk replied. I hate that I can't argue with that. It probably was hilarious, but the others are already freaked out enough without an angry bear coming their way. Do you know how a windspeed hawk usually learns to fly? I mean, not me in the space, but other ones, Hawk asked. Don't they just flap their wings in the nest until they can take off? Karl asked. Nope. They'd remain in the nest forever that way. Once they're grown enough to fly, their mother pushes them out of the nest. They either learn or they hit the ground, Hawk replied. Karl's smile caught the attention of the warriors at the front, and they were suddenly very worried about the safety of their low-risk training mission. Did they get to awaken leaders not because Karl and Dana were both in their first year as well, but because they were going to need more than one? What was out here that was making the monster man so happy? He was already so much more powerful than anything that should be in the area. Perhaps he forgot that the rest of them were not looking forward to actually meeting monsters on this trip to get resources. The sound of the angry bear retreated into the distance as it moved out of the territory of the annoying bird, But the group's tension level didn't drop any lower until they made it to the next spot, a section of fallen trees where an awakened rank moss grew abundantly all over the deadfall. This is what we are here for, the best of the resources in the region. One of the warriors quietly cheered. Karl's confused look let them all know that he hadn't had time to study the properties of the resources here, only their locations. So one of the warriors helpfully filled him in. The moss is dried, and then lightly roasted to create a tea that supplements the strength stones for classes that have physical enhancements. I don't know if it will work for your class, but a kilo each of that moss will keep us for the entire school year. You can't use too much, it will just be a waste, but a cup in the morning will make nearly as much of a difference as a strength stone twice a month. The warrior explained. That was more often than Hawk was going through strength stones mixed with blood as food seasoning, so it should be a good resource for the pets, and Karl would have to get some. It looks good, Thor agreed, letting a bit of drool slip out of the corner of his mouth. All right, do the mages need this resource, or should we split it between the people who can use it, stopping at a kilo each, so it doesn't go bad before everyone can use it? Karl asked. Mages can't use it. It won't do anything beneficial for us unless we're weakened. But the witches can use it in recovery potions, so they will need at least as much as the warriors. One of the warriors explained. The pair of witches looked grateful that he had stood up for them, and the resource-intensive needs of their potion-making. Is there anything else I should know before I harvest this? Parasites? Dangerous creatures that like to live under it? Karl asked. The group all reluctantly shook their heads, and Karl drew his short sword from the scabbard at his hip. The rest all thought it was a bit odd that he didn't take the sword out to fight, but he carried it anyhow, though they didn't say anything. The team leader was responsible for loot distribution, according to Academy regulations. Chapter 99, Moss Tea. Karl looked at how the moss grew, down the top of the logs, and the one side, but not the bottom or the other side. If he wanted it to keep growing, he had to leave enough in the right spots that it didn't ruin the moss bed too badly. So, he cut diagonal stripes across the log, removing thin strips amounting to half of the moss on each log, while leaving the rest securely attached. That should grow back over, he assumed, and then it could be harvested again. Where did you learn that? Dana asked as Karl cut the careful strips from the moss. I'm actually just guessing here by the way that it grows, but I'm only taking half and leaving the other half in the way that looks like it will grow back the fastest. Moss spreads from the edges, you see, and only grows well on the sunny side. So if I only take half and leave as many good edges as possible, then it looks like this. That should be the fastest pattern to grow back, and by my guess I've cut nearly 20 kilos of wet weight moss from this one tree. I haven't even touched the other ones yet, and we've got enough to fill all the warriors and the witches' requests. I just need to grab a little for Thor here, and we can be on our way to the next spot. He explained. I don't suppose we could spare a bit more. There's an awful lot of it growing here. One of the warriors suggested. The witch closest to Karl nodded in agreement. The Academy expects you to provide for your own, when it's not a standard part of the growth plan, and it's not like they accept these items as a trade-in, at least not from the first years who are supposed to be looking out for themselves first. But normally, we would never see so much of an awakened rank resource in one spot. If this was up on the market, we would be rich. Well, until we all got arrested for trafficking controlled substances to the masses. But you get my point. We could earn plenty of favors from the other students in class if we had a bit to trade them, you know? All right, I will harvest another log. Karl agreed with a smile. He cut the same stripe pattern on one log, and then had Thor quietly move the log hidden behind where he was working into the beast space. A beast this size would need a lot of the moss to equal out to a cup of tea a day, and a bit added to his usual diet every morning would help him grow big and strong. But even the lightning Sparrow realized that the herbs should be rationed. He ate a lot of higher-ranked plants as his general diet, but this one was special, and the effects were limited, so it was more of a treat than a basic staple of the diet. The second batch was spread the same as the first and stuffed into backpacks, while Karl looked at the map to see what was up next. They were going to go around the battle from earlier, and that would bring them to one of two spots. Either a spot that might have another strengthening herb, or one that was known to grow crystals that helped focus and increase the mana pool growth rate. Karl decided to lead them to the crystals first, in the interest of fairness. If anything went wrong later, at least they should all have gained something from the trip that way. It would also help the clerics that they had rescued, so they wouldn't go home empty-handed. The signs of monsters got more prominent the further that they went, and Karl began to question whether the intel was wrong, or if this was actually what they considered a low-risk area in the wilderness. He knew that there were countless monsters in the wild areas, and that large portions of the land barely held any humans, but he was seeing signs of magical abilities in trees that had been downed by something powerful enough to claw through them. That was no common grade monster, and most of the marks were too far up to have been the giant beetle. Even Thor was becoming nervous with all the signs and scents of predators, but he had a large pack with him now, and he wasn't as concerned as he would have been if he were alone. He trusted Hawk to find anything really dangerous, and the bird was currently circling their destination, making sure that nothing was hiding around the cave. He hadn't checked the inside, but the surroundings were clear of any large animals, and a few more of the small ones as well, as Hawk was feeling a bit hungry after all that flying. The crystal cave is just ahead. Remember, we haven't checked the interior yet, so I can't say if the crystals are there, as the report said there would be, but I can say that Hawk found the cave right where they said it was, Karl reported. The mages shared an excited smile, while the warriors prepared their minds for the charge into an unexplored cavern system. If they found the crystals near the entrance, they wouldn't have to go far in, but if not, they would need to explore, and that brought a whole new realm of danger with it. Hold up. Dana warned them as they approached the clearing outside the cave entrance. I saw some unique plants in the clearing. They're not on the list, but I recognized them from the botany books that I had to read. She informed the team. Karl looked carefully and began to smile. One of the plants was a winter berry bush. Not powerful, but he would have to pick some for Hawk, who loved the flavor. I already got some, the smug bird informed him. Karl checked the mental space and found that there was an entire bush there, planted in the ground as if it would keep growing. Maybe it would. Karl didn't really understand how the spaces worked, but he was feeding them magical energy, so it wasn't impossible that a magical plant might survive in there, although the majority of the ground was just a mental image. Dana addressed the group. There are plants with narrow spiny leaves. Collect the leaves without letting them touch you or your clothing. We will want as many as possible. I need 4 warrior volunteers. 4 hands went up, and Dana sent them out. Then she pointed to another plant. These are tiger leaf weeds. They're exceptional for fire magic training. All the mages should gather at least a few of them. They are eaten one at a time just before you try to learn fire magic, so dry them and save them. The mages began to move out, so Karl gathered the rest of the warriors. We are on guard duty, but as you move, keep your eyes open for these purple and white berries. They're delicious. Not much of a magical effect other than slightly refreshing, but they're a great seasoning for oatmeal. That made the warriors smile. Oatmeal was not only a staple of the breakfast menu at home, but it was also in the breakfast pack of all their travel rations. Being able to flavor it with some fresh berries would make their first morning in the wilderness much more enjoyable. Chapter 100, Crystal Chamber. The team made their way carefully across the field, grabbing everything that they thought might be valuable, while being careful not to kill the plants, even when they needed a portion of the roots for their training. It was a bit odd seeing these strong warriors being so delicate with flowers and weeds, but if it meant that they could come back here in a month or two and harvest the same resources again, it was well worth the effort. Although they had met up with a group from the clergy, it was rare for people to head this far into the wilderness, and with so much ground to cover, and only an aerial scan to indicate that there might be resources, the chances were that nobody else would return here after the report was filed that they had harvested in this region. It took them nearly an hour to finish their work and make it to the cavern, where all the team members realized that they had a real problem on their hands. They had found so many other resources that they had filled their bags already, and they were only at the 3rd stop. Well, technically the 2nd stop, as the first one hadn't been one of the intended map points to harvest resources. If we pack the moss a bit more tightly, we might make room for one more stop, but if it's a large leafy plant, or a flower that shouldn't be crushed, we will be really short on space. One of the warriors noted. They had loaded up with the moss, but the mages had filled their bags with the flowers and leaves here in this field, where they had actually come to gather crystal from the cave. All right, same formation as before. I will keep Hawk in reserve, but here in the darkness, we will have Thor and Ray, Karl explained. He felt Ray's amusement at the thought of Thor stomping around happily smashing all the crystals that they were here to gather. On second thought, I will keep Thor in reserve as well, and Ray will help me with the scouting duties on point. The Golems will take up the rear, and the rest of you mingle your ranks, warrior then mage. You all know the drill. He amended. The group adjusted their positions and prepared their flashlights with a rapid round of cranking the chargers, just to make sure that the batteries were absolutely, completely charged. Unlike Karl, who had very little reason to be afraid of the dark, the others were much more comfortable in the light. Ray decided that was the perfect excuse for her to scout ahead, so she would be out of the range of the lights, and vanished into the cave. It's shiny in here. Oh, pretty stone. That's for me, and a bit of glowing moss for my nest, and a mushroom. Ray happily narrated her scouting mission. Just remember that we're here to help the others level up so that they can catch up to us, so don't loot everything before they get there. Karl laughed at the bloodbath spider's excess. They're not valuable, just pretty. You can come in now, the entrance doesn't have anything scary in it. Karl stepped inside, and for the first time noticed that there was something strange about his night vision. It was never truly dark in the academy, with the lights in the yard, the dim lighting in the hallways and all the other light sources around. But inside the cavern, before the others entered with their lights, Karl could see in a whole new way. Not how Hawk saw in the dark, as that still relied on some level of light being present, but how Ray saw in the dark, through a combination of thermal imaging and echolocation. Each footstep made his surroundings seem more vivid, and he could see the difference where there was cold water running over the warmer stones. It was no wonder that Ray liked it in the dark. She was perfectly in her element. Then the group followed behind him, lighting up the tunnel with their lanterns and flashlights, and Karl's night vision naturally shifted back to the more detailed low-light resolution that he had inherited from Hawk. Ray had been correct. None of the students were interested in the remains of the interesting objects that she had found, and the spider carefully led them down to the first chamber of the cavern system. "There's one. I see one of the crystals," a mage whispered. "One wouldn't be nearly enough, but it meant that there were, or had been, some here. Leave the first as a marker that they are still here, and let's move further into the cave to check for more. Ray, do you see what that one looks like? That is the type of crystal that they need," Karl commented. "On it. There is another good room up here, but something is in it. There is a pond in the middle, and I can sense something moving under the water," Ray reported. "Stay back, and we will approach it as a group. There is a cavern up ahead, with something living in the water. Ray doesn't know what it is, so prepare for a fight," Karl reported. He moved slowly to the entrance, where Ray was hiding directly above his head, blended in with the stone of the wall, and followed her gaze to the softly glowing waters of the pond. It was magnificent, giving off a dim glow of magical power, and the bottom was lined with crystals. There were hundreds of them in this room, but something felt off, like taking any of them would bring about a backlash. "Wait before you pluck any of the crystals on the walls. I have a feeling that they're related to whatever is in the lake," Karl warned the group, who were about to go into a frenzy at the sight of so many resources. They paused for a moment, but it was obvious that they thought he was being overly cautious on nothing more than the word of a spider. One of the warriors used a stick that he had brought in with him and splashed the surface of the water, waiting for a response, but there was nothing, just ripples in the placid surface. The mages hesitated for a few more seconds. Then one of them used a knife to pop a crystal from the wall. Still no response from anything, and the others smiled in victory. The mage took off his glove to examine his prize, and a flash of light filled the room, engulfing and blinding everyone, as well as forcing Ray back into the beast space. "I told them there was something here," she muttered as she waited for her eyes to adjust. The first to adapt was Thor, who had been sitting with his eyes closed as he chewed, and he relayed the situation to Karl. "There are things here. Dangerous things. I will go out and chase them away." The lightning Sero took action as he spoke, and his bugling call to arms echoed through a much larger space than Karl had expected. They couldn't be in that same cavern. Unless it had collapsed, it sounded more like they were outdoors, next to a mountain valley. The noise was enough to hold whatever was there at bay for the few seconds that it took Karl's eyes to adjust, but what he saw was nothing he could have anticipated. Chapter 101. Forgotten Temple. They were standing in a lush green valley, as he had guessed from the sound, surrounded by mountains, with a massive golden pyramid temple in front of them. The steps up each side pulsed with magic that he could feel even from hundreds of meters away, while between him and the temple stood thousands of glowing crystal golems, the same rainbow hue as the crystals that they had come here to recover. "I'm going to guess that there was no warning about not touching the crystal with your bare skin, but wherever we are, we might be in trouble," Karl informed the others, who were a bit slower to adjust than he was. "How did we get here? And holy hell, are those golems? I want one." Dana gasped, shocking Karl with her unexpected language. The golems were beautiful, and they looked powerful, but if Thor's guess was right, they were far from friendly. Thor activated his lightning barrier, ready to fight, but the golems didn't move at all. They just stood there, watching the group of intruders from a distance. Karl stepped forward to calm the nervous Sero, not wanting to start an incident before. Everyone was recovered, and they had some idea what was going on. If touching the crystal brought them here, then doing it again on this side might send them all back. That would likely be for the best if it was possible. But when he got a few steps forward, a message appeared in the air in front of them. "Welcome to the World Dragon Temple's trial instance. Do you see that?" Dana asked from behind him. "I do, and I would rather that I didn't if it means we've got to fight those golems," Karl agreed. "I think that we stepped into an ancient holy relic. The crystals must have been the ruins of its activation array before it was buried under the cavern, and now we're in some sort of trial ground that the World Dragon Church set up for their members," she added. "That's not reassuring at all. Though most of the holy relics from those ancient times didn't lead to death, a trial ground might, especially if it was damaged by time." While they tried to make sense of the message, one of the golems stepped forward. "The trial is simple. Make it up the steps to claim your reward. If you fall down the steps, you may continue to attempt to pass your previous high mark." The golem spoke in a strange accent, directly into their minds. The lines of golems split, leaving the road empty, and Karl took another step forward with Thor between him and the crystal giant. It made no move to attack, and Karl simply shrugged at the other students as he began to walk toward the golden temple. If they had happened upon a holy relic, there was bound to be something left behind from the mythical times, when magic users reigned supreme, and legendary beasts vied against dragons for supremacy of the skies. According to the tales of his childhood, the World Dragon and the World Dragon Church of those times had made a pact that had allowed the humans to live glorious lives of power and wealth. Now that the elite serum had been developed, Karl and everyone else knew that it was likely related to the system stones. But the fairy tale only got more popular instead of fading once it was proven to be plausible historical fact. Maybe he would learn what had happened to end those glorious times, and how such a powerful culture fell into ruin. This place looked intact, so it had to have survived hundreds of thousands of years of history, buried beneath a forest. Behind him, the rest of the group moved in the defensive formation, with the mages and clerics in the middle row, and Dana taking up the rear, as she did her best to examine the golems for ideas on how to make one. The cleric simply stared at everything with reverent awe. This was a holy relic, a legacy of their church, their own ancestors. Temples like these were the ancient seat of the church's power, the source of the healing magic that they had managed to sustain with their faith through even the darkest of times. When they reached the clearing around the temple, another one of the golems stepped in front of them and seemed to stare at Thor, who was still bristling with lightning. There are 4 sides to the temple, 4 staircases to walk, and 4 levels of difficulty to master the lessons of the trial. Walking up the first side will test your strength. It is the easiest, as strength can be trained by any of the chosen. The second will test your magic. Like strength, magic can also be trained by any of the chosen, but it is the more difficult path. The third side will test your will. Will can be tempered, but should the tempering fail, it will shatter and leave you broken. For that reason, the third side is the most dangerous. The fourth side will test your affinity with fate. Approach the temple and speak the side you wish to challenge. Each visitor may challenge one side per day. Every day you remain on a chosen side, the difficulty of the other sides will increase. All the students stared at each other in shock. What sort of trial was this? They just had to walk up the stairs, and it would test them somehow. Then Thor disappeared, and reappeared a second later on one of the staircases to the temple. Nothing is stronger than a Sero, Thor announced proudly in Karl's mind as he stepped onto. The first stair and a crushing weight seemed to descend upon him. See? Nothing at all, he gloated, then took another step and the weight doubled. One more step, and he began to reconsider his position. Except maybe these stairs, he amended when he was forced to a stop. There were 1,000 steps, by Karl's estimation, to get to the top. Thor was struggling at step 3 and had come to a stop at step 5. Well, that's how it's done, I guess. Just will yourself to the trial you desire, and see how that works out for you. We will stay here as long as we can. At a very minimum, we will stay 4 days, so we can try all the routes. We have enough resources for that in our packs, and it's only half a day to the train tracks, Karl informed the group. I like the way you think, team leader. Now let's go do the trial before the clerics start crying in joy. One of the warriors laughed. Have you two taken the divine injection yet? Karl asked the clerics as the rest of the group began to move forward. They shook their heads. Not until next year. We're still trainees at the seminary school. Then this will be quite a day for you. Just do the best that you can, and maybe start with the magic route, since you've got some skill with holy magic already. Karl let Hawk and Ray out of their spaces, and Hawk immediately vanished from sight, going to one of the tests that they couldn't see from their position. The mages and warriors all seemed to still be visible, so it would be willpower and fate that were on the far side of the temple. Ray went to join Thor on the strength training side, as she wasn't confident in her magical abilities, while Karl considered what route he should try first. The golem said 1 route a day, so he would try willpower first, as that was one that he was more confident in. Chapter 102, Willpower. Once you had learned to get past the fear and claustrophobia of the crushing depths of the mines, not many things would bother you. Plus, he had noticed that his will was stronger than most thanks to the beasts, and that might earn him some reward. There were only a few others on the willpower testing stairs when Karl arrived. Hawk, plus the female cleric student and 1 mage. Karl set foot on the first step, and a sense of doubt began to set in. What if the test rewards were only for the first trial? Surely it would have been better to go to the other stairwells first in that case. But Karl kept to his decision, and took another step. The more that he thought about it, the more likely it was that this was also a test of character. Would the temple think that he had nothing else going for him but pure determination? He had met dozens of students like that in the accuracy training sessions. They had remarkable willpower to keep going, keep training and grinding away every single day. But where did that get them? It got them to the bottom of the class, that was where. Because willpower was all that they had. Karl had talent, he had magic, he had strength. If he had tested those first, the temple would still see his determination, his willpower to keep going. Why had he chosen this staircase? Another step and another, as the self-doubt crept in and the world around him faded, until Karl could only sense what was around him. He barely noticed as he passed the mage, who was on the 5th step and in the middle of an existential crisis, or when he passed Hawk on the 7th step, who had stopped to have a little snack before he continued. The golem hadn't said anything about being timed. Perhaps Hawk had the right of it, and you should save your strength and keep refreshed. No, if he stopped, it would be that much harder to get going again. Karl made it past the 10th step, and the world completely vanished around him, leaving him in a vision of the mines. He was trapped in a collapse, his legs pinned, but ahead of him was another miner, closer to the emergency bell, and gasping for breath. The man's rebreather was broken, but he could get to the button. Karl took off the miner's mask he was wearing, and threw it to his struggling coworker, then held his breath against the toxic fumes as the faceless man scrambled for the button, and the emergency supplies locker beside it. 10 more seconds. That was all he needed. 10 seconds and the man would be coming back to throw him a new mask. 9, 8. Karl struggled to hold on. If he passed out, he would start breathing again, and the toxic fumes would linger in his lungs, adding a bit more permanent damage to the lifetime of injuries that a miner would suffer. In his mind, Karl was still young. He hadn't taken the divine serum yet, and he knew that childhood lung injuries could ruin a man before he even became a man, leaving him useless underground. He would hold on. He had to. Then the miner was back and slapping the mask over his face with a blast of fresh compressed air, and Karl was back in the real world looking at the staircase in front of him. What was that? He muttered as he looked at the steps in front of him. The golem had said that it would test his willpower, but it didn't say anything about that. Another step forward and the reluctance built. This was an impossible task. There was no way that anyone was going to make it to the top with that sort of horror in their minds. No wonder the mage had stopped, and the cleric girl was moving so slowly. Worse, it was self-inflicted torture, with no promise of rewards. Worse than to keep going, he could just go back down and relax for the rest of the day. Maybe the Warriors' The Strength Wall is a training event. He could go there tomorrow and try it as a gym day, building some muscle strength as he tried to move his physique toward ascended. But even with the doubts in his mind, Karl forced himself forward another step. There was definitely a reason he picked this side. He couldn't remember what it was right now, but he was certain that this was the right side for him to test himself on first. That thought got him through 2 more steps before he realized that you were unable to see the other stairs once you were on one. How would anyone even know if he did well? He could just slack off and wait here for hours, and then tell everyone that he did well. It was just the cleric and one mage here, and they were both lost in their own minds already. They wouldn't say anything against him. But another step reminded Karl that he had work to do. He would make it to the top and find out what sort of recognition he could get from the temple. But another step reminded Karl that he had work to do. He would make it to the top and find out what sort of recognition if it was impressed with his determination, his willpower. Maybe it would grant him a boon of some sort, a bit of magic that would help him in his training. Training the beasts. That was his ultimate goal, to help them grow and let them pull him up to the top with them. He couldn't be less determined than they were. Even Ray was out in the sunshine, testing her strength on the stairs. He could feel the pressure that she was under, as if a mountain was trying to crush her to the stone steps, but her spindly little legs were still holding strong and pushing her upward. That was determination. That was willpower. He would keep going. Even Hawk was moving again, now that he had realized that the cake was a lie, and that whatever delicacy he had seen was just a way that the temple used to convince him to stop, to give up and not progress any further. The sun began to set over them when Karl forced himself to the 41st stair, pulling his mind out of a nightmare of desperation, where he had lost everything, even his pets, while trapped and starving here in this broken relic with no way out. Well, that one hit a bit too close to home. I've got this. One more step. Karl mumbled to himself, unconcerned if anyone thought that he was a madman. Then the sun settled below the horizon, and Karl, along with everyone else who was still undergoing the trials, found himself standing in the grass near the second golem who had spoken to them. The trials last 1 day at the most, the golem informed them, then went back to its silent judgment of their efforts. Perhaps we should have waited until morning to start our first attempt, but I think that we did pretty well. Dana mumbled as she lay on the grass, staring at the darkening sky. I'm not sure if we would survive a whole day of that. Even with these few hours, I had to back down 2 steps near the end because the weight was becoming too much to bear. One of the warriors replied. Well, there's always tomorrow. But first, we should make some dinner and set up camp. Karl reminded them. He was not going anywhere near the willpower steps again, tomorrow or ever. He had done enough of that. Chapter 1 and 3, Setting Camp. Setting up the camp proved that there had been some serious oversights in their mission training. It was assumed that the leaders would be experienced, and not just powerful first years who had never actually used any of the kit before. So, an hour after dark, They were only just finally managing to get the tent set up around a small magical fire that they assumed was intended to be their campsite. It was made of flaming rocks, which gave off a gentle blue glow, as well as a level of warmth that reminded everyone that while this was a magical realm, it was still getting colder at night. For most of the students that wasn't a big deal, but some of them came from the warmer climates, or from the big cities, where the apartment buildings were maintained at a steady temperature. They weren't expecting how fast it got cold out, even with the fire nearby, and many had chosen to pitch their tents further away for privacy. That situation changed quickly, and the students who had camped further from the fire found themselves moving out of their tents and coming forward. Karl and Dana had both chosen spots near the fire, but not because they knew about the temperature. They were both used to it getting cold at night, and were somewhat used to the change, but they had wanted to be closer to the center, so that they could respond evenly to an attack from any direction. Both Golems and Ray were on lookout for the early portion of the evening, while Hawk would be taking over from Ray later, so that they would both have enough sleep tonight. They could both see well enough in the dark, with the simulated stars overhead, but nothing that they were seeing was enough to concern them, and Karl didn't wake until Hawk informed him that it was first light and that Thor was being annoying. The Lightning Sarrow had realized that many of the students couldn't sleep in their cold tents, so he had volunteered his large, warm body to help them out, which naturally led to the students going around in the morning to find snacks for their scaly benefactor, and a lot more movement than the grumpy Hawk would have preferred. One of the students tapped a spoon against his metal canteen to get everyone's attention. "Everyone, bring out the breakfast packs and anything you have to season them. If you brought something that you think looks good, you can bring it out as well. What I'm going to make this morning is known as a cowboy stew. I'm not sure how many of you know how to cook at all, but I grew up on a cattle ranch, and we learned that if everyone brings a different bit of the basics, we can actually make one large decent meal out of 10 lousy ones," the boy explained. The students that Karl had set to pick berries each brought out a couple, as well as the packs of dry oatmeal, granola, and dried fruit that were in the breakfast ration pack. The rancher's son brought out a pot that he had managed to stuff into the bottom of his pack, and one of the mages filled it halfway up with a water spell. Then he added all the various ingredients in, and Karl brought him 3 sticks to create a tripod to hang it over the fire, the way his mother did at home in the summer. It got too hot to cook inside, and this method was much better for cooking over the fire pit in the yard. Then Karl brought out the masterpiece of the meal, much to Hawk's annoyance. Iron tusk boar meat at the common rank, one of the last pieces from the very first boars that they had killed during the fight against the goblin tribe, and a food product that Hawk routinely ignored, in favor of the many better options in his space. Food didn't go bad in there, it seemed to be in stasis. So though Karl couldn't keep books in there, all forms of food and other resources were a valid option, and it was going to make their breakfast much more enjoyable. One of the mages scrubbed off a flat rock, and began cutting the meat into small cubes, making 40 of them in total, then conjured a collection of long sticks, and began to skewer them. "Now, this is what I'm talking about. With just one chunk of meat and a few berries, we're all going to be eating well today." The warriors stirring the oatmeal gloated. They weren't master chefs, and some of the kebabs got a bit burnt on the edges, but the oatmeal was fruity instead of bland, with no of leathery mystery fruit to gnaw. Dried chunks. That left each of them with a small package of nuts left over, and the drink mix to go in the plastic drink pouches if they wanted something other than water. Karl stood to address the group. "All right, you can try the same side again if you think that you will gain something from it, or you can try a different one. I know we all discussed our experience last night, and the willpower side was definitely not the most popular among the options. But for those of you with trouble concentrating on your abilities, it might still be a valid and valuable training resource. Take some time to choose your path. You can only do one a day, so there is no need to rush right to the wall this instant. I will see you all when we get back, but don't forget to bring water and something to eat in case you find a spot you wish to train on all day," he informed the group. As terrible as the willpower stairs were, his meditation last night had made huge strides in the improvement of the living spaces for his pets, and Karl was briefly tempted to go back, just to see if he could meditate on the higher steps and improve the beast spaces even more rapidly. If the spaces were at their peak, it might make it easier for the 3 beasts to grow. Hawk was certainly advancing far beyond what anyone would expect of a windspeed hawk. But it was also possible that what they needed was a more magical environment. Karl was human. They were all magical beasts. What if the real limitation was the fact that he had a virtually non-existent mana pool? You might not think of it the same way that a mage did, but ultimately, the energy needed to use, rend, was still magical energy. So there should be some merit to going up the mana improvement stairs. The warriors of the ancient times had powers beyond anything that he could dream of holding for himself. So was it possible that they did it by having a well-rounded set of abilities, and not some super rare class, and an immortal ancient bloodline that allowed them to leave their competition in the dust? 3 of the sides of the pyramid appeared to be intended to train every aspect that a true warrior could need, and they were intending to stay here longer, so there was no harm in using one of the days on the mana stairs. Even if they didn't help much, he could still meditate and make the best of his time. Hawk had the same idea. He had tested his willpower, and the stairs had tested his appetite, so today he would train his magical stamina instead. Rhea decided to stay on the strength stairs to build her rapidly growing body to a standard she was happy with, while Thor didn't see any other option than strength as being worthwhile. All the warriors were with him on that one, except for one berserker who was staring toward the willpower stairs, which startled everyone around him. Are you thinking of building your willpower to extend the amount of time that you can maintain the pain nullification and enhancement of berserk? I think it should work. I trained for a few days with Professor Tank, learning how to fight against and alongside berserkers, and there was a lot of willpower involved on his end. Karl encouraged the young fighter. The mention of the massive berserker made the warriors smile as they reminisced about meeting him, and that steeled the boy's resolve. One day I will be as mighty as him. He agreed, then stepped up to the guardian golem and vanished to his chosen trial. One by one the rest split up and Karl found himself standing next to Dana at the bottom of the mana staircase. You're training mana with Hawk, that's unexpected, she commented as Karl stared up the staircase. Magical beast, magical energy, I think it will help. If not, I've wasted a day, but I can meditate on the steps. Karl shrugged. Well, if you're willing to risk it, I won't stop you. Good luck, I'll look back now and then to see how you're doing. Dana laughed as she set off up the stairs. The first few weren't going to pose any problems to her, especially now that she knew how it worked. But the moment that Karl put his foot on the first step and felt the overwhelming magical force on his body, he knew that he was not going to be impressing anyone today. Chapter 104, Mana Stairs. Karl managed to make it to the third step before the crushing weight of the mana test forced him to a stop, freezing his body in place and preventing him from taking another step. There was an enormous amount of power around him, and he had very little clue about what to do with it. It wasn't the same as the energy in his beast spaces, but it was similar. It almost felt like an unformed magical attack, power waiting for guidance. That was a concept that he understood a bit better. The energy that he used to form attacks came through the beast space. Normally Hawks as Karl hadn't tried really using any ability but rend and shred. He could use the lightning shield to a comfortable standard, and offensive optimization was more of a passive ability that worked all the time, so it was the one space where he normally got his power. But if he reversed that path, taking the outside power and pulling it back into the space, would that improve them? There was one way to find out, and this trial hadn't hurt any of the mages who drew the power in, so it should be safe enough. Karl stood motionless on the third step as the mages all walked past him with curious looks. The worst of them had made it to the fifth step yesterday, but Karl, who was much more powerful, was stuck on the third. From their point of view, the test definitely favored mages, and they had made the right choice to keep training their strengths before worrying about their weaknesses. Their strengths were still weak enough that they couldn't be neglected. Karl managed to get a trickle of energy to flow into the three spaces, filling them with sparkling motes of light that slowly integrated themselves with the constructs that Karl had made to flesh the spaces out into their own small worlds. He did his best to meditate as he stood there, frozen in place, and the trickle eventually became, well, it was still a trickle. Karl couldn't lie to himself and call it more than that, but it was a steady one. The plant life was multiplying, improving the lake in Hawk's space, the grasslands in Thor's and the bushes in Ray's home, while also condensing a stronger energy inside. The expansion rate was still the same as it had been last night, but the quality of the space was actually improving now. That hadn't really been the case before. It would improve a little when Karl focused on adding an element, but mostly he improved the size of it so that it would stabilize and allow the pet's energy to feed back to him. Karl wasn't sure how much time had passed when the burden on him began to lessen, and he managed to move up another step, but he noticed that the sun was no longer overhead, and it was on the side of his face when he moved up to the fifth stair. The team was going to be overjoyed when they got back home tonight. Karl's lake was an actual lake now, with small silver fish made of pure energy flitting about in it. Thor's grasslands had a number of solid stone pillars that he shouldn't be able to break, and enough room to get a good run at them, while Ray's dark bushes now had a half-dozen trees, placed so that she could spin a web between them all to create the ultimate nest. The energy level was noticeably higher, and it was beginning to feel closer to the mana-rich atmosphere of the mage training areas than the open training fields where the warriors worked at the academy. Karl continued right until the sun touched the horizon, and the golems kicked them all out, then went back to sit around the campfire, where the self-appointed cook was collecting ingredients for the evening meal. We're doing the beef stew packages today, if you could toss me yours, their designated cook announced as Karl walked up. Yeah, give me a second, it's in the tent. The clerics had collected a number of herbs while they were out, as well as some edible roots when the group stopped outside the cave, so although they didn't have any rations with them, they could still contribute to the pot. The roots weren't very nutritious, but they were large, and they added volume to the meal, making it look even more impressive. The rations were supposed to be lightweight and easy to pack, but that meant calorie dense, not large and filling. They were just about to settle down with the pot full of rations heating when the cleric girl seemed to have a flash of inspiration, and she began mumbling a spell while glowing with soft golden light. Nobody dared to interrupt her. This was a world dragon temple, and she was a priestess. A trainee priestess without much power to speak of, but still a priestess of sorts. As her spell finished, she spread a cloth out in front of her, and a large golden orb began to form in the air in front of her hands. Then it solidified, and a large ball of soft white grains fell to the ground, landing on the cloak that she had spread. I did it. I finally got the spell to work. That, my friends, is the sign of a true magical acolyte of the church. Blessing of nutrition. She declared in a tiny, quiet voice. It was rice. Nearly 5 kilos of it, Karl was certain. That was far more than they would be able to eat even in a few days, but Karl had seen this magic before. The priests who came to town to help the poor would use their magic to create a giant pot full of rice and beans that would feed hundreds. This was just the rice, but it was more than enough for today. Karl patted her on the back in congratulations, then scooped up a bit of the rice with the bowl that attached to the bottom half of his canteen. He poured a bit of water over the top and set it by the fire to cook, signaling the others to do the same. Good work. Now we don't need to worry about running out of food so quickly. Even an extra day or two here will be a great help to everyone's training. Karl congratulated her. The boy beside her looked both jealous and proud, as if he was envious of her achievement, but unable to hold a grudge over it. Instead of trying to copy her to show off, he began to pray, and created a soft golden glow over them all that soothed aching muscles and minds. It wasn't a fully formed spell, but it was close enough to a minor healing spell to refresh the students. It wasn't a fully formed spell, but it was close enough to a minor healing spell to refresh the dinner to be ready, now accompanied by a large portion of rice. How is everyone else doing? Is the training on the temple stairs giving you real results? Karl asked as his beasts finished their patrol around the camp and returned to the beast spaces. It is for the mages, for certain. The amount of mana that I can handle is up by nearly a quarter, but more importantly, I gained an insight into how to make it grow more quickly even after we leave. Dana agreed. The other mages nodded happily, as they had been sharing the trick with each other on the stairs all day. The warriors decided that flexing and posing would be more appropriate, though Karl couldn't tell if they were actually any more muscular than they had been a day ago. I can't say for certain how much of a difference it is without something to test against, but I've made it 4 more steps today than I did yesterday. If this pace keeps up, then I think that I will be able to pass the Awaken Warrior exam after another week at the most. One of them explained. All right, enjoy your dinner. We will be headed back to train first thing in the morning. Make a plan. I doubt that we will get another chance like this again, unless we can return here. Karl reminded them. The cleric girl shook her head. This is a trial ground. Most of these can only be accessed at set intervals, or worse, once in a lifetime. After we leave, it could be a long time before anyone can use this place again, but I will make sure that the clergy marks it off as a protected holy relic, so that nobody destroys the crystals that operate the entrance. That was what Karl was afraid of. There were other holy relics that opened only on certain holidays, and the serum could only be used once in a lifetime. But they had been able to use this one, and he was going to make the very best of it. So far, he had tested his willpower, which helped him grow the size of the beast space while meditating, and his mana control, which helped him improve the power of his beast space. So tomorrow, he could either focus on the mana control, which needed the most help, or on his body, which was already strong, and improved at a fraction of the rate that the pets were improving. The initial burst of power that he had gotten from the pets had been impressive, but after that, the feedback was limited, and his growth was slow. He would need a lot of training to get physically powerful, but if he focused on the pets, his combat power would shoot up much faster, and eventually drag his body along with it. Chapter 105. Quality over quantity. The answer was made when the beasts settled into their improved homes. Oh, this is nice. I can feel the power soothing my muscles. Whatever you did today, do it again. Ray commended him as she spun an expanded web between the new trees. Yes, this is the right improvement. I can feel myself getting more powerful, Hawk agreed. The two of them waited for Thor to say something, but he was staring in wonder at one of the stone pillars. Did you make a smashing pillar for me? You are too kind. He was nearly tearful with joy over the addition of the pillars, and the other two beasts immediately discounted anything else he said for the evening. Like giving Hawk an extra rare species of meat. The lightning Sparrow had been bribed with the thing he wanted most, and his opinion was unreliable. Karl considered their answers for a moment and then replied, All right, I will go back to the mana training tomorrow and see how much I can improve the spaces for you all. After all, the faster you grow strong, the faster I grow strong in return. A good night's sleep brought about some notable changes to the trio. Not so much to Hawk, but Thor was a full hand taller than he had been yesterday, enough that it was immediately noticeable to everyone when he came out for some attention in the morning. But Ray was the one who caught everyone's attention. She was not only larger, but the armor chitin on her legs was beginning to turn the deep crimson that helped to give the bloodbath spider its name. As they grew older and more powerful, the red up from the claws until her entire legs and portions of her black underbelly were deep crimson, as if she had been standing in a pool of blood. She wouldn't lose the short black fur on her body, but the carapace underneath would change color as a warning to others that she was not to be trifled with, and no longer needed to hide in the darkness. Karl hadn't expected it to begin so early, as she wasn't even fully grown yet. The training must have been good for her, not discriminating against users, even if they were not human. Ray is looking really powerful. I didn't know that spiders got that big, one of the warriors noted. That's not even half grown for a bloodbath spider. When she's full grown, she will be able to grab and flip an armored car with her legs. They're scary enough that even the teen that took me to the wilderness to find new pets didn't want to meet the adult version. I got Ray here as an egg, Karl explained. The warrior wasn't quite sure he believed Karl's bragging, but that spider was huge, and if it was still growing, it was going to be nightmare fuel for countless students. All the ones here had met Ray, and knew that she was friendly, but if she crept up on them in the dark, they would still freak out. Karl returned to the mana enhancement stairs, and slowly made his way to the fourth, and then the fifth stair to begin his training. That shocked the mages a little, as they had all expected him to go work with the warriors today to complete the rotation. But with 2 of the 3 pets there already, Karl was more concerned about making sure that their homes could keep up with them. That day, the progress up the stairs began to really increase for Karl. He was getting the hang of pulling energy in from the outside to feed the beast base, whereas before he was only converting food to energy to build them. With him starting at rock bottom, he had nowhere to go but up, and by the end of the day he had moved from the 5th step up to the 10th, where the pressure was immense on him, but he could still effectively channel more power than the step before. That was enough to get ahead of their growth needs, and the beast spaces were actually starting to look like islands in the void. There was no real sky or anything like it, other than a few fake stars Karl had put in Ray's darkened space to simulate nighttime, but they had a fair amount of land after 2 days of training on the stairs. But compared to Karl's internal improvements, the others were beginning to show real signs of the gains that they had made here. Both of the cleric's eyes shone with a faint golden light. The mages were all filled to the brim with power, and the warriors were becoming the toned and muscular elites that they had dreamed of being since they found out that they were compatible with the serum. They were well into the afternoon, and everyone was exhausted and ready to turn in when the golems made an announcement. Speaking in unison, their magical voices reached every one of the students. You now have 24 hours remaining in your trial. Choose your last day's event wisely. Those words sent a wave of panic through the group. They had no idea that there was a 4-day time limit on the trials. Many of them had intended to try to push through to the awaken rank, then spend a few days checking on the other sides, just in case they could gain something important from them. Karl didn't have any particular regrets. His body was already stronger than his mind, so testing his willpower and mana made the most sense. The question was, what would he do for the last day? He could balance it out and go for the willpower side again. But something told him that the neglected stairs, the random gamble that was the fate challenge, was going to be much more entertaining. It might only be good for a story around the campfire, but all of them should have some sort of affinity with fate, since they all passed the trial of the divine serum and proved themselves compatible. That settled it. He had gained what he needed from the stairs. He learned how to more effectively expand the beast spaces, and he could ask Ray and Thor about the effectiveness of the body training. So he would take a chance on the final day, and he would go for the fate stairs to see what would happen. Chapter 106. Fate Stairs. The next morning, the team realized that they might not have been as prepared as they thought that they were. They had only packed a week worth of rations, which were now over half gone, and they were almost out of the berries for the oatmeal flavoring, which would leave them with just the dehydrated bits that came in the ration pack. They didn't have to worry about starvation anytime soon with the clerics available, but the variety of their diet would soon begin to disappear if they spent too long in the woods before returning to the train tracks. But with the time limit imposed by the trials, they would be outside today, and once the cleric trainees had properly marked the spot on their maps as a holy relic, they could be on their way to give the news of their trip to the church. Before he went to the fate stairs, Karl stopped next to one of the golems, hoping that it would answer a question for him. "Excuse me, do you know how often this trial can be accessed?" he inquired politely, with the assumption that a bit of courtesy might get the magical construct to answer. "The trials open at the will of the world dragon." Karl bowed and stepped away, then focused on being sent to the fate stairs. The answer he got was both informative and useless at the same time. If it opened at the will of the golden dragon god, the world dragon as it was sometimes known, then there was no way that he could predict the next opening date for anyone who asked. But what he could confirm was that it would open again at some point. If the church kept a close watch on this place, they would probably be able to tell when it would open. The fate stairs were different from any of the other sides. They were cloaked in thick black shadows, which made Ray immediately regret going back to strength training. That darkness looked wonderful to her, but Karl suspected that it had some other purpose. It was likely something along the lines of everyone's fate is their own, so you could only see your own path forward, and everything else was shadowed. But it could also be intended to change if you stepped away from the path you were on. Could that be what it was meant to do? Show you ways to change your fate through the decisions that you made? There were oracles among the elites, blind seers of the future, and their visions were uncannily accurate. This could be the same sort of magic, but built into a massive temple to show more than just a glimpse of the possible futures. Brought him onto the first stair, and Karl looked upward, seeing visions of first power and glory, then tragedy in front of him. But to his left and right on the second step were misty figures of himself. Instinctively, he knew that he could step up toward one of them and see what changes would be made if he changed the first major event along this timeline. From what he could see. Returned to the academy and claimed credit for leading the team that found a holy relic. It would make him a darling of the church and the media. His fame would rise even faster than his power would, but after some time, that fame would fade, and the lingering resentment of those who had lived in his shadow would leave him alone in the world, discarded by those he had left behind. Both of the options would reject that next step, but neither were clear to him. Karl's first thought was to step to the left, but he found that he could only move forward unless some condition was set. Perhaps he needed to make a choice? If he decided not to claim the find, but instead attributed it to the group, the glory would be shared between all of them and the clerics. He thought that he could also imply that it was the presence of the future servants of the Golden Dragon that caused the trials to activate. But then how could he explain that he knew it was all at the will of the gods, or keep them from ending up in that same discarded and shunned state he saw for himself? It was better all down to chance. They had been the first ones here after the World Dragon had willed that the trials be opened, so they were pulled in. Glory to the World Dragon and all that pious sentiment. Yes, that seemed best. Karl saw the path to the right begin to become a bit more clear, and resolved to make that the reality. He would instruct the others, and say that he had seen a vision on the fate stairs instructing him to give glory to the World Dragon. Few would argue with that, and those in power would be more inclined to listen. Karl stepped up to the right, and a new future path became clearer in front of him. In this one, the 10 members of the team all became much stronger, and began to surpass the average, becoming notable among the elites of the academy. His mind began to spin as the visions of 10 different people's futures were slowly played out in front of him. And Karl saw the impact that a single decision could have on the futures of everyone around him. He didn't see any horrible endings for them. They would all end up with some level of success and recognition, while their 2 clerics would become pillars of the church. The pillars were those in favor of the gods, who could use holy magic at royal rank or higher. Each of them would gain a boon from their chosen deity, a special spell that only they could use. From what Karl remembered, the current head of the church naturally followed the World Dragon, and was granted the boon of rebirth. He could bring the dead back to life, with some limitations. What those limits were, Karl didn't know, but there was video footage of him resurrecting a murdered cleric after an attack on one of the churches near the border. Every student in the Golden Dragon Nation had seen that footage in primary school. With such bright futures for everyone in the vision, Karl took a step forward and found himself somewhere entirely different. He was still on a staircase, but one with no start and no ending point. It simply floated in a sea of stars, and a sense of power and timelessness surrounded him. The first trial must have been to choose a path for your immediate future. Once you found a decision that you were content with, or intended to follow through, the vision ended. But this place didn't have any instructions. He could go up or down endlessly. It didn't seem to matter which he chose, though upward was generally seen as the correct way. You should strive to work hard and move beyond, up the social ranks, increasing in reputation. Up was used to signify all things beneficial. But down seemed so much easier. If he were going to travel indefinitely, he could certainly make it further going down than up. His strength and willpower would last longer, and he would see so much more if it were going to give him visions or rewards. Then an absolutely insane notion came to mind. This was just a staircase floating in the nothingness, the mental spaces where he kept Hawk, and the others began as an empty void as well. If he simply stepped off the side, what would happen? Could he continue walking as he wished? Would he fall endlessly? The curiosity was egging him on, encouraging him to do something wild, just because he didn't know and couldn't know what would happen. As he considered it, Karl felt a sense of curiosity and amusement flow into the space. Not his own, but as if there were someone or something watching him. Someone who could read his thoughts. A little help here. What way is the right way? Karl called into the nothingness. For nearly a minute nothing happened, though the sense of amusement remained. Then the whisper of a man's voice filled the space. There is no right way, there is definitely a wrong way. But there is only your way. It spoke. Damn it. He was terrible at riddles and brain teaser type problems. There was no right way, only his way, but there was a wrong way for it to be his way. Or his way was destined to be the wrong way. Jumping off the side of the staircase was beginning to look like a better option than trying to figure out what way was the best, and that feeling was increasing by the second. Karl took the ration-packed spoon out of his pocket and began to flip it in his hand as he considered his options. Over and over it flipped. Then Karl noticed something odd. The more he focused on the spoon, the slower it spun, as if gravity stopped working correctly because Karl was focused on the spoon being where it was. That gave Karl an idea. He would go up. Not up the stairs, but straight up into the air. So he crouched and gathered his strength, then jumped, flying high above the staircase for one brief glorious moment, seeing the staircase fade into the distance beneath him, as if he were God himself, floating through the universe. Before landing exactly where he started. Not very bright, is he? Karl heard a second voice ask. But entertaining, the first whispered, and then Karl was back in the grass next to the campsite. Chapter 107. Skillmaster. Karl looked around the campsite and realized that it was mid-afternoon. Over 6 hours had passed since he left, though it only felt like a few minutes in his mind. He went to move toward the fire, where there should be some fresh skewers to cook meat for lunch, and nearly tripped over a small golden chest at his feet. That wasn't anything that he had seen before, but the moment he touched it, the chest vanished from his hands, and a burst of knowledge entered his mind. Taming ability, Skillmaster, increases the chance of a beast learning new skills when actively used during training. Was that what his class was supposed to be? He wasn't just collecting the beasts and creating a place for them to grow strong. He was supposed to be teaching them new skills as well. Was that even possible without the help of the skill books? They were a powerful magical item, and it had taken the inscriptionist group nearly a decade to learn how to make them. But this new ability Karl had been rewarded with seemed like he would be able to teach them new magical abilities at will. Hawk had been able to use Windshield, so if it was the right element, they might even be able to learn magical spells. There was more to the knowledge than just the title, and as Karl focused on the skill, he began to understand the way that it should be used. With the skill active, and the beast watching the ability that you wanted them to learn, as well as some related resources as needed to increase their compatibility, he should be able to teach them to use an incredible variety of new skills. They lived at the academy. There should be all sorts of skills available to watch on any given day. He might even be able to teach his pet some of the skills that the others already knew. Karl brought up Thor's lightning barrier around himself to help clear and focus his mind, as well as recover from the strain of the previous day's trials and 3 nights sleeping on the ground. If he could teach this to Ray, how much more dangerous would she become? Or Shred. If she could learn that ability, she would absolutely annihilate anything that she attacked. The real question was, if she would be compatible with either of them. Karl couldn't see Thor being capable of using offensive adaptation, or Rend without some major attunement, or Hawk using refreshing lightning as he needed the delicate adjustments of airflow over his wings to fly. But Ray might be able to use some new attack abilities, or possibly even fog, or a stealth skill, as her body coloration would naturally adapt to her surroundings. Just thinking about the possibilities was getting Karl excited, and the beasts weren't even finished their daily training for him to try anything. So, he passed some time meditating, and improving the beast spaces while he wasn't on the stairs, giving himself a chance to compare the 2 training environments. The difference was depressingly obvious. Though he had learned the technique to improve both the size and quality of the space while he was in the trial, his actual effectiveness at it when he was not partaking in the trial was less than 1/10 as high. It would take him a month to get as much gain as he did in 2 days on the mana training stairs. But compared to before he had learned and refined the techniques here, it was still much faster. That 1 month, which would feel so long after being on the stairs, was still equal to an entire semester, or longer before they had gotten this opportunity. So, there was no denying that this holy relic was a massive improvement for anyone lucky enough to have been able to enter, or that the change would have lasting benefits that could help them through their entire life. As the sun got closer to the horizon, the other students began to tire of their training and prepare to head back for the night. They had gotten an incredible amount from the holy relic so far, and most of them were only staying until the day ended out of general principle. So when the first one to come back early arrived, he wasn't expecting to see Karl sitting by the fire, and he certainly wasn't expecting the small silver box that appeared in his hands. "What is this?" He asked nobody in particular. "Try opening it, I got a gift from mine." Karl replied, eager to find out what the others would be rewarded with. The warrior pressed the latch, and the lid popped open, then the small chest vanished, and a large flaming sword appeared in his hands. "This is wow." Karl nodded in agreement. "That is pretty astonishing. I don't know what you're going to do about the safety measures needed to carry a giant flaming sword everywhere, though." The boy smiled, and the sword vanished. "The chest says that it is bonded to me. I can use it at will and dismiss it when it is not in use. That will be so useful later, being able to have a blade in reserve on occasions when carrying a weapon is forbidden. You've got a point, especially after you graduate and take up a job of some sort. If you're in an office somewhere, you're not going to be able to keep weapons handy all the time, and if you get an emergency call, it would take quite a while to go to your car or run to the nearest armory to get them. Plus, it's a giant flaming sword. How cool is that? Karl agreed. A few minutes later, another student came back, one of the mages, and she was clearly nursing a sore head. She must have overexerted herself in the rush to get a gain before the trial ended, and had to leave early. She tripped over the small silver box in front of her, as Karl nearly had with his golden one, and landed on the ground holding her head. The warrior was only a few steps away, not quite fast enough to catch her, but he was there a split second after. Are you all right? You tripped over the reward from the trial. Pick it up and open it when your head feels better. The boy told her, eager to see what she would get. If he got a sword, then the mages might get a spell, or a wand or something equally amazing. It took her a few minutes to recover, but she picked up the box with curious reverence, as if it might crumble in her hands, but she simply had to see what was in it. The box was tiny, and nearly fit in the palm of one hand, but when she opened it, a large book appeared in its place. For a few seconds she was silent, likely listening to the trial inform her of what she had been granted, and then she began to squeal and dance around happily. I got a spellbook. An actual spellbook. She cheered as she dismissed the book and pulled the warrior into a swinging happy dance. Is remarkable. So you can just cast all those spells by looking at the book? He asked. That, even better. I can just cast all those spells because I know them now. But if I hold the book, I get a bonus to my magical damage and mana recovery rate, she explained. Then the influx of students began, as the trial forced them all from the stairs as the sun went down. You will be ejected from this space in 12 hours. The trial is now complete, the crystal golems announced, while all the students were still staring in wonder at the small boxes in their hands. Some looked like jewelry boxes, some were small treasure chests, and a few of them seemed to be poorly wrapped holiday presents. There was likely some method to the madness, Karl assumed. Then he noticed the colors. Almost all of them were silver, but Dana's was a small gold chest as his had been, and the worst wrapped of the lot were all in bronze paper. It might be based on their accomplishment while here in the trial, as Karl and Dana were the most advanced and best prepared to begin with, but Karl suspected that it had something to do with their power levels, or some outstanding student who had been a bit slow at the start of the school year likely would have gotten a gold box as well. Chapter 108. Rewards. The quality of the reward was also directly linked to the quality of the package. Not that any of them were useless, or anything less than a priceless treasure, but there was definitely bias being shown in the rewarding process. The items that came from the bronze wrapping paper were mostly trinkets and pieces of jewelry that would help with growth or strength. But the items from the silver category were more practical. They included mostly weapons, the mage's spellbook, and in one case a scroll that would let the user pick one new combat skill from a set list. But Karl had gotten a rather incredible new class skill that would let him easily teach the beast new skills, and Dana had gotten a new combination attack and defense spell that nobody had ever heard of before. Nullification Barrier simply dispersed anything that touched it. It didn't matter if it was a magical attack or a stick that the warriors swung, it simply lost all energy and stopped when it hit the barrier. The offensive use of the spell, Nullification Blade, surrounded a weapon, and would cut through anything that they could find with ease, even the other mages' shields. Nobody was willing to try it with a magical item, for fear that it would be disenchanted, but the barrier appeared to be much stronger than the usual ones they trained with. If it had come from a skill book, she would have been fabulously wealthy beyond her wildest dreams, but the golden chest simply taught her the skill, the same as it had taught Karl. Both were what the Academy would call Tier 3 skills, not the basics, or the advanced versions of the basics, but something that was entirely new and on another power level. They were incredibly rare, and often unique in the world, with only one elite having ever learned them. But more than that, they had a growth rate that scaled proportionately to their advantage. If they were twice as deadly as normal skills at awaken rank, they would be twice as deadly as other spells when you were at ascended and commander rank as well. So we're simply superior in all ways. Karl's was mostly only relevant to himself, but it didn't specify that the animals had to be bonded to him, and that was something that he wanted to test. Druid, sorry I forgot your name. Do you have a bonded animal? Karl asked. Not yet. Most druids get the ability, but I'm still at level 3, according to the way that druids see their progression, and I don't have that ability yet. Something better while I was here, though, and I learned to use an area heal spell while training on the stairs. The druid replied. What did you get from the box? Karl asked. A staff. It vanishes when I want it to, and it applies its additional magic damage even when I am wild-shaped, he explained. Oh, you're a transformation-type druid. Never mind. I was thinking about trying to teach a druid spirit animal a new trick when we get back to test out the reward I got, Karl explained. That made the others curious. Karl had returned first, so none of them had seen what he had gotten, and so far he hadn't spoken of it. But if it was a transferable power, a skill that he could teach others, wouldn't that just be too powerful? If he left to join the army, he could teach his whole unit that power, which the team assumed should be at the ascended rank, since the item type rewards everyone got were generally a rank above themselves. The thought that it might be a tier 3 skill that would scale with his growth, and not simply a more powerful normal skill, never crossed their minds. We have some time before we are ejected, so get some sleep after you eat. We will get up early to pack our gear before we are pushed out, and then we can finish the mission and find the other plants that we came here for. Karl decided. Wait, we're still doing the mission? Even after we found a holy relic and got all these rewards, we are still going to get the plants? One of the warriors asked. Do you not need them anymore? Will they not be effective on you now that you've gained some power? Karl asked. The warrior looked sheepish, and his friends consoled him. Technically, it looked more like mockery, but what were friends for? See, we will finish the mission, and then make sure that our new friends from the church make it safely to the train with us. Now that we found the holy relic, it is not just about getting them back safely, but they need to properly relay to their superiors the information that we have gathered about this place, so that it is protected and not disturbed before the next time that it decides to let a group in. Karl explained. The cleric students nodded rapidly. They will likely want this to be kept all hush-hush. You know how it is with holy relics. If we talk about finding it, then any elite could look up our mission information and find the general area that it is in, to come here and try to exploit or destroy it. That was something that Karl hadn't considered. The church did good things for the poor, and they had the best healing magic, but not everyone was a big fan of theirs, partially because of the power that they had. Karl didn't watch the news often, but there was always someone mad about something that someone else did. It was an undeniable fact, and the church inevitably got caught up in arguments when their programs conflicted with someone else's. The students all seemed to be in agreement, and as Karl brought out a bit more of the awakened rank boar meat for their final dinner here, the talk turned to what they might find at the other herb sites. So far they had found 2 spots that weren't on the map, an ascended beetle, a holy relic, and 2 refugee clerics. If they kept up at this rate, they might find the lost city of knowledge, one of the students suggested. The thought of that was hilarious. The city of knowledge was just a legend from mythology, and it was supposed to be where the young world dragon learned the power to travel between worlds to find a new home to protect. But the world dragon and its offspring were immortal, and given the nature of the legend, the city of knowledge probably wasn't even on this planet. Not that it had stopped generations of treasure hunters from going looking for it. The final meal was a larger one than usual, as everyone who had gathered food donated a bit extra for the celebration, and they made a massive pitcher of punch out of all the energy drink pouches that they hadn't been using. The plans to sleep early had gone right out of everyone's mind, and when the ever-vigilant golems warned them that they had 1 hour left before being ejected, they were all still sound asleep. Everyone up and get packed. We don't want to end up leaving half our gear here, unless you all fancy sharing tents for the rest of the journey. Karl warned them all. That got them up and moving. The boys all knew that the girls wouldn't want to share with them, and Karl was right about them not wanting to cuddle with each other in a tiny tent with a single sleeping bag. Breakfast was delayed, but they all got their gear packed in the next half hour, though it was quite disorganized, and most of it would need to be repacked before they went anywhere. Everyone, shoulder your packs and make sure there's nothing left on the ground. No signs that we were here at all, Karl added. That took a few more minutes, while they adjusted their packs enough that they could be worn properly without gear falling out. But once they were settled, Karl called out to the golem. Sir Golem, we are finished and packed. Will you please send us back out? He requested instantly. He was standing outside the entrance to the cave, along with the other 11 members of their team. All right, clerics. Take 2 warriors and one of the golems as an escort and mark the entrance of the holy relic. Then we can get going. Chapter 109, No Access. The clerics returned a minute later with concerned looks. The end of the tunnel is gone. Everything past the first chamber looks like solid rock. The whole tunnel is hidden. We marked it as the entrance of a holy relic, but I'm not sure that anyone will believe us if they can't see the crystals. The male cleric informed Karl. That's fine. When it opens again, there will be no doubt that it leads to the holy relic. Perhaps it's better this way. Anyone else who stumbles across it will be trying to get a portal to open on the wall, while only those who should know will understand that the tunnel will appear when it is ready. Karl replied. The students started to repack their gear into the best approximation of its original state, helping those who just weren't getting it, until they were all ready to move again. Having been in the same spot for a few days gave them some backpack space again, thanks to the rations that were used up. That would give them a bit more space for more resources to bring back, but they had already gained far more than they expected, even just measuring by the actual plants that the team had harvested. Normally you would only find a few flowers, or a small patch of moss, not entire trees and fields worth of them. That led to many arguments in the student groups if they hadn't worked out a proper rotation for who got the resources, instead of having enough for everyone to split what was available. The next one is straight east of here by 10 kilometers. I will send Hawk up to scout, but be prepared for a long walk. Karl warned the group as they set off. Through the woods, 10 kilometers was going to take them half the day, but there was always the chance that Hawk would find something along the way. Do you think that the abundance of resources we found was because the holy relic was about to open? I mean, it should give off lots of power, right? So it might be the reason that there are so many resources in this area. Dana suggested. So you're saying to forget the map and look around the cave for more good stuff. Everyone, what do you think of that? Do you mind staying in the area for a day or two, in case there are more plants for us to find? Karl asked. They were the leaders, but the other 8 were the ones who had actually planned the mission. The resources were mostly for them, and had been expected to be a level below what Karl and Dana would need. Most team leaders would add a mission point of their own to the trip, if possible. If not, they would do it just for the academy credits, and the time away from the regular training schedule. That was the important part to a lot of them. Getting to go out and explore on their own was much more relaxing than being in class, and the missions picked by the first-year students were rarely dangerous. Even the ascended rank beetle which had been mauled by their team was an outlier. The mission report hadn't expected anything that dangerous in the area. Hawk, circle the area. Any magical plants or other interesting things you see, let me know and we will go explore it. Even if it doesn't seem too useful, it's still a resource. Hawk turned a circle around the cave in increasingly large circles for the next 10 minutes of interest. There are shiny rocks over here. The mages like shiny rocks, Hawk offered, as if he wasn't quite sure what to look for if it wasn't food or a resource he had seen a picture of. That is good. I have shown you all the resources on the list, and if there are any that you have seen on the balcony or in the botany books, you can tell me about those too, Karl suggested. He focused on Hawk's location for a moment and then turned to face it. Hawk has found a possible magical crystal source. We will go there and see what it is, he informed the others. Dana smirked at the other mages. 10 minutes outside the cave, and they were already on their way to even more resources. It was a short walk, with everyone keeping their eyes open for more hidden magical plants, and any signs of threats that might have come looking for them. After the incident with the beetle, and then the holy relic, they had realized that they wouldn't be the only ones drawn to the magical resources in the area. Monsters would be as well, and that meant they would have to compete for what they could get. As they walked, Ray darted out and grabbed a small vine from up in a tree to bring back into her bee space. Karl wondered just what the limitations were on that. Vines, meat, branches, leaves. Those could all be brought in, but he couldn't put his backpack or textbooks in there. Clearly, it wasn't that they were a physical item that was the issue, so it must be that they weren't a resource for the pets. As they approached the point that Hawk had marked, the clerics started to get a strange look on their faces, and the mages were getting really excited, while the warriors wondered why. Then they stepped over a small ridge and saw the situation. There was a large pond with small glowing yellow stones at the bottom. Even the warriors could feel the magic now that they were this close, and the cleric girl looked like she was going to faint. Her legs gave out after one more step, and Karl caught her in his arms. Her partner pointed at the pond with a shaky hand. "Those are holy mana stones," he mumbled. Dana looked at him, then did a double take at the pond. There had to be 100 of the stones in the lake, and each of them was an awakened rank resource. They were to mages what the strength stones were to the warriors, only infinitely more rare. They wouldn't be crushed to dust and ingested, as they were impossible to replace without an especially powerful high priest. Instead, they would be kept in a locket or other safe place, and the user would draw on their power as they meditated. Even just having one was a huge status symbol among the clerics, to the point that priests would wear them outside their robes when visiting important people or hosting nobility, just to prove their favored status. They also apparently couldn't be stolen. They decided who was able to use them, and you couldn't touch them if they judged you as unworthy. Everyone, if those are holy stones, they won't approve of a greedy heart. Put aside. Any thoughts of taking them all and pick one that you like. Go for that one in particular, and if it lets you pick it up, put it somewhere safe. Karl informed them a moment before they were set to run toward the pond. The cleric nodded fervently. You must not entertain greed or violence in your heart, or they will reject you. Karl jerked to the side, startled when Dana poked him on the arm. You can set the priestess down. She's awake again. Chapter 110, Shiny Rocks and Big Ferns. Thor looked out of his space and popped into reality to run across the field and splash in the pond. Well, we can say that the water is safe. Go ahead, everyone, and try not to let Thor splash you too much if you're not going to strip down to swimwear. Karl laughed. After splashing around for a moment, Thor settled into the pond with a sigh, letting just his snout show over the surface as he relaxed in the cool water. It feels so good on the scales, he informed Karl happily. Karl walked down to the pond following the others, who were searching for a spot that felt right to them so they could pick a lucky rock. Hawk thought that it was hilarious, as he had no interest in the rocks. Nor did Ray, as they glowed and would mess up the vibe in her space. How could she be a mysterious predator in the dark and use a nightlight? You could make a walkway with them down the sides, Karl suggested. So bright. How would I ever sleep? Ray objected. Karl looked over at Thor, who was now snoring as he relaxed in the lake, and the spider began to laugh. Point taken. Karl decided he would pick a stone after everyone else had theirs. He wasn't strictly a magic user, so it didn't matter whether he found some perfect or most powerful stone. He would just pick a nice-looking one and call it a day. So while the others put great effort into their choice, Karl focused on making a relaxation pond for Thor in his mental space. If the lightning Sarah liked the water that much, it only made sense to give him a pond of his own. Finding the stones only took a half an hour, but then the warriors began to strip down to their shirts and underwear to go for a swim with Thor. The water had magic in it, and a swim might give them some benefits that they wouldn't get just by standing near the shore. Most of the mages were more reluctant, as they weren't as physically toned as the warriors were, but eventually they caved and ran back into the bushes to change into swimsuits from their bags. Having to recover a resource from the water was an anticipated scenario, and the suits didn't take much space, so they were standard kit. They were also useful on rainy days in hot environments, when it was easier to just get wet and keep your kit dry than to try to dry your clothes later. Karl finished the small pond for Thor, which he could expand later, and change before he came out of the trees to join the fun. The combination of the lightning Sarah, whose refreshing lightning made the water mildly charged and refreshing as he slept, and the natural magic of the pond combined to make an outdoor spa. They likely wouldn't get much more done today unless they left soon, but Karl let everyone soak for an hour and play in the pond before Hawk reported that he had seen some strange ferns that were definitely magic. Hawk has found another resource. Has everyone found what they need here? Karl asked. Yeah, give us a bit to change clothes, and we will be ready to go, Dana replied, giving the water a longing look. They couldn't take it with them, but there were still plenty of magical stones in it, so they could come back on another mission to the area and play in the water again. The holy stones that they had gathered wouldn't wear out if they just used them as a meditation focus to improve their growth, so they wouldn't need to take any more of them. Just relax in the water. Once everyone was changed and shouldered their packs again, Karl called Ray and Thor back into the space. Thor was still half asleep, but Ray had only been splashing at the edge of the water, unwilling to go into water deeper than her lower torso. Like a cat, she cleaned herself. There was no need for her to bathe in a pool of water, and she didn't see the appeal. It was only when they were halfway to the next resource, when Karl realized that the bottom of the pond in Thor's mental space was now lined with very real gravel and a large number of holy stones. He had taken them with him when he transferred back in, and it seemed that the holy stones didn't prevent their transfer. How does he do that anyhow? Ray asked, meaning how he let his head float with his nostrils out of the water as he slept. His nose and mouth are fully separate. He fills his mouth with air and closes it, then it makes his head naturally float while he breathes through his nose. Karl informed the confused spider. Make him stop. It's freaky. Thor snorted in amusement, and moved a little, so his head was on the shore and not floating in the water. Better. The ferns that Hawk had found were a primary ingredient for healing potions. A thick stem filled with numbing gel that could be used alone as a painkiller ointment. But when combined into the potions by witches, or other healing classes with alchemy skills, they would be able to heal major injuries, almost as well as the expensive medicines that the doctor in the frontier town had provided to Karl. These aren't easy to store. Does anyone have extra glass jars for the gel? One of the witches asked, hopefully. Each of the warriors dug in their bag and took out one of the specimen jars, then realized just how inadequate they were for the task. The jar held half a liter, which seemed like a lot, until they realized that the stem of the fern branch she wanted to drain was taller than they were, and as thick as their leg. Karl thought about the issue for a moment, then unpacked one of his jars and went to a smaller fern branch. A slice of wren cut it off past the first branches, where it should likely regrow, and then he stuffed the bottom of the thin stem into the jar, holding all the gel inside. There. Problem solved, he announced. I never thought of that. We will look silly with fern branch flagpoles on our backs, but it will give us so much. I mean, so much. The witch cheered. Karl passed the jar of fern to Thor, who looked at it for a second before realizing it was medicine and not food. That was interesting. He couldn't put the jar in the space empty, but with medicine in it, he could. The witch was staring at him now, so Karl shrugged. I can store food and medicine in the same mental space where the pets rest. Just food and medicine so far, but that's where I put the fern. The witch made a pleading look, then looked down at the pile of jars. It would be a nightmare to try to carry 10 of the meter-tall smaller fern plants, but sitting in Thor's space, it wasn't an issue. All right, I will give them back when we're done the mission. Karl agreed. They stuffed ferns into the jars that had been donated to the witch, and then cut down one extra fern and portioned the gel between everyone, including the clerics, who had leather pouches instead of jars. They didn't seal as well, but they folded flat and didn't take up as much space when empty. Now we've all got medicine rubs, so let's look for more resources before we go home. Not too much more, though. We're all out of space. The students laughed. There was no better problem to have during a resource-gathering mission than finding so much that you couldn't carry at all. Chapter 111 Go Around. The group headed out toward the next likely spot that Hawk had discovered, which turned out to be on the far side of a swampy riverbed. The river itself was shallow and slow-moving, but the marsh didn't look like a pleasant place to cross, and it would be the home to at least a few monsters. "Hawk, how far is it to go around to a better spot to cross?" Karl asked as Hawk detailed the route. "Far, but there's another good thing over there. It is further, but you can get it then come to this one," Hawk suggested. "All right, lead the way." Good and bad news, everyone. That marsh doesn't look fun to cross, but Hawk found another spot. It will be a fairly long detour, and then we will come back for what he found here. Were there any other resources on your list that you absolutely need? We can make them a priority. Karl announced to the group. The warriors shook their head. The moss was the essential one for us. Dana smiled and touched the holy stone that she had tucked in an amulet on a chain around her neck. The mages found something much better than they came here for. The holy stone can replace the original resources. Excellent. I noticed that this next stop is near the train tracks, so we can pick it and then return to the academy. There's no need to go overboard when we can just apply to go out again. If the results are good, they should approve our second trip to the same area, and this is remote enough that not many will travel through here before we can get approval. Karl suggested. But next time, we bring large sacks for all the extra loot. I'm already considering using my coat or the rain cover for my backpack to get more storage. One of the warriors agreed. The mages were a bit more reserved. They didn't have supernatural strength. Even if they wanted to carry more, their packs were heavy. The prospect of applying for another trip, as soon as they returned, as a group which included proper leaders, was appealing though. With Karl and Dana on the list, they might get approved to head out in the next few weeks for a second mission to get what they couldn't this trip, and that would give them an enormous advantage over students who were still waiting to find a chance to head out on a field excursion. That was the hardest part of arranging a mission as a common rank elite. You needed an escort, and the escorts all had better things to do. Most of the awakened rank students would be looking for ascended rank students to lead them on more dangerous missions, while the ascended rank students would be petitioning to go out with teachers on their own training exercises. Even if that failed, entire missions of awakened rank and higher students were an option, so the chances for the common rank students to get a leader were far lower than the number of students looking to go on an excursion. The most common reason one would agree was because they wanted something in the area, and didn't want the competition of a stronger group. Not out of altruism or a fondness for the new students. It left all the junior students scrambling to find a senior in a good mood, or who needed something near the things that they needed. Sometimes there was an overlap, as some resources would be useful to nearly anyone, but that was fairly uncommon when viewed across the entire population of the academy. Karl followed an animal trail toward the next location, where Hawk was flying overhead, scanning for threats. "I see some small creatures, but not mice. Nothing big and nothing powerful so far," he informed Karl. "There's not going to be a bunch more of the small things hiding in tunnels, is there?" Karl asked, thinking about the earth mice and their hiding tactics. "No, these are tree small things. Furry, kind of fluffy," Hawk replied, as he didn't have a name for them. Some things, like the earth mice, his genetic memory instinctively knew, but these were unfamiliar. And while they were the same size, they certainly weren't mice. "Careful now. There are monsters in the trees, small ones, possibly squirrels." Karl warned the others. Normally the magic-enhanced versions of squirrels were like earth mice, and not a real threat to anyone, as they weren't that hostile. But those were the ones near the towns, who were accustomed to humans. These, who might not have seen a human in generations, could be a different story. Like the common great lap cat, who was known as a great house pet, but the feral versions were deadly. They came up to the spot that Hawk was pointing out, and Karl couldn't help but to smile. There was a single memory fruit ready to be plucked. "Good news, everyone. This is the memory fruit tree. I have seen this one before. You can only use these a few times in your life before they start losing effectiveness, but they allow for the perfect recollection of everything that you know for a short period of time. As I recall, you can dry them for longer-term storage, but they should be used within 6 months to a year, even if dried and stored," he informed the group. "What use would that be? I mean, do they just let you remember things, you know?" one of the warriors asked. The group's druid thumped him on the back of the head with a smile. "Idiot, yes, they bring back the memories of everything that you learned and then forgot. Do you know how valuable these things will be for the end-of-year written exams? We might coast through the first semester exams, but the end of the year is both physical and written. If you want a good placement in second year, you need to ace both. And if you have one of these fruits conveniently dried and stored away, you just need to cram study for a week before the test, and then eat the fruit, and you'll ace the written portion." The rest of the students looked somewhere between reverent and horrified. That plant was definitely cheating on the tests. A performance-enhancing drug, but that wasn't something they tested elites for. In fact, you were silently encouraged to take things that help you perform and grow. Or not so silently, in the case of Karl and the other students on a curated training path. That also made the other students wonder if there was some secret distribution system for bits of this fruit, to help the students who were chosen as the top of the class. Karl and Dana were the top of the first year already, and they didn't need this, but they were going to have it anyhow. It was almost enough to make the other students cry at life's injustice, giving all the good stuff to those already fortunate. But today they got to piggyback off that good luck and get something exceptional for themselves. One apiece, as there are 13 fruits. We will leave the last one here for any lucky person who happens to come along behind us, Karl instructed. Cleric girl laughed. Can you imagine, just walking through the forest and finding this, with one last lonely fruit on it waiting for you? It would seem like a miracle, and they will never know that we were here and took all the rest. But in a way, it is a miracle, isn't it? Wouldn't anyone else have just taken them all and sold the last one? One of the mages laughed as she took chapter 1 to 12, to the tracks. Everyone had their loot safely stowed away in one of the many pockets of their packs. Once Karl ordered Hawk to find them a good route back to the train tracks. They had a long journey ahead of them, since they had gotten so off track, but they could likely make it to the tracks before dark, which meant they could catch a train in the morning. At least Karl hoped there was one coming the other way in the morning. He didn't know how busy that track was, but it should be the route that the daily supply delivery for the academy took. That one was going the wrong way, but in the worst case scenario, they could take it to the next town and then switch to go back. Their rations were still holding out, so Karl wasn't worried about staying an extra day to wait for the right train, but it would be nice to get back to civilization and get a proper shower. Maybe they would have the good pumice soap. It didn't smell as nice as the stuff the academy had, and normally he didn't need it there, but after a few days in the wilderness, he felt like he could use a good scrub and a cup of thick black miner's coffee. He could see the squirrel-type beasts, as they walked through the dense mass of ash trees, just watching the group silently from their perch in the branches, and trying to avoid attracting the attention of the humans. But something told him that there was more here. Something that Hawk couldn't see from the sky. The woods just had a feeling like that, as if he was being watched, and Ray agreed, though she hadn't found the source either. The others seemed unaware, so it might be a creature with its attention directly on Karl, but it could just be his heightened senses giving him an advance warning of danger. The beast couldn't always explain how they knew that there was a threat. They just sensed it, and now Karl did too. Then, a kilometer from the memory fruit tree, he found the first signs that there was something large enough to threaten them. There were claw marks on a tree trunk, over a meter above his head. Anything that could leave claw marks up there was bad news, even if it was something that could fly, Karl would have said, especially if it was something that could fly, but they had Hawk with them to help with flying predators. He didn't need to warn the others about the chance to be attacked. The claw marks were enough of a warning, and their progress slowed even further as the group did their best to move in a defensive formation, so they weren't ambushed. But there was no sign of whatever made those marks, at least not for the next 20 minutes, before they saw even more of them, and a few downed trees that spoke of a conflict between two huge creatures that were likely awakened rank or higher. It looks like the intelligence on the area missed a few things. While they might have just been passing through, most common ground monsters can't take down an ash tree the size of my torso, Karl remarked as they passed the destruction. Thanks for the reminder. One of the warriors replied sarcastically. Unlike Karl, he was at the common grade, and he couldn't take down a tree like that either. At least not without using as an axe to hack away at it. The trees they were seeing on the ground had been knocked over by a single brutal impact. Something that was either massive or moving very fast had hit the tree and broken it off. Then there were torn up chunks of ground and more signs of combat, including burn marks that had to be from an ability, and some random slice marks on the branches overhead. What in the world happened here? Dana muttered as she looked around, instinctively pulling her golems closer to her. One of the other mages moved up to scan the area, touching the broken stumps and making gestures toward the slashes as she moved about. My guess is that this was an elite battle. It's not fresh. See that bit of moss growing in the broken tree stump? It's at least a week or two old. The slashes on the tree suggest that it was a warrior-type class, and the broken trees say that whatever they were fighting was significantly larger than human-sized. So, they might have cleared this area of the real threats before they reported it to the academy as a lower-risk gathering area for resources, she suggested. One of the warriors rolled his eyes at her determination. And you determined all that by what? Dancing around the area a little? She shook her head. Come over here and bring out your sword. We don't really have anyone big enough to be the opponent that was fighting here, who could leave claw marks 3 meters in the air, but follow my lead. She placed him where she wanted, then began to reenact the first few moves of a fight scene, stopping to point at marks on the trees as she went. Then he was forced back, and there are those slices in the branches. My guess is that he was knocked over and attacked upward at the beast. It matches with the torn up earth right there. Then, A few more attacks, and he sent the beast flying into that tree, she explained. Never underestimate a detective drama nerd when they say that they can recreate a crime scene. One of the other mages laughed. Karl smiled and nodded. I believe she's right. It matches, and if Thor was bigger, I think that we could see just how close it would be. The creature was likely fighting in a bipedal manner, though, a bear or something similar. Yeah, I was happier not knowing that. The warrior who did the reenactment commented. Well, at least now you know what to look for. We're halfway to the railroad tracks, so just keep moving and stay alert. Once we're there, we can rest and wait for the train to come, Karl reminded him. The sooner, the better. The warrior agreed as he got back in line, and everyone prepared to move again. Now they were barely making any progress, as everyone was so nervous. But Karl and Dana kept pushing them forward, preventing them from stopping for every noise in the forest. If there was something the size of whatever broke the trees, Hawk would have seen it, and he was only reporting fun facts about the tree monkeys and other small random creatures he was seeing. But as they got closer to the tracks, the strange sense of being watched continued to grow, making Karl increasingly nervous, despite the forest seeming otherwise peaceful. The reason for that eerie feeling became obvious when Hawk finally expanded his search far enough to reach the railroad. There are people here. Lots of people in white. They look very angry about something, and they're just standing around the metal road. That didn't sound good, but they might be the rescue party that had come for the high priest. Stay out of their range, but return to the beast base if they've seen you. They might be looking for the beetle, or any other monster in the area. I will call Thor back in as well, Karl replied. I am on my way back. They definitely see me up here, they just can't reach me. Chapter 113, They Weren't Alone. Karl tried to focus on Hawk's memories of the people at the railroad tracks, but he couldn't get a clear image. Their communication was more verbal than imagery, and Hawk had described them as being in various forms of white clothes. That sounded like clergy, but he couldn't be certain. All right, everyone, the clergy group up ahead may or may not actually be clergy, and they might be here with ill intentions. Hawk got a weird vibe from them, so we should be cautious approaching. They're at the railroad, though, so unless we make a large detour and stay back in the trees, they will see us waiting. Karl informed the group. They shouldn't have any reason to be hostile to us. The cleric boy reminded them. One of the warrior boys frowned. You mean, other than the missing high priest? I know it's not your fault, and so does everyone else here, but the question is if they're going to listen to a bunch of trainee elites when one of their own is missing in the area. One of the high priests had his carriage robbed while he was in my town, and the church was not happy with anyone. Put like that, it would be best to be careful how they phrase the first interactions with the group up ahead. Everyone turned to Karl, and Dana smiled at him. Well, good luck, team leader. We're counting on you to make a good first impression, she announced. Fine, I will go talk to them. Everyone else wait here for me to return. Karl sighed. Karl walked the last few hundred meters to the tree line, and then out into the open, covering the last half-kilometer to the railroad tracks, where roughly 50 men in clergy uniforms were gathered. There were 2 high priests that Karl could see, and 4 young boys, about the age of the 2 students that they had rescued, along with the 50 clergy guards. Hopefully, this was the group from the seminary academy that had been out gathering resources. The closest of the guards raised his fist in a silent greeting, which Karl returned as he walked. If he recalled right, that was done by guards and soldiers so that their voice didn't attract monsters or the enemy. Once he got close, the guard began to speak. Who might you be, all alone out here in the woods? The middle-aged guard asked. Not all alone, just cautious. I take it you're with the seminary academy, out to gather herbs, Karl replied. The guard nodded, and his gaze turned curious. You met with the missing team, or you wouldn't know that. Are they all right? Where did you see them last? Their escort has been killed by an ascended rank giant beetle, but I brought the students with me on our mission for safety. We happened to discover a holy relic, and when one of our team touched the crystals, we were pulled into a world dragon trial instance, as the guardians of that place called it. Karl explained, skipping most of the details to get the important part out. A trial instance, what did it look like? The closer of the 2 clerics asked eagerly. A forested space with a gigantic golden pyramid temple in the middle. There were stairs up the sides, testing your strength, magic, willpower, and fate. We remained there for 4 days. 4. Until it kicked us out, but I got the guardian golem to tell me that it opens at the will of the world dragon, so it's not broken or anything, just waiting. Karl explained. Before you 2 go on a tangent, where are the students? The guard asked. And did you find the body of the high priest? The other cleric asked. I found the body, partially eaten by the beetle. I have it with me so it could be given a proper burial. The students are with the rest of my group, I can go get them. Karl replied. Why so cautious? The second cleric asked. Not to. Sound rude, but we are trained to be cautious of everything out here in the wilderness, and we couldn't be sure that you were really from the church just going by the fact you wear white. I didn't want to put my team at risk, Karl replied quietly. Understandable, But your badge says you're still an awakened rank student. Wouldn't that put you at risk? The first cleric asked. Better one than all. I am the team leader. It is my duty to keep them safe. Karl replied with a shrug. The guards nodded in appreciation for a good leader, though their attitude seemed a bit insulted that he appeared to think that he could take them all at once, even if it was just long enough to escape. Even if as an awakened elite, he was one. And they were 50 with holy magic from the clerics. Really, Karl was just trusting in his physique and lightning shield to make a break for it if things went wrong. If you would please go get the rest of your team, there should be a train here in the next 2 hours. We were going to return and call a search team, but if you have them with you, we can all return home. The closer of the two old clerics suggested. Of course, I will go get them and I will be right back. Karl turned to walk away and sensed both Thor and Hawk in their spaces, watching the group as he disappeared back into the trees. They're not following you, but they're watching closely, Hawk informed him. All right, that's normal. They're expecting me to come back with their students. Karl walked back to the group and gestured them forward. There are 2 more clerics, I think they're high priests, as well as 4 boys about your age. They have 50 guards with them, and they're waiting on the train to go back to the school. The 2 young cleric trainees gave each other a high five. Did you explain about the holy relic? Because they're going to be able to sense the holy magic as we approach. The girl asked. I did. I didn't go into much detail, but I told them that it existed and that you 2 were safe. Karl explained. That should be enough. Are we going now? Karl nodded and turned back to the tracks. Everyone. Same formation as usual. Keep the mages and clerics in the center of the triple file. We're heading toward a group of career soldiers, so try not to make yourselves look like the brand new students that you are. The team laughed at the notion they might look like anything but a bunch of first-year students out on their first mission. Sure, they had grown in power a lot since they arrived at the holy relic, but that didn't make them any more experienced about being out in the world. They exited the trees with Karl in the lead, and he could see that the clerics were actively looking for the 2 students. Then as they got closer, the 2 priests got a strange look, and began to search around in every direction. Is there something wrong? Karl called and motioned for the team to stop. I sensed holy magic. There is someone else here. One of the clerics called back. He was clearly nervous that someone was following them, so perhaps they had come across something good as well, and didn't want another claiming the credit for their discovery. Chapter 114 marked. Karl waved to the cleric as he got the team moving. False alarm. It is probably the students. We had an encounter with a holy relic, remember? They've grown much more than expected in the last few days. They're from our school. Those 2 are professors, not high priests, but strong with holy magic. I don't know the guards, but the other students are familiar faces. I didn't know that they were out here as well. The high priest only told us we were leaving, not anything else. The cleric boy with them explained. Well, at least we can confirm that they're really clerics. Let's get there and get settled in for some storytelling. They're not going to let us just silently board the train without giving them all the details. I hope that you are ready to relive the dangerous parts. Karl whispered back. I think so. It's not my favorite memory, but I doubt that I'm going to panic if I happen to remember it. The boy replied. The guards moved to encircle them once they got close to the group. They were all facing out, alert for some sort of danger, and definitely not threatened by the students. But Karl still had that creepy feeling, like something was wrong. Only now that he was close, he could tell that it wasn't coming from this group of people, just from this area in general. So he didn't relax, and he prepared to bring the refreshing lightning barrier up as soon as he sensed the threat. Calling the beast out would be a last resort, as he would have to explain to all the soldiers beforehand. But keeping the barrier up shouldn't be too much of an issue. Everyone expected the elites to have some sort of supernatural powers. The 2 clerics came over to the group and began examining the students they had rescued, while the other 4 students looked on in envy. Even they could sense the power from the 2 newly arrived students, and it was obvious that they had been gifted with magic by the trial. This does pose a bit of a dilemma. It is holy magic, but so much of it might make. The government believe that they are serum awakened, and not just common clergy. The older of the 2 sighed. Is there a distinction within the church? Karl asked, hoping it wasn't rude. There is. The ones who awaken cleric marks with the divine injection are sent to us, while the ones raised by us that awaken other marks are sent to the academy. There weren't any last year, only one got a mark, and it was a cleric, but our group does not have many students to begin with. The priest explained. The other 4 boys nodded in unison. There are only 8 of us in our year for the whole region. One of them offered. That made sense. The seminary academy was normally raising selected orphans as priests and nuns to help keep the church running, not to become elite magic users. The main orphanages were in the big cities, where there was the most need. The fact that some of their intended helpers did gain exceptional levels of holy magic, either from the serum or from their faith, was just an added benefit. If I didn't know better, I would say that you were awakened by the serum. Have either of you gotten a mark on your body after the trial? The cleric asked. Both of them carefully took off their gloves, revealing the mark of a bishop's scepter with a dragon wrapped around it. That wasn't the mark that the cleric in front of them had, Karl noticed. His was a simple ankh, a cross with a loop top on the back of his right hand, but these two were much more ornate and detailed. They were also larger. Much like Karl's claw marks, they took up an entire forearm, but the cleric knew what they were right away. "You, team leader, do you have an emergency phone?" he asked. "Of course. Do you need to make a call?" Karl replied. "Dial 777 and when they pick up, put us on speakerphone," the cleric instructed. Karl did as he requested, and the phone only rang once before being picked up. "Speak." The person on the other end replied. "Cleric class professor 8,607,5309. The priest replied as soon as Karl hit the speaker button. Verified. "What is your emergency?" the bored voice asked, sounding nothing like it was an emergency. "Two dragon priests found, awakened at a holy relic before the serum injection." The priest replied, 8 minutes. The voice informed them, then hung up. Karl looked at the group, who mostly seemed as confused as he was. "They're not really talkative, are they?" Karl asked. "It's better if they're not. Remember that number in the future. It is the direct line to the Holy Inquisition. They're the church's version of special forces, and a number of especially devout elites work with them to prevent damage to sacred sites or attacks on traveling clergy." The priest informed him, "Well, it looks like we will be separated very soon, so let me be the first to congratulate you both on your awakening. From the response, I would say that your class is a good and well-known one, so your future should be secure." Karl congratulated the two students, who had kept their awakening to themselves this whole time, though everyone had known that their magic was growing more powerful even before their eyes first glowed with golden light. They were beginning to relax and count down the minutes until the reinforcements arrived. "Do you know a dragon?" the priest asked the students, who shook their heads. Dana raised her hand. "I think that we do. Their eyes glow golden in the dark." The guards looked reverent at those words, and shifted their defensive postures, as if they were ready to guard the two students even against the other clergy. "Then thank the gods we called the Inquisition. I was not looking forward to facing the Academy matron, or worse, the Grand Priestess, to report that by myself," the second priest muttered. Karl and a few of the guards couldn't help but laugh. Some things were truly universal, and one of them was the aversion to being called out by your superiors, even if you hadn't done anything in particular wrong. When the creepy feeling that Karl had been getting intensified, and now even the clerics and mages were feeling it. There really is something else out here. "Everyone on guard, I feel a disturbance in the mana flow," the leader of the guard troop announced. "In position, circular formation," Karl ordered, and the students moved to surround the clerics, with the mages inside the ring of warriors, behind the front lines of the guards. "Are you not moving inside the formation?" the older priest asked Karl, who had moved to stand with the guards in the outer ring of the defensive line. "Guards, I have 3 tame beasts with me, as part of my class skills. A lightning sarrow, a windspeed hawk, and a bloodbath spider. If I have to call them out, I need you not to attack them. They are not a spell, they are living creatures," Karl called out and got a sharp response from the guards. "Understood, sir." They called in unison, and Karl settled into his place among the guards next to their team leader. If there was an attack, it would be easier if the two of them could coordinate their orders. Chapter 115, Drakes. For a few tense moments, everyone waited for something to happen. Then, the cause for the alarm became clear. There was a flight of drakes inbound with riders on their backs. One full wing of drake riders, 140 degrees low on the horizon. The guard sergeant reported that was nearly behind Karl, but the guards on his side of the formation didn't turn away just yet. Training told them that an attack rarely came from just one direction, and if it was a flying enemy, they could easily circle the team to attack where it looked weakest. Once they're in range, odd numbers turned to face the threat. The guard leader announced, getting back a wordless noise of confirmation. Karl had no experience with that sort of group training, but the students were willing to follow the church guard's orders, and when Dana whistled, the mages all turned. "They're nearly in spell range now. Call it when you want the attack to begin." Karl informed the guard leader. "Hold fire. They might not be hostile, but the drakes would have sensed the presence of dragon magic a while ago if they've flown this far inland. That's the only reason the drake riders are ever willing to leave their borders," he replied. Karl struggled to remember geography, but he was reasonably certain that the drake riders were from a nearby island nation, so they must have flown hundreds of kilometers across the Golden Dragon Nation without being intercepted, looking for the magic that had awakened these 2 new clerics. That was an impressive feat for 20 of the giant flying lizards. "I will ask for details later, but what are the chances of attack?" Karl whispered to the guard leader. "If they've come this far and haven't found what they're looking for, I would say 90%. They view themselves as the rightful heirs of the dragons," he replied grimly. Drakes didn't use magic or breathe fire. At least Karl hoped that they didn't, but the riders on their backs most likely did, unless they were going to dive into melee combat and use the beast the way that Karl would have Thor and Ray fight on the ground. The flight of drakes circled the group once, as if verifying their targets. Then as one, they dive-bombed the group. "Open fire," the guard leader announced. "Guards up. the sergeant added, causing the team to raise barriers all around them. Thor didn't have a ranged attack, but Karl called out Ray with a simple mental instruction: tie their wings and make them crash. Karl was in the odd-numbered position, and as the team rotated to face the flight of drakes, he joined them, waiting for the beasts to get close enough for their claws to rake across the guard, set up by the warriors before unleashing, shred, into the belly and throat of the two drakes closest to him. The beasts roared in pain, and the whole flight circled up into the sky, except for one unfortunate soul who was caught by Ray's web and thrown from his saddle when the drake flapped its wings, tearing the web. Web isn't that strong, Ray muttered. That's fine, just pull the riders from their seats, Karl replied with a smirk. The drakes were trained to obey orders, and without a rider they should lose their organization. Thick black blood dripped on Ray's head, and Karl felt the surge of energy from her link, as well as the joy as she absorbed it. If we kill one, I will take it for you, he informed her, as it was clear the drake blood was better than anything else he had been able to feed her. The damages from the mages and Karl weren't enough to deter the drake riders, and a flurry of flaming arrows flew through the sky to impact against the mage barriers in the center of the group. The barriers began to waver, but Dana focused, and they stabilized again, while the golems glared up at the drakes. Her nullification barrier seemed to be up to the task of stopping the arrows, but it would drain her energy reserves quickly if she was the primary defender, instead of spreading it between the 5 mages. So it quick to help, and a faint golden glow of holy magic covered her body, refreshing her mana and strength in preparation for the next attack. That reminded Karl that he was slacking, and he brought up the refreshing lightning around himself, hoping for a bit more energy recovery, then gave in to Hawk's complaints and let the beast free. Even as grand as he was, larger than a condor, Hawk was tiny compared to the drakes. It was a small blessing, as nobody would mistake him for one of the enemy, but it was concerning, as he was going to be at a major strength disadvantage if he were caught. Instead of facing them head-on, Hawk treated it like training. He gained altitude quickly, getting above the attackers so he could strike down at them and aim for the riders. Now, Karl ordered as the attack wave reached the defenders from the church again. Rend attacks flew down at all the drake riders, while Karl threw shred up at the drakes' bellies again, targeting the same pair. Pain screams filled the air as the two beasts crashed to the ground, one bleeding heavily from the neck and the other with a wing nearly severed. Took off the attack as their riders died, but the remainder of the wing crashed into the barriers again, shattering the guard encirclement and tearing apart the soldiers opposite Karl. The rider of the drake with the slit throat hopped free at the last instant and charged at Karl, who took his head from his body with a rend attack, and tried not to gag at the sight of the decapitated corpse falling to the ground. It had been instinctive. Hawk's instincts telling him that the best place to strike was always the neck, but he hadn't really been prepared for what came after. A quarter of the wing of drake riders had been killed, but the soldiers were struggling to get their guard back up, and the holy magic that was flowing into them to reinforce their spells was still not enough to face off against 15 drakes. Mages, extend the barrier. Warriors fall back into a double rank, the guard leader ordered. That was their best chance of survival, as the elites had more individual power than the 2 clerics, and there were 10 of them to the 2 professors. Warriors to the outer ranks, Karl ordered, as that would let them mingle their guard abilities with that of the soldiers. The ability was short-ranged enough that despite their reluctance the boys moved up. Not to the front rank, but to the second, sandwiched between the professional soldiers. That was good enough for their spells to cover the perimeter, and they should be able to take a few more hits before the group would be in trouble again. 2 drakes broke off from the formation to chase Hawk as they realized their wing was under attack from above, but they didn't have the altitude to close on him that easily. A wire-thin rend from Karl took one of the riders from the saddle, while Ray pulled the other free, sending them both tumbling 50 meters to the ground. They managed to cast spells to soften their landings a little, but they were too close to the tracks, and the clergy guards were on them with slash attacks instantly. That made 5 loose drakes, who began to fly away, trained to return home in the event that their rider was lost, and 2 more that were downed by attacks. The drakes dove again, but this time the mages didn't counterattack when the arrows flew. They focused on their barriers, keeping the vicious claws off them while Hawk attacked the drakes from above, and Karl coated the flying web being sprayed out by Rend, turning the sticky silk into razor wire that tangled around 2 of the drakes, shredding beast and rider alike, before pulling them to the ground with a sickening sound that was definitely going to haunt Karl's dreams tonight. Then, the most glorious sound in the world reached their ears. A helicopter was inbound, and the drakes turned to flee, unwilling to face the elite forces equipped with military heavy weapons. Of the 20 drake riders that had attacked, only 10 were going home, and a few more beasts would survive to take a new rider. Move forward, check for survivors. The Inquisition will want to interrogate someone. The older of the 2 clerics ordered. Ray raced through the long grass, pulling one of the dead drakes into her space before anyone noticed or had time to count. Then she began checking the bodies. There are no living ones. Well, that one is kind of living, but not for long, she amended.
How so?
Karl asked as he moved forward, and the cleric hurried to join him. So was one who had been pulled from his seat by Ray, and his body was twisted in an unnatural way, with blood bubbling from his lips as he struggled to breathe. The cleric got right to work, casting a healing spell on him, and then forcing a potion into his mouth to stabilize his condition. Karl hadn't realized that the clergy could do that. Bringing a man back from that close to the edge of death was worthy of being called a miracle, and it was happening all over as the other. Cleric and the students were working to save the clergy guards who had been mauled by the Drex, or who had taken a magical arrow. Chapter 1-16. The Drex were faster than the helicopters, and both were rapidly fading into the distance as the clergy did their work, saving one attacker and most of their guards. Then they waited. And waited some more until the Special Forces team gave up the chase, and returned a half-hour later. From the look on their faces as they stepped out of the helicopter, it was not a triumphant return, and the Drake riders had escaped their pursuit, but it was still good to see them. Priests, students, and who might these be? The large man leading the Inquisition team asked. A gathering team from the Divine Golden Academy led by the awakened students Karl and Dana, here to gather herbs, sir, Karl replied, as he was the closest of their team members. Two awakened team leaders for a resource-gathering mission, the Inquisitor asked. Yes, sir. We're all in our first year, so they sent an extra awakened member on this common-grade mission to make up for our inexperience, Karl explained. That seemed to be enough to mollify the Inquisitor, who just nodded in satisfaction as he looked over the team. It looks like you're all the leaders of this year's class. Congratulations on your acceptance by the Divine Serum, the Inquisitor replied. The World Dragon smiles upon us, Karl agreed. The two cleric students who had been with him nodded enthusiastically, and even the Inquisition smirked at that reverent response. The group had discovered two dragon priests, more correctly, a priest and a priestess, as the Inquisitors began to realize. If that wasn't proof of the World Dragon's favor, then he wasn't sure what qualified. We will need to extract the entire team at this time. Notification has been sent to the Divine Golden Academy, and they will come to recover their students once we have had an opportunity to speak. The Inquisition team leader announced with a gesture toward the helicopter. The clerics looked nervous, which made everyone else nervous as well. What did they know that nobody else did? The team hadn't done anything wrong. So surely there was no need to be frightened, Karl thought as he called Hawk and Ray back into their space for the trip. Both had stolen Drake bodies for later, which someone would certainly notice, as the scales were incredibly valuable. But that could be discussed once they got back to the academy, as they could also be counted as a strengthening resource. Many scaled beasts use potions with the scales of dragon-type beasts to help their growth, and Karl had Thor, who might be able to get something from the exchange. Can you show me the marks? The leader of the rescue team asked, looking at the two newly awakened clerics directly. They both pulled up their sleeves, and the man smiled, then gestured toward the helicopter. Everyone in. We've waited here long enough. As soon as everyone was in the large twin-bladed helicopter, it began to move, not even waiting for them to get buckled into their seats. This matter must have been a bigger deal than what Karl or any of the others had suspected, and they hadn't even been asked about the holy relic yet. They only flew a few minutes before they landed at a large cathedral surrounded by low stone buildings that were built in the middle of nowhere. This was the Seminary Academy, where the clerics trained their new clergy, and raised orphan children who were left in their care. Only a promising few would get the preferential treatment that the 6 students in the helicopter had. But they would all be given the divine serum when they came of age, to determine if they would continue a mundane life, or start moving on to bigger things. To have students awaken outside the ceremony, but with the presence of holy relics, it is not unheard of. There is one in this school as well, and it is known to grant boons to those who the World Dragon favors. That is the first place we will be going. The response of the World Dragon Temple will tell us much about you. The leader of the Inquisition team informed them. They were led out of the helicopter and toward a small golden building, with ramped corners that reminded everyone of the stairs at the trial site. Is there something familiar about this place? The Inquisitor nearest to Karl asked. The stairs. The trial instance that we were in was a golden pyramid temple with staircases up the 4 sides, like the ones on the corners of the building here. Karl quietly answered, trying not to disturb the peaceful vibe of the area. The man didn't say anything more as they were led into the small temple, and the 2 newly awakened students immediately began to glow with golden light, before their robes changed. From student uniform robes to more ornate cleric habits in a gold over black double-layered fashion. Karl felt a weight around his neck, and found that he was wearing a simple golden dragon-shaped pendant, but when he tried to touch it, he discovered that it was some form of illusion, and not solid at all. The Inquisitors moved through the group, looking them all over for some sign of the World Dragon's favor, and then quietly escorted the other 4 students out of the room. They weren't taken anywhere, just left by the door, which was closed in front of them without a word. Only when the doors were sealed and the priests who had been in the temple had moved to guard them did the Inquisitor speak. It appears true that you all did undergo a trial in a holy relic. Those pendants are a mark of lingering favor, and the design tells us how you did in the trial. Congratulations to you all, and we do hope that you enjoy the rewards granted for your hard work. Now, we will be bringing you individually to speak of your experiences, so that we can get a clear picture of what the holy relic is and how it functions, or possibly when it might open again. A team has already gone to secure the location, and they will verify your stories. The Inquisition team leader informed them. That explained why the others were sent out. They weren't with the team, and they didn't have the rank of the priest to stay in the room and hear such sensitive information. Who would like to go first? The Inquisitor asked. Karl raised his hand. I will go first, if there are no objections. The students looked nervous as Karl was led into the other room, where two large men, shirtless in black leather pants, were standing on either side of a metal chair with armrests. Karl wasn't an idiot. He knew that this was an interrogation room, not a friendly meeting with new friends room, but as long as he explained clearly, he didn't see any reason for there to be a problem. Most of the intimidation of the room came from the knowledge that you had something to hide, and Karl really didn't have many secrets. At least, he assumed that was why it was supposed to be horrifying, as the room was immaculately clean with no signs of prior use, other than the scuff marks on the floor by the chair. The man who escorted him in gave Karl a friendly smile as he settled into a folding chair facing the metal one Karl was led to. All right, let's start at the beginning. I mean the very beginning. Who are you, where are you from, and what was your life like before you found out that you were compatible with the divine serum? The Inquisitor began. Well, my name is Karl. The working people of the mines don't customarily give family names. I am in the first year at the academy now, from the most recent batch of serum candidates. I was going to school on the standard 4-day schedule, and working 6-quarter shifts in the mine a week, as the rules allow for students. I can't say things were all that bad. My mother was a good cook, and my parents hadn't run up any debts that I know of. Karl began, then paused, unsure what else the man might want. The Inquisitor nodded. You don't hold any resentment against the mine owner? Karl shook his head. I've never even met the man. Or perhaps it's a woman? The foreman is a good guy, though. His daughter was in my class, but she didn't have the compatibility. How has your time at the Golden Divine Academy been? Are you making friends? Karl smiled. Very much so. I've been advancing faster than most, so I keep getting moved between training programs, and everywhere I go I meet more good people. Why do you think that is? The Inquisitor asked, taking notes on a paper pad. I have a theory that everyone who gains the favor of the World Dragon has something in common. Have you noticed that there are suspiciously few douchebags in the first year? Classes? Maybe not. I don't know if you were a student. But the truly cruel and the bullies don't seem to have made the cut. Karl explained. The Inquisitor looked like he was about to laugh at Karl's seemingly naive response, but as he thought about it, it was true of the first years. They came in decent, and only really devolved as the year went on, and the power differences began to appear, which caused resentment, bitterness, and envy. By the second year, the cliques had fully formed, but at the start of the first year, as Karl was experiencing, his classmates would all still be somewhat starstruck and hopeful. Now, I need every single detail of your mission. The wording, everyone involved in its assignment, and anything else you can think of. The Inquisitor demanded, turning serious, but softening his voice enough that it didn't sound like a threat. Chapter 117, questioned. Karl thought about the question. Who all had been involved? I proposed to my personal tutor, Sergeant Rita, that it would be better for my development if I could get out for some practical training. There is only so much I can do in the limited environment of the academy, and she discussed it with the agents from the Bureau of Elite Development, who agreed to the mission, and picked the one I was assigned. 2. The Inquisitor looked confused. What was a Bureau agent doing there? Karl shrugged. There are 2 of them assigned to me. One is there all the time, either a mage or a warrior. They took me on the trip to find my second and third beasts, then approved this as my first student mission. The Inquisitor looked like he was getting a headache. Back up a step. When did the Bureau first start showing an interest in you? Karl shrugged. A few weeks ago. At least that was when I noticed, because they sent Colonel Valerie to escort me and Dana to a training day on the Saturday. One of the 2 goons left the room for a moment, and the Inquisitor waited, not asking any more questions. A few minutes later, the man came back in with a picture in his hands, and a man in a business suit. Do you know who was in that picture? The Inquisitor asked. Karl looked over and smiled. That's Jody, one of the Bureau agents. Real playboy vibe, but he's actually a good guy. He was on the mission to find me the additional pet and at the training course. The man in the suit pocketed the picture, while the shirtless man returned to his position. Then the door opened again, and a familiar face entered the room. Overlord Drake walked into the room with an expressionless professionalism, letting his powerful aura fill the area, which made the others visibly shrink back a bit. Not Karl. He had nowhere to go in the metal chair, but he already knew that the man was simply intimidating, and that had nothing to do with his mood. Overlord. He greeted politely. Oh, it's you again. How is that skill working out for you? Got you all powered up and looking to join the Inquisition in your first year at the Academy? The powerful man asked, unaware of the situation. We called you down here to use your skills to help determine truthfulness, as the Bureau of Elite Development has gotten involved with a first-year student, the Inquisitor announced. The burly man looked a bit sheepish. That might be my fault. They were the talk of the Academy when I visited with the Prince, which led to us teaching them a couple of new skills, and probably attracted the attention of the Bureau. The Inquisitor definitely looked like he was getting annoyed now. Alright, it appears that there are numerous details left out of your recounting of your time at the Academy. It's only been a little over a month. I thought that we had covered everything. Now, let's start over. What did you learn as an additional skill? Where did they take you looking for pets, and what did you pick? The Inquisitor asked. Overlord Drake perked up a little at that. Karl could see the curiosity in his expression. I learned Shred as an additional skill from a skill book provided by Overlord Drake. The team from the Bureau took me south to get pets, and I picked a lightning sarrow and a bloodbath spider. There is an official report made, Karl explained. The shirtless man went and got a laptop computer out of the cabinet at the back of the room, and the Inquisitor tapped away as he logged in and opened the report. You had quite the adventure. Alright, that should be enough of the background. What happened on this mission? Where is the High Priest's body? And how did you find the holy relic? I have the body stored. Do you have something? I had to put it in a bag to store it with my beast, and it's a bit undignified. The Inquisitor looked mildly horrified, but gestured to the floor. Is it intact and whole? Place it there. It isn't. The giant beetle that killed him ate part of the body. Karl replied, then placed the blood-soaked bag on the floor. Overlord Drake cussed, and made the symbol of the dragon, with his thumbs crossed, and his fingers spread to imitate the wings of the world dragon. The Inquisitor seemed unfazed, and didn't bother to open the bag. So, it wasn't the thought of blood that had horrified him, but more likely the idea of being eaten alive by a giant beetle. Thank you for recovering the body. Now details. Karl recounted everything from getting off the train to meeting the clerics, and then stopped when they got to the part when they were pulled into the trial instance. Astounding. Now, the rest of the details. Karl spent over an hour answering questions about the trials, his experiences, and what he thought they meant. And the reward that you got was a class skill. You're certain that it said class skill? The Inquisitor asked. It called it a tamer skill, which I assume is the trial's name for my abilities. It wasn't just a regular skill or named like an offensive or defensive skill, Karl explained. Interesting. But not my department, possibly Overlord Drake's, the Inquisitor replied. Then they asked what he knew about the other students' rewards, before a group of 6 men showed up with an ornate metal casket. You'll want to clean him first. I didn't want to mess with anything, Karl explained. A flood of golden magic flowed from the men with the casket, and the blood vanished from the bag, which stretched out to human proportions before lifting off the ground and vanishing into the casket, which was closed and then sealed shut with some sort of solder and a torch. All right, I think that we're done here, the Inquisitor announced. Overlord Drake raised a hand to stop him as he went to stand. Karl realized that he had no idea how the Overlord was supposed to have verified his truthfulness. But not all skills could be seen, so maybe he was like a lie detector. First, I want to see how the pets are doing. You said a lightning sarrow and a bloodbath spider, as well as Hawk, right? Karl nodded. Yes, sir. He called the 3 out, with Hawk appearing on the back of the chair and Ray in his lap, covering far more than the available space, so her front 4 legs were standing on the ground, which put her face perilously close to the other chair. Thor stood between Karl and Drake, giving the man a pleading look that Karl recognized as a desire to have his head rubbed, completely oblivious to the normally serious mood of such an interview. Drake smiled and scratched at the ridge between his upper horns, which brought a soft bugling noise of pleasure from the lightning sarrow. Well, aren't you just the most lovely big boy? But Hawk has gotten huge. The newer 2 have some growing left to do, but for what it matters, I approve of your choices. They look loyal, and they're well balanced to each other's strengths. I would ask more about the matter, but the Colonel would cause a fuss if she thought that we were interfering with your training. Now I will go see that mage. Excuse me, gentlemen, Drake announced, walking out of the room and leaving Thor looking to the Inquisitor to replace his source of attention. I believe that we have enough here. Thank you, Karl. I will escort you back to the waiting room. Chapter 118. Satisfactory answers. The waiting room was full of terrified students, huddled together for some sense of safety. They looked up when Karl returned, then got confused when he didn't seem to be bothered by the situation, and that he had Thor next to him, who was headbutting the Inquisitor, looking for affection. The man gave Karl a look of annoyance, and Karl patted Thor on the side before sending him to the beast space. The little show of escorting him back was probably intended to either intimidate or pressure the other students, but Thor had messed up the impression that the Inquisitor was going for with his innate sense of who was actually a threat. That is everyone, except student Dana, who is still speaking with the Overlord and will be back momentarily. Once she arrives, we will settle you into rooms for the evening. It might not be at the plush standards of the Golden Divine Academy, as the Church takes vows of poverty, but I can assure you that they will be warm, and there will be dinner served soon. The Inquisitor announced as Karl moved to join the others. Dana was only seconds behind them with a smile on her face, and an Inquisitor beside her. That's everyone then. Let's get a move on, I have things to do. The leader of the Inquisition team announced. The Inquisitor led them out the door, and then a group of clerics in simple gray robes, marking them as acolytes, the common workers of the churches, led them to a large dorm room. This is for the males, other than the one called Karl. The acolyte leading them announced. The boys filed in, with another of the acolytes stepping in to explain everything to them. Then the remainder of the group turned down a corridor, where the trim on the wall turned from blue to orange. This room is for the women other than Dana. A female acolyte announced. The girls waved goodbye to Karl and Dana, leaving them with just one female acolyte. Your rooms are upstairs. You have both been registered as awakened elites already, and that means you stay on the second floor. She explained apologetically. That's fine. As long as there is food and a bed, I'm satisfied, Karl agreed. It is quiet here, which is a pleasant change from the academy. It's always so loud with everyone training. Dana agreed. The room was a small cloister room, just a bed with the symbol of the world dragon on the wall, and a small desk that used the bed as a chair, due to the limited space. But it was a private room, which was something. With the thick stone walls of the seminary academy, it was even properly private, to some extent. The window in the wall had no shutter, so if there was someone outside looking in, it wasn't all that private, but the natural light was a blessing in what would otherwise be a stuffy stone cell. Karl relaxed on the bed for a while, until a knock at his door informed him of a guest. Awaken, Karl. Your presence has been requested. The man informed him simply. Lead the way. Karl replied, unsure what this was all about. He had a sneaking suspicion that this was going to be some sort of turf war between the church and the bureau, or possibly the military, that he was getting dragged into. But when he reached the destination, and the acolyte stopped and gestured for him to go through a large door arch, there was nobody inside what looked like the seminary academy's library. It might be some sort of prank common with the clergy, a form of hazing, but Karl doubted it. Even if they ditched him here, he knew his way back, and there was no actual door in the archway to lock him in the library. After a few seconds, Karl heard voices up ahead, so he moved forward to see who had called for him. It was clearly an argument, but the content of the argument was quite interesting to Karl, causing him to pause for a moment before entering. It's not possible that there would be two reigning dragon priests at the same time. I am telling you that the oracle wasn't wrong. One of them is not going to take over the church. The other has another fate serving the world dragon's interests. One soft female voice was insisting. An angry male voice replied. Do you think that we can just let someone of that potential wander around outside the church's supervision? No, they must both be raised as the heir to their patron. That is the fate of all dragon priests. Karl sensed that one of them had noticed him, so he knocked on the bookshelf closest to him and stepped around the corner. Apologies for intruding. I was informed that I was summoned. Karl informed the two people sitting in the padded chairs at the back of the library. You were. Please, come sit. I have questions for you that only you might be able to answer. The woman in fancy layered robes replied with a smile. Karl took a seat to the side between the two, settling into the soft leather with a sigh of pleasure. The woman paused to gather her thoughts, then turned a brilliant smile at Karl that had both Hawk and Thor hissing in displeasure, while Ray took it as a personal challenge, and nearly charged out before Karl could stop her. Calm down. She's not going to attack us here, Karl informed them. The smile seemed friendly enough, but the beast had all taken it as a threat from a predator, and that put Karl on guard, though he did his best to keep a neutral smile. I am told that you gained a golden chest from the trial instance, that you were the only one who gained that level of recognition. She began. She seemed sincere, and Karl wondered whether he had mentioned that Dana had as well. It didn't seem to have come up in conversation, so perhaps nobody knew. I got a golden chest, yes, Karl agreed. 2 dragon priests were awakened there, and yet the trial instance didn't give them a level of recognition as great as yours. Why do you think that was? She asked, while the man sat silently, still brooding about their previous argument. I believe it was because the rewards were based on power, if there was someone of commander rank or higher in the group, we likely would have seen a 4th type of box generated, Karl replied. That seemed like the most probable cause to him anyhow. 3 ranks would suggest that you were at the ascended rank, and not the awakened rank. The man spoke slowly. Karl shrugged. I am on the high side of awakened. I don't presume to know how the holy relic sorts or rewards its visitors. I was just guessing based on who got which types of box. A very political answer. That the Bureau has been training you well. Let me rephrase that. The skill that it gave you, you describe it as a way to teach beasts. If I brought a beast here, could you teach it a skill? She asked. If it was compatible with one that I know, it should be possible. That is what the skill said. I haven't had a chance to test it. Karl agreed. The man whistled, and a nekomata, a two-tailed magical cat, came over and stood in front of Karl. It must have been listening to their conversation to have gotten there that quickly, and it looked intrigued by the topic. I want you to teach her a skill, any skill you know. As you may be aware, their innate skill is stealth, so it won't interfere with your options. The priestess demanded, and her eyes turned as gray as her hair. How about rend? You have lovely claws. Do you think that you could learn to rend? Karl asked, addressing the cat directly. It looked confused, so Karl focused on his new skill. Magical runes appeared in his vision, and a few seconds later, Karl began to understand what he had to do. The ability was cast on the animal, then you had to show it the skill you wanted it to learn, and have it practice for a period of time, unless you knew the skill well enough that the teaching ability would let you transfer the knowledge directly. But the only way to know if you had that level of expertise was to try. So when the cat made an affirmative noise, Karl tried his best to activate the skill with rend attached. It worked, in a way. The magic seeped into the cat, who looked perplexed about what was going on around it and stared off into space for 5 solid minutes, while nobody said anything. Then, it raised a paw, and a faint light surrounded the 4 short claws. That is the saddest excuse for rend that I've ever seen. Even the first day that I taught it to you, you did better. Hawk laughed in Karl's mind. That is rend, I am certain of it. Karl offered, while the 2 clergy members stared at the proud nekomata. They were silent for a few more seconds, as the cat swung its paw about, testing the ability. It was an awakened rank beast, but the skill was definitely not. It was barely there, a common grade skill that would need much more practice or instruction to be truly useful. So, it is not instant? That is a shame. The man finally replied with a sigh. That seemed like a lot to expect of a single skill from an awakened rank elite. Maybe they thought it was like a reusable skill book, and Karl could just stand there and teach hundreds of beasts a new skill in an hour. Chapter 1-19. Good intentions and bad ideas. The look that the nekomata was giving the 2 high priests promised violence. It was very proud of the fact that it had learned a new skill, and the fact that it could activate it after one day was extremely impressive in the demon cat's mind. The new clerics took years to start using a new skill, and it had done so in a single hour. But these 2 still had the nerve to look down on its learning rate. If they weren't the ones who fed it, the cat was seriously considering clawing their eyes out to show them just how impressive its new skill could be. Karl cleared his throat and nodded politely to the nekomata. It's a brand new skill. The beast that I teach will know the skill itself, but it's not an innate ability. Just like with students, even if they know it, it takes time to do it properly. It's a bit of a shame that I can't grant them that experience instantly like a skill book, but it's still pretty impressive, I think, and with practice you will have the first-of-a-kind nekomata with rending claws. He might have actually made things worse, as now that the cat realized that someone was on its side, its glare at the 2 clergy members was even more intense, but the man just dismissed it with a wave. You can go now for a ball. Yes, it is actually quite impressive, but not what we were hoping for. Thank you for your time. You can return to your room. Karl took that as a dismissal, and turned to walk out of the library, where he found Overlord Drake standing outside the archway. The Overlord quietly gestured for Karl to accompany him, making it quite obvious that he wanted to talk, but not where they would so easily be overheard by the pair that were sitting in the library's back room. Whether those 2 would be able to actually hear them was a mystery to Karl. They weren't elites, but the mage's professor back at the academy did have hearing that was well beyond anything that he would associate with normal human senses as a result of his magic. So, it would not only be prudent, but also polite to move away from the library before they began to talk at all. They turned into a nondescript hallway, and the Overlord smiled down at Karl, doing his best to make his smile reassuring and not intimidating. They're a pleasant pair, aren't they? Don't mind them too much. They've got very little affinity for living things, and much prefer historical scrolls. I was speaking to the Colonel while you were in there, and she's got a much higher opinion of your potential skills, and a plan to make them work for you, not some grand plan to supplement the clergy guard. Karl took a moment to take in what he had heard, while Drake nodded reassuringly. I take it they didn't mention that part. They wanted to add a tamed animal for each guard, like service dogs or the old war dogs, but magical beasts. But there's a reason that neither of them is on the Security Council, and they don't have the patience needed to train new soldiers, much less new soldiers who can work together with magical beasts. Drake chuckled quietly. Then they should have been looking into faster ways to get the animals to bond, not faster ways to improve their power, shouldn't they? I mean, the hard part is getting the magical beasts to like people, Karl suggested. Exactly. But there are promotions to replace a few aging bishops coming up, and those who have a shot are all scrambling to do something impressive enough to earn a seat. But you didn't hear that from me. The Overlord rank warrior explained as he led Karl down a series of hallways. Dinner is this way, but you and Dana will be pulled away from your team for the evening. There are people here that you should meet, and who you will likely be working with in the future. All the clerics come from this school, and they're an invaluable asset to every major mission team, as well as the emergency response events. Since the two of you are both awakened rank, with a solid chance of reaching Ascended by the end of the year with the good fortune that you've had, I thought it best that you meet some potential party members, Drake explained. I appreciate it, sir, but might I ask what brought you here? I thought that you were attached to the prince in a way, Karl replied. You brought me here. Or rather your team did. I was called to the emergency response to secure the holy relic as soon as it was reported, and we were on site before the team even made it back here with you. We searched the area while you were being questioned, and the bishop that we brought with us confirmed the intense concentration of holy magic right where you later said it would be. The cavern is now under constant security, and will remain that way until we determine when it will open again. The find has been attributed to a combined effort of the seminary and elite academies, but you all will probably get another reward when you get back, just so that nobody gets ideas about making the matter public or trying to claim individual glory. He informed Karl with a knowing smile. There was always someone who was more eager for fame, and it might have been Karl if he hadn't seen the outcome of that choice on the fate stairs. I didn't expect the church school to have so many levels of politics going on, Karl whispered as they walked, and the big overlord burst into laughter. Oh, your academy is just as bad, they just put on a better front. The clergy are terrible at poker, and they can't hide their intentions from anyone with eyes. At the Golden Divine Academy, the real heavyweights of politics do their scheming. I thought that you would know that by now. Karl smiled and shook his head. I knew that. I just didn't expect it here. You know, white robes and virtue, all of that. Drake kept laughing and patted him on the back. It's mostly harmless. You see, if they go off the rails, they lose their powers. Which brings us to the next thing you should know. When they begin a formal dinner with other ranked clerics, they will all glow for a second. They're checking each other for corruption, or an inability to activate holy powers. It's like a failsafe, the way that we check our weapons at the door. That was an amusing thought. Even without a weapon, they were weapons. But it was the thought that counted, Karl supposed. They stepped through the door into a mostly filled dining room, and a gray-robed acolyte announced their presence. Overlord Drake and awakened Karl. He spoke simply, causing a few heads to turn, and nod politely before they all registered that the man had said Overlord. Being so far up the rankings, above even the royal and monarch rank elites that came after the commanders who made up the professors of the academy, Drake was owed a lot of respect. To the clergy, he was on par with one of their bishops walking into the room. But the way he behaved was without all the expectation of formality that normally accompanied his position. He was so informal about his power that even Karl had nearly forgotten that the man could physically level this entire academy in under a minute if he so wished. You're over there with the other awakened. I'll be up on the stage with the headmaster. Good luck, and make good friends. Just like you, they need parties to go out on missions, but they're not the fighting sort, so if they can call on elites, it's better for everyone. Drake whispered, then gave Karl a gentle shove toward his table. Dana was already here, at a different table, and Karl hid a smile at the way that the clerics had arranged themselves. Her table was almost all boys, with only one other girl, while Karl's table was entirely girls. There were far more female clerics in the room than male, Karl noticed. Nearly 4-1, in fact. Some of them would have been raised here, and then shown an aptitude for holy magic, but not the serum, but the vast majority would have awakened to cleric-type classes in the ceremony. A very short blonde girl stood up to greet Karl as he approached the table with his nameplate hanging from the back of a chair. Karl, welcome please, come and join us. We were just discussing the opportunities to gather more herbs in the area around the new holy relic. We talked to the students you saved, and they said that there were more locations you didn't get to, and that you were careful not to destroy the ones you harvested. You have no idea how amazing that is. Even most of our students still manage to ruin the resource patches they find, and we're reminded before every mission to harvest sustainably. Karl smiled back at the vertically challenged cleric. We're not the only group that needs those resources, and most of them will grow back in just a few months if we're careful. It's better not to ruin them so that we can return. Chapter 1-20, Formal Dinner. Karl didn't miss the disapproving look that Dana gave him as he took his seat, with the bubbly blonde sitting next to him and discussing the difficulties of arranging a mission for clergy students. You see, since we're not fighters, we have to wait for a professor, or a group of guards to be going to the region that we're looking to visit, and convince them to help us with what we're after. Greed isn't encouraged among the church members, so it has to be for a good reason, and even then, it's up to the goodwill of others. Mostly we only go out once or twice a year, unless there is an awakened rank or higher mission for the elites, and they call on the clergy for a healer. She was explaining. So that's how it works. My power grew faster than my knowledge of the wider world, you see. It's one of the side effects of reaching the awaken rank in the first year, but it is good to know that I can just call the school and request that they send out a healer. Karl replied with a polite smile. One of the girls across the table from him took out a sheet of paper and passed it across to him. You can ask for us personally. Most of the active elites, the ones who volunteer to go on higher-ranked missions, have a preferred team. Obviously, we're still students, and we're not on one yet. But other than the end-of-semester social events, we don't get many chances to meet people from the other academy. It's not easy to make that sort of connection in a crowded hall with loud music and half the students drunk on some illicit punch. She explained, rolling her eyes so far that they were almost entirely white. While that does sound like it might be interesting, and like it might lead to a number of adventures, it doesn't sound like the sort of event to pick a quality party member. Karl replied, making one of the girls choke on her water, and the others struggled to keep their laughter from interrupting everyone's dinner. Karl flipped the paper over, and found that it was a diagram of the table with everyone's names on it. That would be useful later, when he was trying to remember who was who. The names were on the back of the chairs, so he couldn't see any of them while he was sitting, but with the sheet in front of him, he could cheat. Aren't you afraid of monsters? I heard that there are some terrifying ones out in the wilderness. The little blonde asked in a coy voice that had all her classmates wondering if she had forgotten that the professors could hear them. Oh, my specialty involves beasts. I have the most adorable pet named Ray, Karl suggested. Do it. Let me out, the spider demanded, eager to tease these strange new humans for a moment. Her thoughts were filled with the shock and horror that would surely ensue if someone as magnificent as her appeared in their world. It was rather dark in the dining hall, with a single overhead chandelier, but that was perfect for the dinner ambience. Unfortunately for the students, it was also perfect for Ray. Can we meet them? I heard that you have pets, but I didn't realize that they were monsters. They won't attack, will they? The blonde asked, and Karl noticed Dana smirking at him from her table. Of course not. Ray is a very gentle and shy girl. She wouldn't harm a soul. Hawk is more solitary, but Thor, he likes to cuddle a bit too much, and his enthusiasm can overwhelm people. I'm not going out if I can't fly around the room, Hawk warned Karl before he could be involved in this game. Please let us see. It's not a common thing to see magical beasts here, other than the Nekomata that prowls the grounds, looking for students out of bed after hours. The blonde pleaded. Karl called Ray out behind him, forgetting just how large the bloodbath spider had gotten. There was no way that she was going to hide behind the chair without falling flat to the ground and changing her coloration, but she didn't intend to do that. Instead, she moved right to the girl's chair and stared at her, wondering if the girl had the nerve to stroke her head the way everyone did to Thor. There had to be something to it, or the big softy wouldn't keep demanding it. But she had never tried it herself. Eek! The girl's squeal of horror drew the attention of everyone in the room, and a number of clerics shot out of their chairs preparing magic. It's not a threat. Ray is a pet, and they asked to meet her. Karl shouted, calming the clerics, while Overlord Drake laughed himself to tears at the front of the room. The student in the second chair from Karl caught the blonde as she passed out, and tilted her upright to wait until she recovered. But Ray had a better idea, and tied her to the seat with a single strand of silk, before looking at the rest of the students. The dark-haired girl on Karl's left got up out of her seat and walked over to the spider. She's beautiful. I had a tarantula at home, but nothing like this. Is she intelligent, or do you have to give explicit orders? Ray, right? What a lovely big girl. The student crooned as she approached the bloodbath spider, doing her best not to alarm her. When she was close enough, she gently stroked Ray's head, and the spider sent Karl a confused thought. I don't see the appeal, she commented, confused about why Thor loved it so much. Then Ray studied the cleric, tapping her with her legs as she circled the girl, and most of the room watched on, unsure if they should be horrified or amused. She won't be injured, right? One of the other students asked cautiously as the spider circled her classmate as if staring at her next meal. Of course not. Ray is just curious, as she doesn't get to interact with people much. After they have properly met, I will return her to her resting area so she doesn't freak out the entire dinner party. Ray ran the side of her leg over the coarse woolen robes in dismay, not impressed with the quality. Then she aimed her head high, and spun out a large, thin sheet of white silk 1 meter wide and 3 meters long. The girl caught it as it fell to the ground, unsure what to do in this situation. Tell her to stop wearing ugly things, and thank her for satisfying my curiosity about head rubs, Ray announced, then returned to the taming space. She says thank you for satisfying her curiosity, and to make clothing from that silk. She doesn't like wool. Karl explained with a smile. A man at the front of the room tapped a spoon against his glass, catching everyone's attention. Now that we have all had our fun, the matron is about to arrive. Please inform our new guests of the protocols, he announced. The spider lover took her seat after carefully folding the cloth into a small square, and leaned over to whisper to Karl. Stand when she enters, don't sit until she sits. When the food is served, she takes the first bite and then we eat. Don't leave the table until she is finished, and then we all leave together. That's the basics of it, along with no talking above a whisper. She has very sensitive hearing, and she doesn't like loud noises while she is eating. The girl explained. The sarcastic one across from Karl smirked in a way that said the matron just didn't like overly talkative people, so she had ordered everyone to shut up during dinner. But rules were rules, and if she was in charge here, she set the rules. If Karl wanted to get a regular supply of healers for missions in the future, it would be best to stay on the good side of those in charge at the various monasteries, and especially the seminary academy. Everyone rose as the woman walked in, and was pulled into a friendly hug by Overlord Drake. Then they all sat after the two of them took their seats again, and the food was brought out. Large platters were placed in the middle of the tables, and then the servers retreated to a side room, where Karl could hear them taking more platters back to their own tables. It was most likely a chore rotation, and not the same students every day, a duty that reminded them that service was part of their oath, but it worked well enough, and within minutes everyone in the building would be served. Karl noticed that the matron waited until the sound of platters hitting tables in the other room stopped, and then she took the first bite and the dinner started. So she really did have enhanced hearing. Karl's was much better than the average human, and the sound of the trays been quiet even to him, while she was on the far side of the room, not near the side door to the other dining hall. That made him wonder how many people here actually understood the timing, and how many thought that she was just randomly making them wait, like some test of patience, before they could begin to eat. Karl knew the reason now, but it was obvious that the students didn't, and he wasn't entirely certain why it hadn't been clearly explained to them in advance. Chapter 121. A Different Style. His question was answered by the girl 2 seats to his left. 37 seconds this time. I know I'm close to understanding the timing. As soon as I work out the algorithm, I will ace that homework assignment, she whispered. Karl smiled at her and barely whispered back. It's not a math problem. It's a human question. How long did you have to wait when you were in the common rank dining room? The girls considered it for a moment, then one of them shook her head. It's a test of patience that only begins once we reach awaken rank. But the teachers assigned us to answer the question of why every day's meal has a different time to wait than the one before it. It's not a thing in the other dining hall. They start to eat as soon as the food hits the tables. There aren't any seniors there, so your team is likely to have a grand time. The girl replied with a gentle smile. So that was the question they were asked. Now it made sense why they thought it was a math problem. Karl turned over the paper with the names of the people at the table on it, and took a pen from his uniform jacket's inside pocket to write a note. She doesn't eat until all the tables in the other room have been served, he wrote, allowing them a few seconds to see the answer before folding the paper and putting it in his pocket along with the pen. I'm sure you will all understand the timing soon, he whispered, knowing that she would be able to hear their conversation, though she couldn't see him from where she was sitting. They ate in silence for a few moments, and though the food was simple, Karl noticed that the quality wasn't any worse than what was served in the Golden Divine Academy. The meat was monster meat, and the plants magically infused, but the seasonings were simple, and there were no signs of fancy pastries or complex desserts in the building. What they did have was a rather tasty stew, and a seemingly unlimited mound of rice and beans, the same rice and beans that they served to the poor when they came to visit the small towns. I didn't realize that the clergy ate the rice and beans themselves. I thought it was like an alms for the poor thing, Karl whispered to the brunette on his left. Every meal, except breakfast. The trick is to eat the main slowly while you fill up on rice. The main is portioned by the table in the kitchen, so every table gets an even share, but the rice is unlimited. If you run out, you can just take the platter to the kitchen and get more. But nobody ever runs out. It's barely even possible to eat 2/3 of this. But we will use the wax paper to make rice balls for later, and they're pretty good. Karl didn't quite understand why they needed rice balls for later, as it seemed that there were 3 solid meals a day here, but he went along with it anyhow, and when nobody could eat more, he helped them press the leftovers into solid squares. Then they waited for the head table to finish their meal, and when the high priestess stood, everyone else in the room stood to join her. The students quickly wrapped the rice balls in the wax paper, and the short blonde offered him her hand. Would you like to come with us? She asked. Sure, why not? Karl agreed after seeing that the table full of boys and Dana were already joining them with another pile of rice balls. The 2 elites followed the young clergy out the back doors of the building, and found himself in the stables, where a large number of horses were eagerly waiting for them to arrive. That was right. Karl had completely forgotten that the church liked to use horses for transportation when they weren't going too far. Horses didn't need fuel or manufacturing facilities that the church didn't have, and they could make their own saddles the same as they made their own outfits. That was where the flood of students was going. Right after the meal, they went to groom the horses, with pairs breaking off to go meet a specific animal. We all get assigned a horse, 2 of us per horse, but those on stable duty take care of them all in the morning. This is more of an informal bonding exercise," the blonde explained. Most of the animals were eagerly anticipating their treats, which wouldn't make even half a meal for an animal that large. Karl was concerned that rice and beans might not be good for the digestion, but if they did it every day, it couldn't be too bad. The horses seemed to love the long brown grains, and Karl was about to go make new friends when he heard an angry whinny and the stomping of steel-shod feet on the ground. One of the horses was not impressed with its assigned pair, and everyone was looking nervously in that direction as it reared up and kicked at them the moment that they approached. Karl wasn't bad with horses. As a small child, he used to go visit the retired ones that the mines no longer used to pull carts, but those were so tame that nothing bothered them. This was a very different animal. Karl walked over to the stable stall where the 2 students had fled in fear, leaving their package behind. He picked it up, thinking to try to calm the animal with food, but something felt off about the bundle of wax paper. The balls hadn't been well pressed, as if the students didn't know what they were doing, and there were chunks of leftover stew in the pile. Karl tossed it aside and held out his hand to the student at the next stall, while the angry horse slammed at the gate. "Can I get a couple rice balls?" The new kids messed theirs up with leftover stew. "I think this guy doesn't like the smell of meat," he asked. "They tried to feed him meat. Horses don't eat meat. They don't even like the smell of our dinner cooking." The older boy chuckled. He handed Karl 2 rice balls, and Karl activated Skillmaster to test a theory. It never said it had to be a magical skill, so maybe he could teach the horse a simple trick. "Hey, buddy, I have a proper snack. Calm down. That's a good boy." He muttered in what he hoped was a soothing tone as he pushed the latch open on the gate and stepped into the stall. The surrounding students began to panic, but when Karl put his empty hand on the horse, it began to calm down and stop bucking. "Good boy. Open up for a treat," Karl suggested, opening his mouth in demonstration. The horse followed along, and Karl put a rice ball in his mouth, only narrowly saving his fingers as the horse's jaw snapped shut around it. Then he held out his open hand with the other one on it, as he saw the majority of students doing, and the horse more delicately grabbed the other before bumping into Karl for a pat down. There were brushes lined up along the stall wall, so he grabbed one and got to work, giving the horse a brushing that was making Ray jealous. "You are totally brushing my fur later. Keep one of those brushes," she demanded when she saw how much the horse liked it. "I will buy one from them." "I'm not stealing their tools," Karl replied with a laugh. He stepped out and latched the gate when he was finished, only to find the pair of older clergy from the library waiting outside the stall with Dana and 2 of the rescue team members. Everyone else had cleared the area, and most of the nearby stalls were now empty, as the students had taken the animals with them. "I hope I didn't hold up any plans. The new student spooked him, so I calmed him down," Karl explained. "We saw that, but he's never let them touch him before. We assumed that they were doing a terrible job breaking and training him, but now he looks ready to be saddled." "Tell me, have you ever ridden a horse?" the old woman asked. Karl shook his head. "Never had the need or the opportunity." "Well, let's see how he responds. It's part of the student assessment. Do you know why he reacted so badly to them?" she asked with a curious smile, wrinkling her features even further. "Check the rice pile. They mix leftovers in with their rice balls." Karl laughed. Chapter 22. Good with Animals. The high priest walked over, looked at the pile and sighed in disgust.
"There's always one pair that doesn't listen, no matter how much you tell them."
"You see, those 2 don't like carrots, so they won't eat the stew. I wondered where it was going if they weren't eating it." Karl was surprised at the revelation. "You know, they all think nobody's watching them at dinner." All the clergy present began to laugh at that, and one of the rescue team members from the Inquisition winked at Karl. "There are cameras in the room. We watch from the security station. It's the same in your academy. All the public areas in both academies have cameras, in case of accidents or incidents," he explained. Karl nodded. That was something that he already knew, and the Elite Academy didn't bother to hide. Of course, the Seminary Academy probably didn't hide it either. They just didn't go out of their way to tell anyone. "Karl, was it? Can you ask this fine gentleman to kneel so you can put a bridle on him and then climb on his back for a short walk?" the elderly high priestess asked with a head tilt toward the horse. "Sure, I guess." Karl picked up the massive leather straps from the hook on the stall and tried to determine how it was used, while he was certain that the horse was laughing at him. "Don't be like that. What way does it go on?" Karl asked, as he activated the training skill, with the question directed at the horse, who stuck his nose into the contraption and grabbed the bit between his teeth. "You will want him to let to of the bit so you can tighten it properly, but that's the right way," the old woman explained, sounding shocked as Karl finished the work. The horse didn't give him any trouble, and when Karl tapped his side and willed him to kneel so he could get on, the animal complied easily. He hopped on top, and the horse stood back up, much to the surprise of everyone gathered. "All right, you said for a walk, right? Everyone else went out that door, should I follow?" Karl asked. The horse was about to simply go, but the Inquisition team member held up a hand to stop them. How did you do that? The man asked. Do what? I have an awakened physique. I could have hopped on his back without him kneeling, but this way was more gentle. Karl's confused answer brought smiles to the faces of the two elderly clergy. I get it now. I get how the skill works. You use it, and they learn what you want them to know, but it's all up to their understanding. But the level of compliance is remarkable. It's like you're naturally attuned to animals. She exclaimed. It's a trained horse. I don't think it's all that impressive for it to know how to get its own bridle on. Karl replied. She shook her head. Not that one. They haven't started training it yet. It attacks its students every time that they try. Now Karl was certain that the horse was laughing at them. I agree. He thinks that you're all idiots. Thor joked. Do you speak horse? Karl asked. Who needs to? You can see it in the body language. He's seen it all 1,000 times before. He knows the whole routine. He just doesn't like the idiots that they keep sending to him. Mycero says that the horse probably learned all the routines ages ago and just doesn't like his handlers. I will take him for a walk if you'd like, and then bring him back. Karl offered. You're Cero? Who is Cero? The older priest asked. His. Lightning Cero, one of the 3 tamed beasts he has gained with his class abilities. Its name is Thor, I believe. The Inquisitor replied before Karl could find a polite way to answer. Interesting. Well, if your animals need a place to graze, we have an open field on the north side where they shouldn't spook any of the livestock. The old priest explained. They have a separate space to relax thanks to my class skill, but I do appreciate your offer. Karl replied politely. Well then, enjoy your ride and try not to let the cat get underfoot. He's been bothering us to let him out to see you all afternoon. The old man grumbled, while the priestess and the Inquisitor hid their smirks. Karl rode out into the training field, where the others were slowly walking with their horses. His dappled mount began to prance a little, and Karl laughed. Fine, but don't play too rough. We don't want to hurt anyone. He agreed, letting the horse trot around the field full of shocked students, many of whom were struggling to control their animals. That's cheating. It has to be cheating. The blonde from his table complained as Karl's horse walked past where she was standing, while her partner struggled to convince the horse that walking was more interesting than the grass along the fence line. I'm not giving any advice. I have no idea what I'm doing. Karl warned them, making the girls laugh as he kept moving around the field. His mount didn't want to be outside for long, and soon it was looking back toward the stable, where Karl could see that the stable hands had put out fresh bedding and cleaned the stalls while the animals were out. All right, let's go back. Karl agreed, riding back into the barn and hopping down at the gate. He opened it and the horse stepped inside, then pulled the door shut for Karl to latch. He's smart. For the record, I didn't teach him any of that last bit. He already knew. We guessed that, but if you would like to come with us, the church has a reward for the both of you, in recognition of your help finding the holy relic. The rest of your team is already there. The elderly high priestess explained. Of course, sorry to have kept you all. The woman just shook her head. It was good to see that one get out. We will have the animal handling teachers put the troublesome students in remedial classes. With so many students lately, it has been challenging to keep up with everything. Back when I was a young priestess, there were only 30 students in total here. 30. Now there are better than 300, with all the ones from the serum. 10 years ago, she would already have been counted as an old woman, moving toward retirement from active duties outside the compound. The development of the serum must have come as a huge culture shock for someone her age, who had lived a lifetime without it. They walked through the building toward an isolated building furthest from the student dorms and the mess hall, while the priestess told stories of her peaceful youth here, training scribes and healers, then stopped when they saw all the other students waiting for them to arrive. Good. Now we are all gathered, so we can discuss the important matters. Please come inside and have a seat. This won't take long, but there is no reason not to be comfortable. She informed the group with a suddenly gentle smile. It was obvious that she still saw everyone here, including the younger priests and the Inquisitor, as children, but then compared to her they were. If she hadn't devoted her life to the church, she would probably have great-grandchildren by now. Chapter 123, Holy Rewards. The group took a seat, and Karl noticed that the 2 clerics they had rescued were also there now, but in their new gold and black robes that appeared in the chapel, and not the standard student clergy robes. They somehow seemed more fancy, though they were still the same style as the others, and only had an extra layer that was visible at the collar and sleeves in better construction. I will make this simple. The church would like to keep the location of this holy relic quiet, so we are asking that all of you don't mention it for at least as long as it remains out of the public sphere. We will be building a new dragon temple at that location, but it will take some years to be ready and staffed. Having a flood of hopeful tourists and pilgrims coming to the site while we are working would be a nightmare for the construction team, and the holy relic isn't open for them to go in anyhow. The elderly priest began. Then the old woman took over from him. But that doesn't mean that you won't be rewarded for your find. Your names will be recorded in the temple as the original team to undergo the trials, and the matron has prepared a set of gifts for you all. First, she has prepared a scale for each of you. She paused there, and the two young clerics took out a silver tray with small golden dragon scale amulets on them. Karl could sense that they were some sort of holy magic, but he couldn't tell exactly what they were supposed to do. They are a good luck charm, blessed by the World Dragon's Archbishop at the main temple. The blessings of the World Dragon are many, but you have all shown an affinity for his favor, so these might be just what you need. The amulets were passed out as the woman began to talk again. The next reward that we will grant you might seem trivial to some, or irreplaceable to others. It is a scroll of holy light. Use it with an item or an ability for a one-time bonus to its abilities. I would recommend using it on a magical item, as the effects will linger until the enchantment on the item is discharged. That excited a lot of the students, who had gotten magical items from their reward chests, but the priestess was right. To others, it was just a trivial thing. Karl hung the dragon scale good luck charm around his neck and tucked it under his uniform. You never knew when you were going to need good luck, and trying to get the charm out after things had already gone wrong was just about pointless. None of these things was a major reward so far, Karl noticed. If they were going to be privately rewarded for finding a holy relic and expected to keep their mouths shut, there was going to have to be something big. Something that would equal up to the rewards that they would get for announcing it publicly. Karl had no intentions of doing that, as he had seen on the fate stairs how that would end, but there was no guarantee that others wouldn't try to do the same. They had agreed, but once they were back at the academy and their progress returned to something closer to normal, they might change their minds. But even with that in mind, Karl was shocked to see what the two smiling young dragon clerics brought out next. They rolled out an entire cart full of books, skill books handmade by the transcriptionists of the church, but bound without titles. There is a reason we passed out the luck charms first, and I do hope that you're all wearing yours now. Or at least before you choose. As you all know, skill books are rare, and a single one can change your growth path. So, we have prepared 8 of them today, 1 for each of you. The elderly priestess announced. 8? But there are 10 of us. One of the students asked, confused. 2 of you received powerful skills as rewards from the trial, and it was deemed unwise to simply add another new skill when they haven't adapted to the first one yet. However, we have instead prepared a holy relic for them instead. The old woman's smile set Karl's heart at ease. She was right. With 2 new skills already this month, a third would have seemed a bit anticlimactic, but a holy item would be something that he could keep with him for years to come. First, choose your skills. The luck charm should guide your hand to the one meant for you. No need to second-guess yourselves, the priestess instructed. There were far more than 8 books on the carts, but most likely it was 8 different skills out of the 10 or so that the inscriptionists could make, according to Overlord Drake. The students rushed forward, and a few began pacing in front of the carts, getting a feeling for the books, to see what might feel lucky. But the others just walked up and grabbed something, trusting to luck that it would be something that they could use. It looked like the World Dragon's luck was no joke, and every book that was opened vanished. Even those who delayed and second-guessed the luck of the charm they were given still managed to activate a new skill from the books. Karl knew that these would all be basic skills, the equivalent of slash, rend, fireball, and such. But that didn't matter to the students. It was a new skill that they could use, and that they didn't have to go through the painstaking process of learning normally. The more versatile they could be, the easier their lives would become in the future, as an elite's reputation depended a lot on their personal skills, even more so in some cases than it did on their personality. Then the carts were taken away, and the elderly priest left for a moment to collect the 2 holy items. These were made by our matron just this afternoon, or rather they were enchanted this afternoon with the pair of you in mind. Please do accept our reward. The priestess informed them with a gentle smile. Karl and Dana both took the boxes, mostly to relieve the elderly man of the strain of holding them, and Dana rushed to open her reward. A simple golden scepter sat inside the box in her hands, but when she touched it, the weapon lit up with soft white light. That will add a touch of holy magic to every spell that you cast. A bit more attack, a lot more defense. The elderly priest explained. Then Karl opened the chest in front of him and looked at the content with a confused smile. It was just a simple bracelet, gold, but without a visible mark on it. Karl put it on, and in his mental spaces, all 3 pets glowed with the same soft white light that the scepter did. The bracelet is a support item. It will increase the skill power of you and your allies whenever you are wearing it. The other students gave Karl a jealous look. More skill power for his pets? He was already basically 4 elites in one, and now they all got a cheat code buff. This will be wonderful. The others and I thank the church for its generosity. Karl informed him with his best imitation of the formal church salute, with the thumbs hooked together, and his fingers spread in front of his chest to imitate dragon wings. The bracelet would likely improve his ability to train skills as well. The more that he could teach these 3, the better. They all had a unique role to play, but the real advantage they could show in the future would be in their ability to use skills that no wild beast would be able to. You seem more enthusiastic about a support role than I would have expected, the elderly priest noted as he saw Karl's reaction was true, and not just him being polite. My beasts are also allies, you see. This reward will do them a lot of good, and allow them to make the best use of their abilities in the future. Even if it seems simple, an increase to all of their skill power will stack up to a much larger bonus than just enhancing myself. Karl explained. The priestess nodded in satisfaction. In that case, enjoy your evening, everyone, and we hope to see you all again soon. Please don't forget about our students when it is time for your next missions. Chapter 124. Bad navigators. With the meeting finished, the group was escorted back to the main building by one of the younger students, who had a bit of wisdom to share with them. Breakfast is a half hour before full dawn. So as soon as it starts to get light outside, the bells will ring, and everyone will be up and beginning their day. I don't know when you will be picked up to return to your academy, but if they're sending you on the train, it's about an hour after dawn, as it arrives just after breakfast. The boy informed them. So what you're saying is, don't stay up too late, Karl asked. Exactly. Many of us have considered sleeping in when we don't have morning chores, but those bells make it impossible. A few of you might manage, but we're all so well conditioned now that it is impossible, the boy explained. One of the warriors smiled at the younger boy. Were they afraid that we wouldn't be able to find our way back? The building is right there. That made the student laugh. Oh, it's not for this part. You see, the inside of the main floor was designed during an age of strife, and it is designed to confuse breaching enemies. If you're not familiar with the layout, it can be nearly impossible to end up anywhere but the main halls. The warrior chuckled. Which is great for students, since that's where the food is. Precisely. It's why we didn't bother to give you a tour, because it just encourages people to get lost in the corridors, and then we have to go find them. Though the building is only a few hundred meters wide, the main floor has over 4 kilometers of winding hallways. I suspect that the area between the kitchen and the student dorms is actually a labyrinth with fake doors, but I can't prove it. There is no properly drawn map of the building, since we all grew up here, except for the serum clerics. But they start out with magic and rank, so they never live this far back in the seminary. Plus they automatically know the whole set of holy books for their patron, like memorized word for word, which is completely unfair. Karl could only imagine the hours that a student expected to be an expert on theology when there were 6 major gods, plus the chromatic divine dragons, and the beast gods, and who knew how many others that nobody followed anymore. Karl barely remembered the basics of the World Dragon's teachings, since they followed it here in the Golden Dragon Nation. But the clerics knew them all. As the boy had said, the corridor was definitely suspicious, and Karl realized quickly that it was not straight, nor was it level. It seemed that way at first, but by the time that they had walked for a full minute, Karl was certain that they were no longer on the same level as they had been. Ray had an excellent sense of spatial awareness to help her locate anything that had disturbed her web, and some of that had passed to Karl. They took a series of twisting turns, until even their guide seemed slightly uncertain of the next one to take. But there were windows now, and they were on the 2nd floor, facing the inner courtyard, so they were very close to his room. My room is to the right, Karl whispered, startling their guide into stumbling into the gray stone wall. Are you certain? He asked. Once we're around that corner we will be able to see it. I remember it from earlier, Karl explained. This is the guest area, and I don't get here often, at least not from that side. I swear that one day I will have this entire place memorized. The boy muttered under his breath, but he led them around the corner, and the first thing they saw was Overlord Drake, sipping coffee and looking out the window. With suppressed laughter in his voice, the muscular warrior greeted them as if welcoming them to his own home. Ah, good evening. I was wondering when you would be along. If you'd just come around to the front instead, you would have been here 5 minutes ago. It's like we went on a small adventure instead. Good evening, Overlord. Karl greeted him in return. There will be a bus here to pick you all up tomorrow after breakfast, bright and early in the morning. I suggested the helicopter, but they said it's needed for actual work, and that it isn't a shuttle service to bring healthy students back from missions. The friendly tone of his words made the young elites much more comfortable around the incredibly powerful warrior. But the young cleric wasn't used to such a fraternal camaraderie. If someone here smiled at you like that, they were trying to comfort you before they gave you bad news, like extra chore rotations. If they were giving you good news, they would keep a straight face and try to downplay it. That was just how the clergy culture was, stoic to keep up their image, but secretly celebrating on the inside. Even the ones that decided that the clergy wasn't for them, and left the seminary academy when they were old enough to work regular jobs, tended to keep the same simple tastes and expressionless default setting. Where are you off to next? Somewhere more exciting than a hidden holy relic in its dormant mode, Karl asked. Drake shook his head. I'm headed back to the capital. I just happened to be in the area when the call went out. But I wish you all luck with your studies, and a good result on the end of semester promotion exams. Though, if you're doing well enough, you might convince your professor to give you a chance to do the promotion during the midterms next month. Then he walked away with a smile on his face, as all the common rank students began to panic at the thought of trying to pass the awakened exams in just over a month. Karl was honestly impressed. The overlord had an impeccable sense of timing, and that smooth exit before the students could ask any more questions was flawless. Even if it had been phrased as a casual remark, it was perhaps the best prank he had seen played on the students yet. Chapter 125. Early mornings, Karl and Dana returned to their rooms, while the guide led the others back to the dorms that they were sharing. Normally, that would have led to envy, but when they saw the broom closet-sized rooms that the more powerful pair were staying in, suddenly the dorms didn't seem as bad with their bunk beds. Until the snoring started. Karl joined the group of bleary-eyed students outside the dining hall the next morning, and realized that they were possibly even more tired than they had been before they went to bed. I thought that we reminded everyone to sleep early. It's a travel day so you can sleep on the bus, but still, you're elites in the wilderness, you should be ready at any time. Karl reminded them. I know you said that, but once we got to those nice comfortable cots, we learned a valuable lesson. Thor is not the member of this team that snores the loudest. Gerald is. How it wasn't a problem in the woods, I have no idea. But we should get him checked or something before we leave. One of the mages joked half-heartedly, still mostly asleep. The girls all nodded in agreement. We were across the hall and I thought that he was going to shake the pictures off the walls. One of them agreed with an annoyed glare at Gerald. As they were arguing, one of the local clergy came over with a gentle smile that Karl was beginning to learn meant that someone was in trouble. They may have forgotten to mention that we were forced to intervene when these young ladies very inappropriately stormed the boys' dormitory and began to pummel their teammates. The young man calmly informed them. It wasn't that bad, really. We were just trying to make him stop snoring. One of the girls offered. Karl nodded. While making him stop breathing will make him stop snoring, it is not the best option. We will discuss this on the very long ride back to the academy. Thank you, Friar. I will take care of the situation. The cleric smiled at the proper use of his rank within the church. These days, it wasn't used as much as their strength ranking, but the friars were clergy who didn't have the gift for holy magic. Some might be warriors, but mostly they were the common preachers, the ones that those in small towns and villages went to for matters of faith, and not matters of healing. With one last warning look at the others, Karl headed for the second dining room, and found that while he was at the same table as before, it was a different spot, and all the people seated around him had changed. He took his seat, and the girl beside him, taller than him by a head, and with arms roughly the size of his legs, smiled down at him. We put the names out at random, or at least we're supposed to. It appears that someone made the order not so random yesterday. You can call me Sister Betty, and I will be accompanying you back to the academy today. She greeted him. Good morning, Sister Betty. What brings you to the Divine Golden Academy? Karl asked. A group of final-year students wanted to take on a level 5 mission to push for the commander rank. They have found some evidence of commander rank resources that they think will allow them to advance, but they needed an appropriate healer. Betty actually seemed excited to be going on a mission that dangerous, but Karl was thinking of the locust swarm that he had encountered in the south. Well, I hope that it's nothing you can't handle. I went to the south to look for suitable partners, and we came across a monster attack on an outpost. Even with the team I was assigned to assisting the town's defense, it was a bit dicey, he explained. Betty nodded. I am a priestess of the Red Dragon, the dragon god of war. Healing is secondary among my abilities, as my goddess grants me various abilities relating to combat buffs and holy light attacks. It makes me uniquely suited to this sort of mission. A young man, shorter than Karl despite being 10 years older, and with a balding hairline that didn't match his youthful features, walked up behind her and patted her on the shoulder. What she's saying is that she's probably a better fighter than their warriors, and she's always happy to get away from the sound of children crying. He laughed. You work with children? Karl asked in confusion. Betty smiled fondly at some memory as she replied. War creates orphans, so the dragon god of war charges her priestesses with the care of them. When I'm here, I am the physical education teacher for the orphan children under age 12, when they get sorted by the serum and their aptitude for magic. Karl's gym teacher in primary school was a paunchy and balding middle-aged man who couldn't even keep up with the kids. He just stood in the middle of the field and yelled orders. You seem like you would be an excellent teacher. I can see that you have a fondness for children. She nodded happily. All dragons do. Karl froze in shock. Back up. Did you just say dragon? He stammered. Oh, it's so cute when they don't know. Yes, all the chromatic dragon priestesses have at least some dragon features, either by birth or as a result of the divine serum. I am technically a dragonkin now, as I have no tail or wings and can't transform, but I did gain some dragon instincts and senses. It is a result of the serum awakening, and lets me use magic much more easily than most humans, and gives me an affinity for my goddess. You can think of us as something like the berserker class of the cleric world. The boy beside her shifted his voice to a whisper in anticipation of the matron entering for breakfast. All clergy in the Golden Dragon Nation work together. It's the same set of holy books after all, and with the serum many clerics now awaken to the powers of other gods and goddesses. Within the pantheon, I am a priest of the god of magic, and the one who just sat on your other side is a priestess of the god of nature. It's not really necessary to separate us most of the time, but like the mages and warriors of your academy, we have slightly different powers. And that is why we all use brother and sister as titles, because it doesn't really matter unless you have some personal business with our god. Sister Betty whispered. Karl had only known a little bit of that, and the details of how the inner relations of the church, and the way that the serum enforced loyalty to the different gods and goddesses of the pantheon, was an intriguing topic. They were all part of the same group, so maybe he could consider it more like a researcher's specialties. Like how the mining town had 4 geologists, but they all specialized in different things. Chapter 126, How to Choose. Karl realized that he hadn't even noticed that someone had sat down next to him and gave the young woman who had been introduced as a priestess of the nature god a tentative smile. She smiled back, a truly happy expression. But Karl noticed that under the smell of soap and flowers, there was a coppery note of blood lingering around her. He must have made some expression as the woman gave a soft laugh and patted him on the shoulder. Betty is the same way. She can smell the blood as well. I am a midwife, and there was a birth last night, or technically this morning, at the hospital on the grounds. To everyone else, I should just smell like hospital soap, but for those like the dragon priestesses and some really sensitive rangers and druids, I tend to smell like blood and babies. She explained quietly. My apologies. I didn't mean to offend. I was just a bit startled when I smelled fresh blood here inside the seminary academy. When there is a lot of it, the smell lingers more than if there is only a scratch. I do hope the young mother is all right. Karl whispered back. Here, in the seminary academy hospital, we haven't lost a mother during childbirth in most of a decade. Not all the children can be saved, but with magic, the actual childbirth process is much safer. She replied happily. Sister Betty stared at the trays of food waiting at the edge of the room for the matron to enter. As you can see on the outside, we're all the Golden Dragon Church. On the inside, we all have our specialties. So don't go falling for those hussies who just want some outdoor adventures. You need to make sure that you're getting a cleric that can handle the task that you need them to. I would say that you should pick one of those newly awakened world dragon clerics, but it will be years before they're allowed to play unsupervised, and you're already much stronger than they are. The cleric doesn't have to be the strongest awakened on your team, but it helps if they can take a punch, she whispered. Yeah, because you should always eat the healers and magic users first. Then watch the rest panic and despair as they're trapped in the web, Ray added wistfully, not realizing how her spider instinct still made her sound like an edgy teen human. You are smiling at something. Do you hear your beasts in your mind? The life priestess asked. I do. Ray, the bloodbath spider, said that it's common sense to target the healers and magic users first, because the others won't be able to get themselves free of the web. Karl replied. The priestess shuddered at the thought, while the priest of the magic god looked horrified. But Sister Betty grunted in agreement. That was part of the reason she put so much effort into her fighting skills. I like the dragon lady. Ask if we can polish her scales later, Thor suggested. Karl choked on his water as the lightning Saro's voice entered his mind, and Betty smiled. It has to be difficult having 3 more intelligent minds giving you suggestions. I used to have a pet Nekomata, and it got up to all sorts of trouble. Betty joked, then pulled back her blonde hair to show a long claw mark that ran up the back of her neck and into her hairline. She tried to climb my head as a kitten, and slipped over the back because my hair was oily. She added, What did your beast have to say that made you choke? The priest of the magic god asked. Thor, the lightning Saro, wants to polish Sister Betty's scales later. He likes her, but then he likes almost everyone. Betty smiled. The only scales I have are on my forearms, but I bet that he has wonderful scales, very smooth and strong. Thor made a humming noise that was somewhere between a purr and his happy bugle. See, she likes scales. I knew she would appreciate my scales. If we have time later, he would be overjoyed to show you his scales. Karl relayed quietly as the juniors began to bring around pots of oatmeal and soft bread rolls. They finished the simple meal in silence, not wanting to disturb anyone this early in the morning, and as soon as the matron finished eating, Betty pulled Karl to his feet and gestured toward a side room. There are showers over there. Get freshened up and pack your bags. We will be meeting in an hour. I will bring you from your room to the bus so you don't get lost, she informed him. Got it. I will see you soon. Karl agreed as he rushed out to get washed. The signs for the shower rooms were carved into the stone above the door so there could be no mistakes, even if you couldn't tell by the different color schemes. It was a quick wash so that he had time to make sure everything was ready before Betty came looking for him, and Karl began to realize that he had vastly underestimated what the words morning people meant. He got up just after dawn every day for training, but most of the people he had seen were already showered and ready before the sun had fully crossed the horizon. He wasn't alone in his timing. There was a constant stream of students coming in to get washed up before their daily chores, and from the talk, There would be even more after them, as some of the chores were dirty ones, and it would be rude to smell that bad all day. Karl hurried to check his bag, though he hadn't unpacked anything last night. Everything was still there, loaded up with supplies and herbs for the journey back to the academy. Sister Betty seemed to have been ready for that eventuality, and only minutes after Karl was done checking his bag, she was at the door, knocking for him to come out. "Your team will still be a while, but we can go wait for the bus, and perhaps your Thor can come out and say hello," she suggested. That would explain the eagerness. Nobody could resist Thor's charms, even when they hadn't met him yet. Chapter 127, Fuel Stop. That was how Karl found himself in front of the bus a half hour later, surrounded by clerics and a bus driver, while Thor rumbled happily as he got his scales rubbed. Everyone had gathered, and they should have been ready to go, but nobody could resist just one more pat, and the lightning Sarrow had gathered a huge fan following. "All right, break it up. The bus has to leave now, and you all have chores to get to," an older man's voice announced. The students scattered, and Karl's team began to get on the bus while the older professor watched to make sure that they were all behaving. Once he was certain that they were all going back to their assigned tasks, the professor came over and gave Thor a quick head rub, then motioned for Karl to put him away and get on the bus. The driver started out as soon as all the bags were stored, carefully stacked upright, so that the contents weren't dumped or damaged during the journey. It was going to be another long ride, though probably not as long as the train ride to get to the mission site, as it had made multiple delivery stops along the way. "Did you all have a productive trip before it was cut short by the emergency?" Betty asked as the bus left the Seminary Academy compound. "Well, not as well as the group you'll be going with, since we were after common grade. Resources. But we managed to fill our bags before we returned to the train tracks. Unlike your academy, which has all the healers, we are short on them, so we stocked up on the ingredients for healing salves and potions when we managed to find them. It's not as cool as holy magic, but it's a lot better than nothing, and a little on the wounds after a bad training day can help keep us in top shape," Karl explained. The muscular dragon cleric laughed. "Can you imagine if they mixed the two academies, though? A bunch of frail and delicate little innocent clerics thrown to the wolves with the warrior trainees." The mages laughed at her implication. They were the frail and delicate ones, but they had offensive magic. However, from what they had seen, delicate and innocent was a pretty small portion of the students at the Seminary Academy, as they were mostly sent there after the serum awakening. A compatibility with holy magic didn't soften them that much, as Betty herself was a testament to. The bus bounced along the gravel road, then the ride smoothed as they got to proper pavement and passed through the edge of a few small towns. The small farm towns were even more rural than the mines were, and Karl noticed how the locals would turn to look at the bus as it passed, wondering if it would be stopping. The bus had government plates, and it was clearly for official purposes. Official purposes meant either one of the local businesses was getting audited by the tax service, or there was something horribly wrong that required a team of elites to be sent out. So, if it looked like it was going to stop anywhere but the gas station or the diner, it was big news, and they needed to warn everyone. Or stop what they were doing and gossip about it, which was the same thing, really. So, when the bus did stop to let them out to get some lunch, Karl wasn't surprised that the locals seemed to vanish from the streets at first, until the group had made the walk from the gas station to the cafe. "Priestess, elites, what can I get for you today? I've only got the one cook on, so it might take a minute." The older woman in a faded apron greeted them over the sound of bells ringing to announce their arrival. Betty smiled at her. "We will just take the special, make it 12 of them in total. The driver is still fueling the bus." "Coming right up." Betty turned to the group. "Do you know about the expense accounts?" Karl nodded. "Yeah, I got the card with my equipment. Direct bill, no need for a reimbursement form. I'm told that is the much more popular option when the amount isn't so extreme that it exceeds the petty cash we are allotted for the mission. The direct billing makes life easier. The elites just pay with the card, but the clergy carry a bit of cash and mostly rely on goodwill," she explained. In a way, that was the same case today, as it would all be going on the expense account card that Karl had been given for the mission. He would have to account for the spending, but he couldn't see anyone arguing about them ordering the special at a small-town diner. It was likely cheaper than the replacement of the uniform pieces that they had damaged during the trip. The waitress brought out large bowls of stew with entire loaves of bread and fresh butter, a luxury at the mines, as they were too far from the suitable cattle grazing areas to get butter for cheap. The nutrition of it wouldn't do much for the elites, but it would fill their stomachs for the day, and that was the important part. "There you go, dears. It might not be so fancy as you are used to, but the farmers will tell you sure enough that there's nothing better," she announced as she set the bowls on the table. Betty winked at the woman and gestured at her bowl with her spoon. "How could anything that smells that good not taste spectacular? Just set the last one here and the driver will be along shortly." The server smiled and nodded. "The station is full service, so he's likely just chatting while the bus fills. It takes a bit. Our pumps aren't the fastest." The driver came in as she was speaking, making the bells on the door jingle as the old server nodded in satisfaction. And that's everyone. Holler if you need anything. Chapter 1228. Storm rolls in. The driver took his seat with a polite nod to the rest of the group, and began to eat with such enthusiasm that the server was beaming at him like her child had just won an award. We don't have long to sit around today. There have been issues along the road thanks to rain, and there is more bad weather set to roll in later tonight. The driver explained as he ate. All right then, we won't hold the process up. Everyone be ready to finish your lunch by the time that the driver is done. If you need more snacks, perhaps this lovely lady would pack us some sandwiches for the road. Karl agreed. She began calling back to the kitchen to get sandwiches made for the traveling elites, and the driver smiled. It's likely the most business they've seen all week, other than the morning coffee crowd. Farmers love to come in and chat in the mornings. It's how they pass the news around to those who don't live in town. The driver quietly explained. The group finished eating as quickly as they could, and then walked back to the bus, which was just finishing receiving fuel. At least this stop is along the pipeline, so there's no shortage of fuel. The bus holds over 1,000 liters, so it takes some time to pump. The driver explained as the students headed back for their seats. The waitress had mentioned the same thing, and that their pumps were slow, but the driver quickly paid for the fuel and got them on the road. But their good intentions didn't help for long. No more than an hour down the road, they turned off the paved highway to start heading for the academy, and the skies opened up with rainfall so heavy that they could barely see where they were going. The driver slowed down to under 50 kilometers an hour as the rain got worse, pounding on the bus roof in a pattern that was starting to sound more like marbles on a tin roof. Can the mages keep a barrier up over the bus? It's starting to hail and the windows aren't armored. If we don't have something, we will have to find cover and stop until it passes. The driver asked. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. We can shield the bus while you drive. Dana agreed. They worked out a plan to each take a turn so that nobody got too exhausted, with Dana going first, as the hope was that the hailstorm would not last long. She had the best barrier out of all of them, and once it was up, the bus returned to silence, though they could see the hail landing all around them like tiny snowballs. That weather is crazy. Is it always like this in the prairies? Karl asked Betty, hoping that she would know the answer. The cleric shook her head. No, only a couple of times a year. But if you get hit by it, then there is a good chance that your crop is ruined for the year, so everyone hopes that when the storm hits, it doesn't hit their home. That made a lot of sense. This hail was brutal. They had seen a few hailstorms at the mining town in the past, but usually never with hail larger than a pea. These stones were larger than golf balls, and even Dana was beginning to grimace at the level of continued power that it was taking to keep the shield up. This is a natural phenomenon, right? One of the warriors asked as he looked out the window at the trees with their leaves gone and branches broken off. Some were lying in the road, but the driver wasn't about to get out and try to move them. He just carried on, driving over them and hoping for the best. After a few minutes, the hail turned back to a driving rain, and the driver breathed a sigh of relief. You can let the barrier go for now. Just bring it back. A bit of water won't hurt the bus any, he instructed. But when they got another few kilometers down the road, they realized that the bus wasn't the only thing that was in danger from the weather. So the chunks of the road had washed out, forcing him to slowly weave his way through the road until they reached the river, which was running much higher than normal, and about to reach the deck of the bridge. Think light thoughts, folks. If this bridge dips into the river, we're all in trouble. The pillars will hold, but if the water hits the bridge deck itself, it will get washed away before you know it. He warned them. The options were going now or never, as the rain wasn't getting any lighter, so the bridge was almost certainly going to be gone in an hour. But the students' nerves were frayed as they reached the far side just as the water began to splash up and onto the bridge deck. Just in time. Now we follow the railroad for a few hours and we're home. Easy peasy. The road led up to a ridgeline, and the bus came to an abrupt stop, just sitting at the top in silence as the students wondered what was going on. Karl moved to the front, so he could use his heightened eyesight to get a better idea of the problem. But what he found was far worse than he had imagined. The river had flooded, and it had uprooted a number of trees, which had formed an improvised dam in the gully up ahead. That had diverted the river's route, and now the road, as well as the railroad, were under an unknown amount of water for at least the next 4 kilometers, before a hill rose out of the muddy rapids. Looks like this is where we sit for the evening. The rain isn't going to stop for a bit, and it will take a day or more for the water to go down enough to know the extent of the damage. The academy will get the road fixed up as fast as they can. But unless it is urgent enough that they send a helicopter for you, we will be sitting right here until they do. One of the warriors gave a rueful smile as he watched the rain fall. And we can't even start a campfire to roast meat. I guess it's diner sandwiches and ration packs for dinner. Betty wiggled her fingers as if casting a spell. Don't forget that I know how to make food. Plus, I've got cooking utensils in my bag, including a magic burning stove. It's a real fancy item, but I was gifted it for helping with the dungeon raid at the end of last year, and it's been a lifesaver more times than I can count. The warrior smiled. Well, the rice and beans are likely better than what is in my ration pack anyhow, It's nutritious, but too salty for my taste. Betty kindly didn't mention that the ration packs were designed that way so that they limited the number of times you had to use the toilet when you were in the field. The new students would learn that soon enough if they had been eating them all week. Chapter 1-29, Rainy Days. Betty got the cooking started, while the others sat and watched the rain fall. They were in a good spot, on an open hilltop with gently sloping sides that wouldn't wash away easily in the flood, but they were essentially trapped. The bridge behind them was gone, and the road in front of them was flooded. They could try to head off through the open fields away from the river, but that didn't lead to the academy, or to anywhere particularly useful that was within walking distance. Betty tapped her spoon against the pot of rice and beans. Well, the rice is ready, so we might as well eat. Who knows how long we will end up sitting here, but one thing that I have learned is that if you sit on the top of a hill long enough, someone or something will come looking for you. Thanks for the words of encouragement. Karl laughed as he looked out into the heavy rain. Just making sure everyone is aware, there's a huge amount of the grasslands flooded, and there are thousands of small creatures that live there. They all need somewhere to go, and we're on the high ground, furthest from the water. The cleric reminded them. You have a point, and I'm not sure that I'm happy about it. Karl replied, making her smile. You will find that I am very frequently right, and you will very often not be happy about it. But that doesn't change the fact that we need to pay attention so that we're not caught off guard if something starts coming up that hill to get away from the floodwaters. Too many of the animals have lost their homes for the day not to need to relocate. So it's best if we just set a guard now, and expect that we're going to be attacked at some point this evening, while we wait to see if the rain is going to stop. If it does, there's a chance that the flash flood will go down again fairly quickly, and the railroad has been built to withstand a fair bit of flooding. But if the flow is too fast, then there isn't anything that is going to save that road, and we will end up either walking it in with our driver, or waiting here for them to fix the road. Betty reminded him. See, that's the part that we didn't want to hear. I wonder if we could just let Thor outside to chase off the smaller monsters. He suggested. Thor, chase off monsters? You mean play with them, right? Thor is the least threatening monster I have ever met, and I had a pet Nakomata. Betty laughed. Good point. I would suggest Ray, but as much as she would enjoy eating the small creatures and insects, I can't see her agreeing to go out and stand in the rain. Karl joked. You're smart. But I doubt that even Thor would be happy about standing in that rain. The vibrations on his scales would drive him nuts. Heck, the vibrations of the heavy rain on his scales would drive me nuts, and I'm over here. Well, be prepared for an emergency call-out, in the event that we are attacked, and it's more than a few spells can take care of. Karl could feel Ray rolling all of her eyes at him, but he didn't mind. She would go out to defend the bus if he asked her to. She just wouldn't be happy about it. After 2 hours of sitting in the pouring rain, the torrential downpour began to taper off, which let them not only see more clearly into the distance, but to see the damage that had been done by the flood, which had previously been hidden by the thick curtain of rain. The base of all the hills had been completely washed out. The road ended in a dramatic cliff that led down to the current level of the floodwaters, and in the distance there were train tracks torn up and pointed skyward, barely visible to Karl's enhanced vision. Well, that's one question answered. We're not driving out of here anytime soon. But we can't exactly just leave someone here to wait for them to build a new road. Even leaving the bus here would just lead to it being vandalized by monsters. Hopefully, the train tracks coming into the school from the other direction are still in good shape, because I can see from here that the tracks in front of us are demolished. Karl noted. The driver shook his head. Fat lot of good it will do them. The supplies come from this side. If they go the long way around, they'll be a whole day behind before they get to the academy. And with a limited amount of heavy equipment that the government has in the area for this sort of emergency, it will take them weeks to get the tracks fixed. I will have to rely on you lot to get me to the academy once the water level goes down. They can replace the bus, but I can't replace me. Good point. The bus is just a bus, but it would be nice if we could keep it. I don't fancy walking all the way to the academy from here. Karl agreed. Well, the bus is set up for some minor off-road travel, so it might be possible to wait a day or two for the ground to dry and then go around on the high ground. The driver suggested helpfully. Betty snorted in amusement. We've got 5 strapping young warriors and a set of shovels in the belly. They have superhuman strength, so I'm reasonably certain that they can flatten out a few potholes and cliffs for us to get the bus through. Once the sun comes up tomorrow morning, we will see what it looks like, and then we will ask them if they want to patch the worst spots in the road to get past the flood zone, or if they would prefer to walk the last 80 or so kilometers back home. The warriors laughed. I think we can solve possible. We would rather work a shovel for the morning than walk the distance. Plus it will get a bit of the road fixed so that they can get more vehicles through here in the next few days. If we play our cards right, the academy might even thank us for taking a few more days off from classes to fix the road. One of them suggested. Good point. We can call it strength training and flatten out a path good enough to get the bus through, which will let them get the armored cars through as well. It might be a while before they fix the bridge or the train tracks, but we can at least do that much. This part isn't part of the river itself, I don't think. It just flooded because those trees blocked everything up. Another warrior agreed. Betty looked toward the blocked portion of the river. But before that, we need to send a golem or something to pull that blockage free, so the river will flow properly. If we don't, it will be days before the road is dry enough for anything to move through the area. She was disturbingly right again. That blockage was keeping the entire area flooded, and if it wasn't removed, the water would never drain naturally. It would just remain stagnant here until a drought hit, or the river found a new path. Chapter 130. To remove the blockage. The students slowly snacked on the rice and beans as they watched the sun begin to slip further toward the horizon. Betty was right. They were going to have to remove that blockage before the valley would drain, and the best option to do it was golems. The problem was that the mages who could use golems didn't really have good ones, other than Dana, so sending them to pull whole trees from a riverbank was a pretty big request. They were still common-grade golems, for the most part, so they wouldn't have the strength, and many of them were small mud and clay golems, which weren't big on physical strength to begin with. Karl looked out into the pouring rain with a rueful smile. Well, it looks like this one is on you, Dana. Just have them grab one of the logs and use it as a poker from the shore to break up the blockage a little, and it should be all right. We used to make dams in the creeks when it rained, so we didn't have to pump water to play in, but when the creeks got too full, you had to drain them back down to normal levels. All right, I will have the golems give it a try. They're not the most intelligent, and I'm not going to go out there to supervise them, so there's a good chance that it will take them a while to get it right. Dana reluctantly agreed, not hiding the fact that she had no intentions of going out into the storm. But on the bright side, if they do fall in the water, at least they won't drown. All they have to do is just keep working until the logjam is broken and it's perfect. One of the other mages joked. The driver turned to look at them. You know, she's got a point. The golems are strong, right? I've got a length of chain here with a hook on it. You could have them hook a few of the logs and just pull. Most of the time, these blockages aren't all that solid. It's not like it's blocking all the water, just enough that the increased flow of the river isn't moving past. But the flow of the river will be filling up the gaps with sediment and mud, so the faster we can fix it, the better. That meant that someone had to go outside to get the recovery hook, which was intended to attach to the winch on the front and back of the bus, but Dana kindly extended the barrier for him while the driver got the equipment out, along with 100 meters of wire rope. There. If you can explain to them how to use that, they will be able to pull the logs free in no time at all. Karl looked outside at the tangled mass of logs and shook his head. There was no way that the golems were going to figure that out without help. But the rain was starting to slow down to just a moderate downpour, and he knew that he could give them proper directions. I will go out with the golems and give them the orders. I have a barrier ability that might help, and if not, I've got dry clothes here for when I get back. I will help the golems get the river flowing properly again. Karl informed the group. Nobody was going to argue. The golems needed a supervisor, and they didn't want to go out in the rain with them, but Karl didn't actually know if the refreshing lightning barrier would keep him dry. Thor, any thoughts? Karl asked. Rain feels good on the scales, the sleepy lightning Saro answered. No, about the barrier stopping the rain, Karl replied. Oh, probably, I guess. It blocks most things. Dana called out the pair of golems with directions to take the equipment and follow Karl's orders, and Karl stepped out into the rain with the lightning barrier active. The rain simply sheeted off him, not actually touching him, and Karl smiled in satisfaction. That would do well enough. It wasn't far to where the blockage was. But he didn't want to go down the hill and risk himself, plus the golems slipping in the mud and ending up in the floodwaters. He could likely get Hawk to save him, but it would be embarrassing and unnecessary. Pass me the equipment, Karl ordered once they were as close as he felt comfortable getting to the edge of the washed-out hill. The golem turned over the coil of wire and the large hook, and Karl did his best to remember how they did the lasso throw in cowboy movies. They had a cattle rancher with them on the bus who would know how to do this, but he didn't want to wait all night for the rain to stop and the logs to pack up with mud to the point that it would take a construction team to extricate them. Karl tossed the hook, and when it had flown past the upright log he wanted to try first, he pulled back on the wire to stop it and throw again. But to his surprise, that made the hook dive down into the log, and as Karl tried to shake it loose, he ended up wrapping the one he wanted with the wire. It looks like I intended to do that. All right, you two, get a good hold on this cable and give it a nice steady pull until I tell you to stop, he ordered. So with grabbed the wire and began to pull, which began to tilt the log and lift it up out of the pile. It was really working. They might not get the whole pile free, but they had a good start on the first log. Then with a booming crack, the log shattered, and the golems took 2 steps backward as the top half of the log came flying toward them and landed on the hillside. Stop. That's good enough, Karl ordered. The top of the pile began to collapse, and a few dozen logs broke free to float down the river, which sent a torrent of water flowing over the top of the other logs, and dislodged even more of them. Pull the rest of the rope back up here so I can free our log and try again, Karl ordered as the water level began to equalize at the top of the new dam a few minutes later. 6 failed attempts to replicate his first throw later. He had hooked another log, and the golems gave a mighty heave, digging themselves into the dirt as it began to tilt. This one wasn't coming up out of the pile, it was taking the pile with it as it lifted out of the mud, and it was unclear if they had the strength. "Thor, come out and help pull," Karl ordered. Then he grabbed the wire himself, standing between the golems and Thor, who had grabbed it in his mouth, further back than his sharp beak. The four of them pulled, and a massive explosion of logs was thrown up in the air, creating a proper breach in the dam, and a massive flood of water began to pour through, raising the flood level on the other side by over a meter as the water raced to escape. Anyone downstream of that was not going to be happy with him. Chapter 131, Free Flowing. As the log jam began to crumble, Karl threw the hook again, pulling another log from the edge of the pile furthest from his reach. The extra effort helped dislodge a bit more of the blockage, and widen the gap that the water had to escape from the flooded area. It was turning into a whole new riverbank at this point, but at least it was roughly following the original course now, and not trying to detour through a different valley. Thor had dropped his lightning shield so that he could bask in the feeling of the rain on his glossy green scales, and the golems remained silent beside Karl as he stood and watched the raging floodwaters begin to diminish, as the downpour turned into a more manageable light drizzle. He had left most of the logs that were near the hill, trying to prevent the water from cutting the hill out from beneath him, and it appeared to have worked for now. Much of the sloping hillside was gone, but beside him, there was a solid barrier of logs that they could pull out later to make an improvised bridge to cross the worst of the damaged areas. The idea had come to Karl as he watched the way that the logs held up to the force of the water, and the other debris that was smashed into them. Even if they were going to pack dirt on top of it to make a proper road, putting a row of logs out would make for a much more stable base than packing deeper mud. They even had plenty of elites with slicing-type skills that could split them lengthwise, making a flat surface for the bus and giving them more to work with. So, instead of clearing more of the blockage, Karl set about pulling more of the largest logs from the river and up along the bank. It prevented them from piling up again further downstream, but more importantly, it left them nearby for him to work with when it came time to move the bus. All the students wondered what Karl was doing with his huge pile of logs by the time that the rain finally ended, but the driver understood very well. In fact, he would have asked them to go hunt for some eventually, because they were going to need them to get across that flood plain. But he wasn't going to send anyone out into that downpour and risk someone sliding down into the waters. There would be plenty of logs available once the water went down, no matter where they looked. This area had been heavily forested, and they would naturally pile up everywhere that the waters were forced to divert by a hill or other obstacle. As the rain stopped, Karl sent Hawk up to scout the area and survey a path forward for them. Good news. If we go from here across the spot where the blockage was, we can be on mostly flat land for at least the next 10 kilometers. Then the metal road comes back and there is one more crossing, but its bridge is high, and it is still standing. After that, the river and the metal road go in different directions, Hawk reported. Good work. It will take some effort to cut a road down the hill and across the other side, but we can do that easily enough with all of us. As long as that other bridge is as good as it looks, we should be home in time for lunch. Now we are talking. Drake doesn't taste as good as it smells. Once the waters began to slow, Karl called Thor and Hawk back into the beast space and returned to the bus, to be greeted by the energetic applause of his classmates. The driver addressed the group. We will stay here on the hill overnight and set a watch. Get as much sleep as you can because there will be shoveling and log splitting in the morning. Awaken, Karl. Did you find a route home? Karl nodded. If we cross where I was working and make a road up that hill, we can drive across a high flat spot until the road curves back to meet us. Then Hawk says there's a tall bridge that is still standing, and after that, the railroad and the river go different directions. The driver took out a map and turned it to face the direction that they were. I see where he means. That is a railroad bridge, but there are runners for the vehicles to pass as well. It is nearly 60 meters long, and sits atop a deep coulee, so the water would have been far below its base. Yes, that should work. Normally that route would be considered impossible because of the hills, but if we cut them and make a new bridge to cross the river, we should be all right. It won't be a pretty bridge, but with those big trees, we should have enough to span the stream once it calms down. And the rough boards will let us get up the other side once it is cut into a slope. He explained to the students. None of them had anything even resembling bridge building experience, other than the driver, who had to improvise to get across rivers more than once in his career, so they were trusting him on this one. When it wasn't flooded, this wasn't a big river, so they had high hopes for his plan, as well as Karl's collection of logs. Hawk's voice interrupted Karl's thoughts. Let me out, he shouted, and Karl realized that he had actually ordered them to stay in for the night, something that he rarely did. Go ahead, Karl agreed, and the wind-speed Hawk appeared on the roof of the bus, then gave mighty flap of his wings and streaked off into the darkness. Then he dive-bombed something on the ground and returned to land on a roof with the body of a massive snake. Snick, snick, snick. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Hawk sang happily to himself as he began to portion it into manageable pieces. Most of it he took back into his space with him, but about half he left on the bus for Karl and the others. Hawk brought us breakfast meat. Who wants to go up on the roof to go get it? Karl laughed as he realized what had gotten the birds so excited. It wasn't a mouse, but windspeed hawks love to hunt snakes as well. Rend easily cut off their heads, and then they were left with a long tube of food. Sister Betty sighed as she looked upward at the metal roof. That was going to be a slippery trip, and the roof was sure to be bloody now with monster offal, which would draw even more monsters to them with its smell. I will. Driver, do you have a sprayer to clean the roof? Monster blood will draw more of them, she asked. Don't worry about it, there's a bit more rain on the way, and it will rinse us clean. There are so many dead minor monsters and animals in the area that chances are nothing will notice. I do have a scent-blocking spray, but I don't want to waste it with more rain coming tonight. The driver explained. All right, I will see you in a minute. Chapter 132, Night Watch Lizards. Not long after the priestess came back in with a large bundle of meat, far more than they would need for just one meal, the skies opened up again, and a steady light rain began. Not enough to cause more flooding, but enough that it was quickly rinsing off the bus. Then the wind picked up, which seemed to relieve the driver. The winds will push the storm away, and help dry out the ground faster. At worst, we might be stuck for one full day, but no more than that before the ground is dry enough that we can move again. He explained, then tilted his seat back, and pulled a blanket from the overhead bin, signaling that he was done with conversation for the night. Bus seats wouldn't be the most comfortable night's rest, but they were dry. So, they split the group into 4, giving each of them a 3-hour night watch, and everyone did their best to sleep. Karl's seat put him on the last watch of the night, but he knew that Ray was watching what happened around them with keen interest. This spot might not be a bad one, she had decided. Once Hawk got a chance to go out hunting. Snakes were a pain, as they just slithered through and under the web, but there should be other things to hunt soon, and she hadn't been ordered to stay inside. The night was her time, and if there was prey foolish enough to approach her den, who was she to say no to their kindness? She got her chance just before Karl's shift started at 4 a.m. A small group of venom-fang lizards had swum across the receding floodwaters, and were diverted from their path by the presence of warm bodies on the bus. They were each about the size of a domesticated cat, and once they hit her web, they would be so completely tangled that they would never get free again. The students on watch were startled and nearly shouted in fear when Ray landed outside the bus, but they quickly recognized her body, and that she was weaving a dome of web all around the bus. It almost seemed like she wanted to cocoon it in the strings of spider silk, but once she had a loose net, she settled down under the bus and blended herself into the mud and darkness to wait for her prey. The lizards didn't have great night vision, so they never saw the thin strings of spider web running from the bus to the ground. So, when they ran into it, just as Ray predicted, they panicked and began to flail, tying themselves up even tighter with every movement. Their poison fangs would do them precious little good when they were trapped in the web, and Ray waited until she was certain that she had trapped them all before she darted out in a streak of inky black motion and punctured their skulls to pull them into the bee space with her. Did you see that? One of the students on watch gasped, waking Karl and a few others nearby. No, and that's the part that frightens me. One moment they were in the web, and the next they were just dead and gone. I've never seen anything move that fast. The boy beside him whispered, What's happening outside? Should we wake the others? A newly awoken student asked. No need. Ray, the big spider of Karl's, was outside hunting lizard monsters. I think that she's back under the bus now. The boy replied. Karl smiled. They wouldn't understand that the mental space could be accessed from some distance away, so they wouldn't have understood how Ray simply disappeared once she had her loot. From their point of view, it had to be absolutely terrifying to have seen the bloodbath spider launch out to kill her prey, then simply vanish. It was impressive, if I do say so myself. I got perfectly blended while I waited, and I doubt that most of the humans could even see me. They just saw the lizards being pulled from the web. The apex predator of the night, Karl agreed. She's definitely making fun of us for not being able to spot her. You can always tell by the look on Karl's face when the beasts are talking to him. One of the students on guard duty whispered. Dana's soft laugh caught the boy's attention. Of course she is laughing at you. She can camouflage herself, and it is dark outside. I bet you didn't even notice right away that the lizards were gone. Ray is extremely fast, and in the dark, even I have a hard time spotting her, and I'm fairly used to looking for her. The boys chuckled, thinking that Dana was actually afraid of spiders. It would never cross their minds that the mage and the bloodbath spider both liked sleeping in hammocks on Karl's balcony. Karl wasn't sure how much longer that would be feasible, though. Ray was growing rapidly, and once she got close to 2 meters long, it would be hard for her to create a large enough hammock out of her web inside the gazebo. It needed room to swing and attach at either end. Karl could feel the pride in Ray's mind as Dana praised her, But what was more amusing was that half of the students hadn't even realized that there was a spiderweb built over the bus. They had turned the interior lights off so that they weren't a beacon on the hilltop. And for that reason alone, the very minimal evening light made the strands impossible for most of them to see. But the sky was beginning to lighten in preparation for the impending dawn, and the students would start to notice soon. Hopefully before one of them stepped outside and got entangled in the sticky webbing, but it was tempting to just not say anything and see what happened. Karl took his place by the window of the bus and waited for the sun to come up enough that he could send Hawk out scouting again and check on the floodwater levels. As long as the levels were receding as expected, they could probably start digging the ramp to their makeshift bridge to make up for what the flood had washed away. But there might also be a better way than the first one that Hawk had found. Once the water went down, it would be easier to see what areas were stone or gravel, and therefore more likely to be solid enough to support the bus until they could get back to the high ground. Hawk and Thor were both still asleep, and Ray was just about to doze off when the sun came up, marking the end of the night watches and the beginning of the long wait for the sun to dry out the ground enough that it would be safe to move from the well-based roadway. The last thing anyone wanted was to spend all morning working, then get the bus stuck 5 meters from where it was now. Chapter 133, Aftermath. Once the sun did come up, the surrounding area of hilltop began to change rapidly, seeming to come alive, and bursting with life and color. Plants rapidly grew and absorbed water for later consumption. Flowers bloomed in a matter of minutes, and the standing pools of water all but disappeared, except down in the river bottom, where it was simply too saturated, and most of the plant life was destroyed by the raging waters. But even there, the change was noticeable, as the ground was mostly visible now, exposing rubble and debris that had been carried downstream last night. It was a mess down there, and the layer of silt that had built up turned large portions of the area to slowly drying mud plains, from which scattered plant life was struggling to break free. Despite the ferocity of the storm, what hadn't been destroyed was thriving, taking advantage of the situation to get ahead of the competing species. The same was true for the wildlife. Karl could see in the distance that there were numerous small scavengers and rodents out searching for their prize. Many burrows would have flooded or collapsed, and this was a prime opportunity for them to eat something that they couldn't normally hunt. Hawk was thinking the same thing, but he was still a bit sleepy, and the animals would be active all day long. He had time to go hunt when he wanted to. How long do you think that it will take before it's safe to start moving about and preparing to get back in motion? One of the warriors asked the bus driver, who was scanning the horizon with binoculars, later this afternoon. The ground where we need to go is still saturated, so you won't be able to dig that ramp at all yet. I know you young folk are all energetic to keep moving, but sometimes you just have to sit and wait. He had a point, but while Karl did have to just sit here for a while, he didn't have to idle around and just wait. Hawk, do you want to go scout the area? If you can find us a nice, dry route, even if it is a bit further around, that would save time. Also, check for monsters who have moved along our intended path and any new obstacles we might encounter. Karl suggested. That is fine. I could use some time to stretch my wings and just fly, the hawk agreed. It wasn't a sentiment that the other two beasts shared. Ray liked her web, and Thor preferred to be where everyone else was. The concept of just flying around by himself all day seemed very lonely to the lightning Sparrow. Ray thought that he was a bit of an idiot, constantly wanting to be around others when he could be peacefully alone, but with his energy level, he needed people to play with. Karl looked around at the bored student sitting on the bus. Why don't we send someone out to see how the ground is? I think that everyone could use a little stretch, and the thick grass should have kept the ground stable. Karl suggested. The driver nodded as the students began to get to their feet, taking Karl as the voice of authority here, as long as Sister Betty didn't object. The look that the nun was giving him said that she would like to see Thor again, so as the students went out, Karl sent Thor out to meet them. The ground was a bit springy under his heavy footsteps, but it wasn't muddy, just uncompacted and thickly layered with roots. Last night it had been worse, and there was water squishing up as he walked, so this was an improvement. He was the heaviest of them, and though he was far from comparable to the bus, Thor's rapid growth had brought him to nearly 200 kilos of solid-chested Sparrow. If they were back in the pack, he would be treated as one of the most promising youngsters, with his healthy build and high energy levels. The group of students spread out around the bus, cutting away the remains of the web that Ray had created last night, and enjoying the way that the morning sun began to heat everything. You could feel the moisture in the air as the sun evaporated it, and watch as the last of the floodwaters receded, leaving new wetlands among the mud plains that were beginning to dry out and crack at the top as their moisture was siphoned away. This side of the hill looks pretty good. The water's washed away the dirt, and it's all shale stone. If that stone layer continues, then we might be able to make a durable road, but it's going to take a lot of work. One of the students announced as he examined the hill down toward the blockage Karl cleared last night. Would you like to examine it more closely? I can toss the chain down the hill to help you get back up, in case it's slippery or soft, Karl offered. Sure, I can see that you saved plenty of logs to make a bridge, so we should at least check the condition of the hillside. The boy agreed. Karl thought about it for a moment, and out of everyone here, he was the one who likely knew the most about rocks, especially the shale stones that were common in the higher levels of the mine. Further down, the mines had been comprised of thick lithium clay and coal veins between granite layers, but the upper levels had a lot of oily shale that had been left as intact as possible because it made the roof unstable if you dug underneath it. Unlike that stuff, this didn't have that thick crude oil smell, but the gray stone was similar both in texture and composition. I will go with you. There's plenty of shale in the mines, and I know far too much about stones. Karl explained with a laugh, as he went to recover the hook from where he had left it by the bus last night. Sister Betty opened up the belly box of the bus and pulled out a pickaxe and a shovel. They're part of the recovery tools, so that's what we will have to work with to form the road if you need to. She informed them as Karl and the other student caught the tools with comfortable familiarity. And go easy on them, they're just wood. The driver shouted from inside the bus, "No problem, we will be gentle." The warrior laughed as he shouldered the shovel, but the driver was right. They were both incredibly strong, and Karl's strength would shatter a pickaxe. Handle on the first strike as well as burying the head so far in the ground as to make it a pain to get back out. The hill was a gentle slope for the first few meters, then a steep descent down the stone cliff until they got to the river. They descended the chain, checking the surface as they went. Looks like it's all soft stone, all the way down. That is going to make an excellent road base, Karl noted. Yeah, we can cut it away and pile it here at the bottom to make a smooth ramp to the river. If we put the log bridge 5 or 10 meters above the water level, it should last a little while before it is washed away again. That sort of rain happens every few years, but not often enough that our improvements won't last the summer. The boy agreed. You're from the area? Karl asked. Yeah, about 50 kilometers that way, he replied, pointing across the river. As Karl remembered the map, there was no road from here to there, and it was in the wrong direction to get to the academy, but the weather would be similar enough that he wouldn't be wrong about the frequency of such storms. In fact, it had likely gotten hit by this very storm late last night. They walked the few meters across the logs to the river crossing, as the other boy needed to be closer to see that the far bank was made of the same shale as this one. It was also a more shallow angle, as there hadn't been much dirt for the water to wash away. Karl examined the situation with satisfaction. All right, if we cut away this side and clear that side, we only have a short dig to get to solid stone. Then we will break the stone here to make a better ramp angle and run it out as far as we need to make the logs reach. Karl informed his teammate, who smiled back and nodded. Then let's get started. Has Hawk verified that this is a good route to get back to the academy? The route mentioned last night sounded decent, the warrior asked. Karl nodded. Yeah, this is the route. He will check the next bridge, but it looked good last night, and it's all high ground until our route comes back and meets up with the existing road. We will be making a big loop, where the road was nearly straight before, but it should all be drivable, even if I need to hook Thor to the recovery points on the bus and have him help pull. The lightning Sero thought that was an incredible idea. The wide bus wheels didn't seem as reliable as his own feet, but between them, they should be able to pull the load of students across the grass. In a way, he was exactly right. The extra pulling force would help keep the wheels from spinning in low traction areas, and make it much easier to get where they were going. Chapter 134. Corps of Engineers. It looks like it's all shale underneath the surface. If we cut the top layer away, we can make a nice ramp to the bridge. Karl called up to the others. Hawk left his space and took off into the sky to survey their intended path, now that Karl seemed certain that this way would bring them across the river. Well, the remains of the blockage are a good height above the water now, so should we set a temporary bridge? One of the students suggested. Not yet. We want it to be further from the water, so that it doesn't wash away in the next rain. How many pickaxes and shovels do we have? Karl called back. There's a whole bundle of each. I think that they were prepared for all the passengers on a trip to help out, Sister Betty called back. Sister Betty, you lovely, gentle, and kind soul. Do you suppose that you could enchant these tools for us to help keep them from breaking when we work at full strength? Karl asked with his best pleading voice, which had sometimes worked on the teachers at school. The muscular cleric laughed and rolled her eyes. Of course I will. Divine Tool is one of the spells I am best with, and as I'm stronger than any of you with magic, you shouldn't be able to break the enchantment while digging, she replied. The warrior began climbing the wire back up to the top, but Karl just took 2 running steps down the log and launched himself up the 5 meters to the point where he could walk safely. That is so cheating. Do you want a pick or a shovel? They will both cut through stone once I enhance them. The cleric asked as Karl made it back to her. I will keep the pick. Now we just need to map out the route, so everyone knows where they're working toward, Karl explained. Hawk circled back and sent a pair of shred attacks into the grass, leaving deep furrows in a straight line to the crossing. That works too. Turn that into a smooth slope, ending at least 5 meters above the water level as it is now, and it should be good. I think the water is still higher than normal, thanks to the storm, so it should be enough for the bridge to survive a while. Sister Betty took out the 2 bundles of tools and activated her spell, which made them glow with the same holy light as the guards' weapons during the battle at the railroad. Karl moved near the edge of the cliff and swung the pick, shattering the stone and tossing it down the hill. "That's too easy. I should take one of the larger shovels," he called back to the group, who smiled in impending victory. Unfortunately for them, they didn't all have Karl's strength, so while he dug out large amounts of stone and the ground shook with every hit, most of the warriors didn't move much more than a shovelful. They tossed it with ease, like loose cotton, but Karl's strength was making short work of the job while the others stood beside him. "Wait, I have an idea. I know another spell called Impact. It sends vibrations through things, and I use it to knock targets over. If I use it on Karl's shovel, he can turn the whole slope to gravel," Sister Betty offered. "All right, everyone, please step back. I will see how well this works," Karl agreed. The cleric added the spell and Karl felt the possibility in the shovel as he hefted it. The vibration was directional and proportionate to force. So when he focused and put all his strength behind the hit, it should break up a large area at once. Karl stepped halfway through their intended path and carefully angled his strike. The shockwave carried through the stone, and the hillside slid away, turning to gravel and piling up at the foot of the cliff. In a single strike, they were half done the work of creating their route. There was just one problem. To create the slope they wanted, they would have to create far too much broken rock. The bus wasn't some extreme adventure vehicle, despite its wide and thick treaded tires. Steep angles didn't work for it, and Karl's second strike created a large amount of gravel with nowhere to go. "Well, now we just need to move this gravel to the far side of the pile and finish the ramp. It should be a decent slope when we're finished," he informed the group. "Well, Karl and Betty did the worst of the work. Now it's our turn." One of the mages laughed. A large gray golem formed out of the loose stone, then scooped up an armload of rocks like it was a backhoe. Gravel golems aren't the strongest in combat, but they can change shapes, a little like the sand golems. It's limited, but flattening the arms into a bucket is no problem. Since it's all gravel, I just need to add more magic, and he can move all of this. If it were dirt or mud, it would be much harder, since it's not the golem's element, she explained. The golem scraped a path through the crushed shale rock and pushed it off the far end, giving the warriors the right idea. They moved up with shovels and piled the gravel in the middle of the 4-meter-wide path for the golem to move to the river. They finished with a steep slope that ended 4 meters above the river when the gravel was gone, but they had a smooth slope to that point. "Now we just need to cross the river and build up a bridge footing on the far side," Sister Betty reminded them. Karl jogged down the slope and jumped. The flying leap put him on the far side of the river with ease from his elevated start, but the bank here was much more shallow, so they would have to build something up and not just pile loose rock. As he was considering it, Karl heard laughter from the far bank. "You lot are fast workers, but not exactly the Corps of Engineers, are you?" the driver asked. "What do you mean?" "It's sturdy, we shook the rock to settle it, and it's not going anywhere," Karl shouted back. "Have you ever seen the spout of a jug when you tilt it? That's what you created here. As soon as it starts raining, the water is going to pour down that ramp you cut into the hillside in a glorious waterfall." He laughed. Sister Betty began to giggle. "I see the problem now. All right, we need to cut ditches on both sides of this ramp so that the water has somewhere to flow that isn't the road itself. If we are going to leave this here for others, they should at least be able to use it." She got the others back to work, digging through the stone to make deeper spots at the edge of the ramp, and slope sides so that they didn't collapse on the road. While they did that, Karl looked around for his options. He had plenty of logs on this side as well, and that gave him the idea. "Thor, come here and work. I want you to toss a bunch of logs from this shore toward the bank directly opposite the ramp. Then I will dig a pit in the hill for material, and fill the gaps with stone. Once it's high enough, we will make a bridge deck." The happy Sarocane vanished into his space, then came back out with a happy trot, and immediately ran over to push a broken log toward the jam with his 2 upper horns. A flick of his head tossed the broken log on top of the pile, though it strained his prodigious strength. "I will get you the chains so you can pull them." Karl laughed as he realized that his plan underestimated the weight of a full tree. Thor shook his head and went for smaller logs that had been shattered before their arrival. They would make good filler, Karl thought, and picked out a spot to begin digging gravel to throw into the pile. The 2 of them worked well together, and after a while even Ray came out to lend a hand in her own way. She made a silk harness for Thor, and then attached the logs to it with thick ropes of spider silk. The initial effort was exhausting for her, but once it was done, she just cut the rope, and then sprayed spit on the end, which caused it to liquefy and mend around the next log. Within the reach of the bloodbath spider, its web was a versatile magical tool, not just sticky silk. That let Thor move some longer trees into position, accelerating the process, as Karl threw gravel at it from a spot upstream. It took them under an hour to have the ramp sorted out, and then it was time to work on the bridge deck. Sister Betty clapped her hands to get the attention of the others as they finished making what she thought was a sturdy enough footing for the bridge. I have picked out 4 trees, all of them long enough to cross the river. Now, you need to do the hard work, gentlemen, plane off the top third of each log so we can place them to create a flat driving surface, and then we have to drag them into position. Got it, sister? We're ready. The warriors called back, sweating with the exertion of digging ditches and reinforcing the gravel slope as much as possible for the last hour. Chapter 135, Bridge with the Chain and Hook. They dragged the 4 chosen logs up the hill, where the warriors got to work planing the logs to roughly the same thickness with their shovels. It wasn't the most precise use of tools ever, but the logs split well enough when the enchanted tools hit them, and Sister Betty had managed to pick out 4 that were long enough to span the gap between the 2 hills without the need for any fancy joinery, or a brace in the middle. They were well over a meter around, which the driver assured them would be enough to drive the bus over, as long as he was careful not to give them too much of a jolt. But he had plenty of practice at that, since not everywhere that he had to go to recover teams was on a proper and improved road. Karl worked to get the far bank ready as they worked, creating a ramp out of a spare log to roll the bridge deck into place. The plan was simple. Once they finished working the logs, they would attach a chain to either end and toss the other end to Karl, who would pull the log across the river, and let it float to the foot of the road. Then, with Thor on his side and the warriors on the other, they would pull the log up and into place. Repeat that with all 4 logs and it would be done. In theory it was simple, and they could have it done in an hour or 2. Ready for the fun part. Dana called once the warriors had the first log chained up and ready to move. Toss it over, and we will see if the plan is good. Just remember, send it a bit upstream so that we don't have to drag it against the current, Karl called back. The chain came sailing over to his side of the river, and Karl pulled it tight, with the eager help of Thor. The log slid smoothly into the river, and the 2 of them moved a bit further upstream, keeping it on course until they had their end on the shore, and they were ready to pull it up their makeshift ramp. All right, shift positions and we will pull together. We have to keep it squared up between the 2 sides, or it will fall back into the river, Karl called as he prepared to shift the log up the freshly created hill. Got it. We will adjust to match your side, just keep it nice and smooth, Dana called back. The warriors had nominated her to be the spokesperson for the team, since her golems were the strongest and would be doing the majority of the work. The 2 sides moved, and the chains pulled tight again, moving the heavy log into place, then dragging it across the footing that they had designed into the gravel ramps. The log was about 4 meters longer than necessary, but with a bit of adjustment and some digging, they had it in place, and they were ready to do the second one. This one will be easier. We can just take a short chain and pull it across the other log. I recommend the golems do it in case something goes wrong and they fall in the river, Karl suggested. That should be fine. With my 2, and then the gravel golem, we should have plenty of power to get the log moved. We measured them all when they were here, so they're all the same length. Is the other side ready for it? Dana replied. It will be before they get here. The 3 golems easily dragged the log over and dropped it in place, then assisted Karl in getting it rotated with the flat side up and level with the other log. Now they had a footbridge 2 meters wide, and the 3rd and 4th logs went into place with ease. All that was left was to bury the ends and drive a few posts into the road base at either end, so that they didn't shift apart when the bus drove across it. They didn't have any spare rope, nails, or anything else to fasten them, but with the flat of the shovel, Karl had plenty of strength to hammer a fence post-sized log into the ground on either side of the bridge deck. That would have to be enough to hold them, at least until a crew with more equipment could come and make a better bridge, or fix the main road. The driver walked down to admire the handiwork once Karl was finished the process, and whistled in appreciation. You know, for such an amateur endeavor, you lot actually built one of the better field bridges I have ever seen. Just the fact that you had the strength to move those huge logs instead of using smaller trees makes all the difference, he informed them with a pleased smile. Well, Hawk and Thor say that the ground on the other side is pretty good. How does it look up there? Can we start moving the bus? Karl asked. Yeah, we can. I will ask that all the students take their bags and cross first. Then I will drive the bus across with the tow cable attached to the front. Even if the bridge collapses, Thor and the golems should have the strength to pull the bus back to shore, and we might be able to drive home, the driver explained. Good enough for me. The gravel golem says the base is sturdy, and I'm choosing to trust its expertise. We will see you on the other side. Then we will hook Thor to the tow cable, and he will walk in front of the bus until we're back on a proper roadbed. That will give you warning if the ground is soft, and he can give you some extra forward motion when needed. It would also help tire out the Cerro a bit more. He didn't get outside nearly enough, and the beast space was refreshing. So even if he played with the bashing pillar in there, he didn't really get tired. Keeping Thor exhausted from play was good for his development, or so Thor insisted. His logic was that you had to work muscles constantly to make them grow big and strong. Now that sort of logic also held true for humans, but with the serum, they were all growing big and strong, without the extra help, so it likely wouldn't stop Thor from growing if he didn't put in the work. Hawk, on the other hand, believed that you just needed to stay active to avoid being lazy, and Ray maintained that just waiting in your web for prey to play with was better than wearing yourself out for no good reason. So Hawk floated in the sky overhead. Thor got ready to pull the bus around all day, and Ray cut up pieces of the lizards that she had caught in her web last night to see if she could find out how they managed to inject venom into things without making everything they ate taste like poison. For purely scientific reasons, of course. Karl went back to the bus and grabbed his gear to rejoin Thor on the far side of the river where the other students were waiting, and the driver began to make his way down the rocky slope. The ground was still a bit soft beneath his tires as the bus made its way over, but the thick mat of roots was enough that the bus wasn't going to get bogged down, and the rocky decline provided ample traction, though it couldn't be good for the tires. The driver stopped when a recovery cable was run out to be held by Dana's golems and Thor. He carefully moved forward, but the sturdy tree trunks didn't budge at all as the bus rolled onto them. There was a slight flex as the back end reached the middle, but Karl thought he might be the only one who could see well enough to tell. It was no threat to the bridge's integrity, and the driver had no problem making it back up out of the river valley to the high ground to reload the students and begin their trip back to the road. That's the hard part done. Everyone, please get back on the bus and settle your luggage. I will be ready to go in 5 minutes. The driver instructed once he was parked on level ground again. Is having Thor out front going to slow you down? I know the Lightning Sarrow isn't renowned for their walking speed, Karl asked. We don't want to be going at a high speed anyhow. With a bus full of people, even 5 or 10 kilometers an hour is enough that it will be a rough ride in here over the open fields. We should be just fine with him as our guide. The driver assured Karl, with a thumbs up for Thor, who had the chain from the tow cable looped around his chest and in front of his legs like the walking harnesses that people put on small dogs. Karl took a seat near the front so he could communicate with Thor, and the small procession began its crawl across the fields, with Dana's 2 golems flanking the bus to help keep away stray monsters. Hawk keened out a relieved cry as they were finally moving again. He had circled from the bus to the bridge 4 times already, and checked for every sign of soft dirt that he knew. There were some signs that the rodent tunnels had flooded in some areas, and he was ready to lead them around those spots, but they would be on top of the ridge the whole way to the second bridge.